Good hello, welcome to tomorrow's goodbye, part 4? Part 4. Part 3. Part 3. It's part 3. I don't know, I wrote part 4. This is part 3. Okay.
Expecting us to reach 4, Ryan, are we?
I did say that in the chat, just keep the other dates that we talked about free in Potentia for a part 4.
Yeah.
So obviously my brain's there already.
Yeah.
Anyway, good hello and welcome to tomorrow's goodbye, part 3. Flawless. And it's
First try.
First try. It's the 28th of October 2023. I'm Ryan, the GM, and here are the players.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I shall be playing Lockheart Dourf, who is an empathic speaker who interprets the law. You definitely should trust him.
Hello, I am Dylan, and I will be playing Myr'ra Vess. I almost said that backwards, which is a very Myr'ra Vess thing to do. She is a mysterious adept who shepherds spirits, and you should definitely trust her.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I'm playing Myr'ra Pentergast, who is a clumsy adept who would rather be reading. Also very trustworthy.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Nori Chris, and I'll be Nori Nediam tonight. I'm a stealthy explorer who likes to infiltrate. And after breaking into a graveyard, the trust might be a little bit in question.
Hi, I'm Nat, and I play Riven, who is a tough warrior who rages, who is definitely not going to put every member of this team in Sky Jail for being completely dishonest.
After those trustworthy introductions, really?
At least I'm honest.
I
I know, no, exactly. I'm the only one that isn't in Sky Jail.
It's like, well, I'm going to be upfront about robbing you. Yep.
It is Sky Jail where Lockhart simply wants to be, and that's why he's doing this.
It was like a
Depends on
tax
who
break
by the
up there.
ankle.
Like, so, yes. Anyway, that's the gang. What do you remember from last time?
Grave robbing. That I was part of.
We didn't steal
No, we'd not. Correct.
a lot.
Grave
Did not.
touching?
grave touching.
Attempted?
We definitely did grave touch.
We did look at some graves. Grave watching.
Grave watch.
Like
Knowing
window
Myr'ra,
shopping?
Grave
she might have
scanning.
licked something that she wasn't supposed to. I wasn't there anymore.
We found out a very important piece of information that around the area they grow melons.
Mhm.
Melon.
Very vital information, yes.
Yes.
There's suspiciously fey flowers being grown outside the mayor's house
Yes.
by the
Vampire
large armoured
mayor.
person who won't take their armour off.
Sir Ethan.
Face we
Yeah.
have not seen.
He's cool. He's cool. He's fine. He's cool. Don't worry about it.
That's Riven's husband, how dare you?
Excuse me.
Riven's adopted a child and doesn't realise it yet.
Do what, the
No,
party?
the dad's still alive. If anything happens to the dad, however, Riven might adopt a child.
And dog.
It's funny you say that, because
Oh,
Please no.
dear.
I have to get home, and I'd have to explain to my wife why I've brought home a kid. Just like, so this is ours now.
Congratulations, it's a boy.
You were only away for 3 months.
And a dog.
And a dog.
I'm not convinced Riven's already done this and brought home like orphaned kids to the house. And it's like,
Wife's like,
these
nope.
are ours now.
Nope. You're only
Follow the
allowed.
others.
You're only allowed 2.
unless you want to pick one of the others to get rid of.
Yeah. It's like ciphers, I guess. Then you can only have, or you'll lose one at random.
Let's
And
do
when you
it.
hit combat, you throw them out.
Oh dear.
Come on.
Go!
I mean, the Cypher system really likes ciphers, so maybe children are also ciphers. So not objects per se. So anything else from last time you remember besides, those?
We met the new captain.
Captain Forno.
Or no, he seems like a cool guy. We quite liked him. He was a pretty chill guy.
Yep, yep. I'm sure the
we
name.
went-
What was
Never
his
made it
name?
into the house though.
Yeah, Stolt.
Looks like they're
Forno
preparing
Stolt?
for stuff.
I can't remember if Stolt was his first name or his last name. Forno Stolt. Stolt Forno. One of those. That was the
Yeah,
commander.
I just have Forno written.
That must have been his last name then. Yep.
But he was a pretty chill guy. We had a good talk with him.
Yep. He was pretty chill. He had a lot of respect for Samda as well. Yep. And generally his position is quite comfy in it. So
Oh, I tell a lie. No, Commander Forno Stolt.
is that what it is?
Or no.
I'll take your word for that.
Then we headed to the graveyard. We met the son of Sanda.
Samda.
Samda. We met her son. Took us
Sir
to her
Jack.
grave. Sir yes, sir.
Sir Jack, yeah.
Sir Jack.
Mhm.
There was some tinkering done to the grave. Riven has removed the
Right.
child and went back to
Breaking
the
it.
entrance with them and left this group to do the rest.
Yeah, you've investigated the kind of very like elaborate and opulent looking mausoleum that had
Silver adorned as well.
yeah, so the big heavy door had like lots of etchings in silver all over it. And Nori, the skilled
Explorer.
Jerdimon, yeah, made their way in, and then we had both Myr'ra and Myr'ra having a perusal magically at the sarcophagus.
Sarcophagi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you concluded that Samda is probably in their armor. I think that's what the takeaway from that was. And then you tried to summon a
Talk to
spirit.
her.
Yeah. And how did
We
that
could
go,
tell
Dylan?
Someone was in there with armor.
It was spicy.
Yeah, but before we get into like that, so yeah, the something that you got from my memory was everything that seemed to match Samda. So female, armor, like roughly like interred so many weeks previously, like all the things that kind of tick Samda RIP. Most likely clad in their armor. And yes, Dylan, how did Myr'ra get on trying to summon that spirit?
It was magically protected and it attacked.
Yep, big flash of white light, seemingly to block magical manipulation. So, you're allowed to look but no touch, apparently. So, after that, you managed to seal up because Nori was so skilled he could make the place look like you had never been in, which was good. And you headed all off to take Jack home to his dad's melon farm. I believe that's where we pretty much left off, with you heading back to meet
Cleft. Is his
Yep.
name.
Yep.
And the dog is called Melon.
Yes.
Melon dog.
You can tell the kid named it, can't you? So, yes. And yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to cover. Again, my brain's so programmed to do goals at this stage, even though I haven't done that for ages. But here we are. So I think the goal primarily is, I guess for MD just tuning in at this stage, God help you, and also Alexander, do you want to tell the people at home why we're here, why the party were assembled, the kind of outlier for the...
So there has been rumors reaching the capital that of this town, people are simply not quite dying. Inconsistent exactly what is going on. Seems to be some people are dying, maybe some aren't, hard to say. So a group has been assembled, exactly by who, and then all given various reasons that they should do it, and so that has led to 5 of us now in
Loudon Hall.
Loudon Hall. That was
Yes.
it. Oh yeah.
Yep.
So Loudon Hall. See, I've got Denk Mark.
So
written down,
Denk,
but
Denk is the country, Denk Mark
Yeah.
was the capital, Queen Loudon Dugal, recently married, is the queen. King Consort was who basically okayed all of you getting hired, but he never put the list together because he obviously struggled putting a biscuit in his mouth. So,
Yeah.
as we've seen.
Handles beer quiet. Well,
Yeah. And diplomacy, excellently.
yes, yeah.
Yep, you were sent here. It's nearly Queen Loudon's birthday soon. This is her hometown, Loudon Hall, named after her. And yes, you are sent here to mitigate any potential embarrassment to the crown and keep this as quiet as possible. No collateral. And as Alexander was very, very happy to remind the party last week, by any means necessary. So, yeah.
Samda Perron?
Yeah, Sander Perron. Yep. Cleft Perron, Samda Perron, and it's Sir Samda, like Captain of the Queen's Guard, Sir Samda Perron, I think was her full title.
Yeah.
Yep, and she died in the line of duty according to what people say.
So we know, I think we assumed that was Cleft's name.
Yes.
So we're still ambivalent on exactly potential relation of Samda.
Yeah, because you were wondering if there was some connections between maybe her and the Queen because of the burial.
Got
Yeah.
a very nice tomb.
Yes.
While the Captain of the Guard obviously very important, it's kind of odd that it's not in
In the capital. Normally they would have been
It's not
interred
in
in
the
the capital as a point of honour. They'd have been like,
She's back home.
She's
because
back at her husband,
yes.
or is it also her?
Exactly. So perhaps the city records may be of use again. Wonder who has those. The mayor, perhaps. Everyone's friend.
Who's a vampire? Who's just tuning in, by the way.
Yes, the mayor played by definitely.
Big breach of paperwork.
Yes. Lawrence Wellenbowen-esque vampire mayor. Remember his name? Anyone? Yes.
Three
Count.
Count.
Comte Duval. Was it Comte Duval?
Comte
Count
Threem.
Three.
So Dugal is the Queen's new surname.
That's it.
Yes. So Douglas Dugal is the king consort that you've met. Queen Loudon Dugal is her new title, and yes, it is Comte Threem, the mayor.
Just gonna stick with.
Yeah, Mayor Threem. Yeah. I can't remember if he said this in the first session or not, but like he did say his friends call him KT.
I don't think so.
No,
Well, he's
we're definitely not friends.
He doesn't like it.
So yes, that was the setup. He's made it here into Loudon Hall after some negotiations about horses and bandits, and then in no time at all, he's made it into Loudon Hall, and he's witnessed some guy get stabbed in the neck and die. So that was well, I believe Alexander's like, well, job done. Yep.
The
So
people were
That's
quite
all
surprised
false.
that seemed to have happened.
Yes, it's
Including his good friends.
Yeah.
yes.
His friends. And the guy who did it seemed pretty like,
Yeah. So interesting events happening. Yes.
Yeah, Steve was the one that died.
Yes.
Friend of Daniel and Sally.
And was it Dave that had done them in?
Dave.
Yes.
Yeah.
Poor Dave.
They were all from the Bronze.
Ruined many people's days.
accidentally. Accidenta on purpose.
And let's hear you say this name, Alexander.
The Bronze main line gang?
Yep, the bronze maned line. Yep. Yep. And they seem to be of that gang. Yes. That seems to be the majority of the bandits here. Yep. So, with that in mind, you start approaching like the farmlands to the, again, further to the south of the town. Takes you quite a bit to get there because like the graveyard's relatively central in the town. So further to the south, so the way it would have been is, as I said, Denkmark was, the capital. You travelled south into the slightly warmer territory. As I said, you travelled for what was it, like 7 days? I think you made it.
Yeah, it was a week.
Yeah.
So you got here in a week, and then, which I think if you were walking that, like it's about 300 miles, give or take, which is a lot when you think about it. Apparently, so yeah. And well, like that might also be the horse distance though, 300 miles.
Yeah, I think that's riding.
So, which is, significant. I probably don't see this place 200 miles away, so I guess that's just terrain problems that slow that down a bit for it to be a week. But yeah, it's long enough away that it took us a week to get here. You have about 2 weeks left to solve this mystery and report back. What else was happening? I think that was the majority of it. But yes, I've travelled from the centre of the town. You head to the kind of outskirts. It's like more farmland area. The town defences, as it were, like the wall and stuff, are a bit less, not less maintained, but just less apparent here. It's a lot more open space. You do go through several gates, as you travel down, because you have left the wealthy area, which is to the north of the town, and you have headed through. So it's taken a good bit of the day. I think by the time you got to the graveyard, it would have been about 12:01, I think. So it was the afternoon of the day. You've probably spent an hour there, maybe less. Do you know what I mean? And then you have headed south. So it's getting on. It's getting on to the evening. And you approach, and Jack's been babbling to any questions that was asked of him. Dog's been barking and looping around people's legs as best it can with its, 3 good legs at least. And I guess to save us on the paperwork of what you discuss on the way to the farm, you just somehow approach the farm. It has been enough travel time. We are there. And Jack indicates that he wants down Riven.
Gently settles him on the ground.
Yep. And just eats. And then, yes.
Eat the child. Need his tail.
And then, so Jack and Melon run off, and Melon stops after 2 seconds of them running away, turns around, barks at you a lot, circles, chases the tail a bit, and then runs back after Jack. For whatever reason, the dog was making note. And then, they run down the kind of cart tread path. So it's just 2 kind of lines in the grass where obviously cartwheels would have made the road. Doesn't look particularly wealthy, not like what you would expect someone that can afford that mausoleum. So you can all just at a glance tell they definitely didn't pay for it unless somehow they had money. So even if there was a payment made in the event of Samda's death too, Cleft, wouldn't have paid for that mausoleum. Not with the silver, or getting that approved to be in the city. Or the town. I'm going to call it a city for some reason, I don't know why, it is a town. So, yeah. These are all, I guess, just at the outskirts of the farm. Jack and Melon run off, obviously home. You can see the melon fields in all their glory. What's the plan, gang?
I think Riven will turn because she probably made very good note not to talk about what they were doing to the mausoleum while she had Jack on her shoulder this whole time. So what are we asking? What did you find?
We found it was surprisingly, magically guarded.
We could tell that someone was definitely inside that would have matched Samda's description, in broad strokes.
They magically protected it so you couldn't. And I don't think even Riven means it. She kind of looks at Nori for a second, get into the sarcophagus, or was it just you trying to speak to her?
Likely both.
Once the spell was triggered, we thought better than to push our luck and decided to leave and make it look as though we weren't really there.
I think Lockhart will be looking at the melon farm and doing that, calculation, trying to think of just seen any other notes of the Peron family, being yep, nope, that's not where that Would Lockhart be able to make a guesstimation on relative value of the farm?
Compared to what?
Other things in the town. So, is this someone that is like a tenant of the area, or is it someone that probably owns the farm, or is this?
Yeah, like you can make like an appraisally type roll if you want, like some kind of like roll that way. Yeah, go for it. Be an intellect roll, I am assuming, is evident.
Yeah.
Just a speed roll, running count all the melons. Like
Every row has 20 and there's 9 billion rows, and then the different species cost this different amount of money. Head explodes.
So how would one do that?
Right, so do you remember that you click on your intellect because you don't have any skills relevant to this, do you?
I don't think so.
Well, tell us what they are. What are your skills? And we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, light weapons.
While Alexander's working that out, Chris, did you manage to update your character sheet between sessions so that
I have done
the details
some. There might be bad, but yeah.
Yep, just when you were missing like
Yeah.
a third of your abilities. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, it's persuasion, falsehoods, and detecting lies and things. That's Lockhart's skill. So
Okay, that's fine. So it's an intellect roll. Are you spending effort?
no.
Fine.
So difficulty none. Just
Or unknown, is that an option? Was
Yep,
it on the?
exactly.
Yep. Because the better you do in this scenario, the more I can give you, basically.
yeah, and using my spyglass to try and accurately determine the size of the area.
Why not? Taking the full scope of the melon farm. Well.
Yep, it certainly is a farm.
I think I stand by my earlier statement where all of you at a glance can tell they did not afford the mausoleum. So things you could work out, right?
Note to self: learn about melon farming.
So 2 things. 1, if he owns this land, he's comfortable. Like could replace a horse if a horse, died, but not necessarily replace the farm. Do you know what I mean?
If the farm died, yeah.
Yeah. So farms can die. That's the thing that can happen.
I suppose, yeah.
Yeah.
Here come the locusts.
So.
Hopefully not at the moment.
Oh God! Imagine they became
Undying locusts.
Campaign title 2. So yeah, we'll circle back to that one though after the next campaign. So that's one thing. If not, whoever owns the land is probably quite wealthy if they're not even using it themselves. So potential wealthy patron, or could be from family line, could have been gifted. There's any number of things this could have been, but either they're comfortable enough that if if one disaster happened to the business, they'd be fine. If 2 or more, it would probably be bad. As long as business moves forward, they're good. But it is not anywhere close to buying a mausoleum laden with silver and having high level enchantment ward things on them. Yeah.
What are we here to ask this man? Precisely. Keeping it sensitive if we can.
If we can. What we would like to know is if the sadly fallen captain's death was anything to do with what is going on here. Could be that it has nothing, but feels there's more to this than is met the eyes so far.
You're asking the nature of her death.
No one else has been able to tell us so far. I think it could be worth knowing if there was any strangeness about it.
Asking, and I have a feeling that the Queen paid for it, but asking who paid for such an elaborate place of rest.
I think that would make sense, but it's worth getting answers for sure.
Yes, and why she chose to rest there? Plenty of spaces at the capital.
And on the farm.
Last request.
Exactly what would drive her to that decision?
I mean, we didn't exactly check all the gravestones. She could have had family there. That it be close to parents or something that we don't know. We'd have to ask her widowed husband
We
if...
know.
Yes?
Do we know her family name before marriage?
To ask the husband, I fear.
And yet if she had connections here, other than her direct family. These seem like big questions.
I realize I'm actually trained in knowledge of law.
Okay.
And the land. Law of the land, sorry.
I was going to say, the law and the land are very different topics. The land would have helped you as well.
All right. Lockheart, I fear you should lead this.
Oh, not to worry, I'm sure. If nothing else, then simply our condolences of tragedy. And I'm sure left will appreciate knowing that the sovereign monarch is on their way and will likely be paying respects at the end. But we need to make sure that all goes smoothly.
Myr'ra, my dear,
Yes, Riven.
you didn't try to talk to her. If the husband asks, you tell a lie and you say you didn't try and cast magic on his dead wife, okay?
Are you saying that he wouldn't want me to shepherd her soul?
Not without his express permission first. He doesn't know you.
So I should ask.
You should ask if you would be allowed to. The answer might be that's already been done. But yes.
Very well.
Just
I did not try to ask her yet.
they're doing very well. We all are.
Riven like puts that
Thank
wee thing
you.
that's like shuts off the audio like part of her mask, because obviously it's got little vents that she can close over. Just screams inside it for 10 seconds and goes, "You're doing very well."
Screams into the void.
I know. Riven's helmet's like forever down at the back of her head, but it does look kind of like almost like a kind of like beak/maw sitting at the back of her neck at all times. Whatever the helmet looks like, it probably looks like an animal trying to eat her head.
I'm very much imagining like guts from Berserk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some like that. Riven is very much based off of Striga, Guts, and Artorias.
Okay.
So yeah. You got the vein. I love it. But Riven will just kind of gesture as if you go first. We'll bring up the rear.
Yeah, Lockhart will start heading over.
Nori, no sticky fingers.
Lockhart will just like look over at Nori and just then look back.
I'll make you a deal, Nori. No sticky fingers, and you get to keep the map that I know you still have of mine. Red?
Okay. For how long?
I'll tell you when and when you can't. I believe you have a moral compass. I'm just asking you to
Still
look
that
into
too.
mine.
Oh,
You are
dear.
hiring a thief to not thief.
Reaches
steal
into his
from-
equipment cache and pulls out a compass.
Not from these people, and preferably not the vampire, because I have a feeling he probably has eyes built into the ceiling, and I really don't want to find you with no skin.
Oh, I should put this back then.
Nori.
I'm joking. I'm only joking.
Oh, get moving. Now.
Riven's just gonna have a bindle with the party in it. Like,
I wouldn't be able to carry it as well.
it's gonna be like that scene in, what is it?
I need
Return
you
of
to
the
do this
Jedi?
so you can come out of the bag just then.
Everybody captured in the Ewok nets. Height swap them all though. Okay.
If he did skin you, I would take good care of you.
Is that
I just looked at
comforting
Nori for
or?
that one, like. There's where we lie now. Is that what you want to do? Is this what you want to do?
Promises, promises, promises.
Lockhart, you were saying.
There would be a, as Riven's saying this, Lockhart will be having a look at Nori. You know, nothing, no expression, just.
Definitely not dread. Definitely not dread.
Well,
Yep. So, use approach. Lockhart's leading the charge. Riven's taking up the rear. Probably the best option because having like a 7'8" like armored tank that just march down to a farm early evenings not amazing really for anxiety, is it?
Although it would hide our numbers very well.
Yes, it would. So yeah, you like head down to the farm. Like the door's closed. There's clearly light coming from inside. You can see now that you're closer. There's still a bit of daylight left, so it is just like, we're getting towards dusk, but we're not there yet. So yeah, Lockhart, you going in? Are you knocking? Are you shouting? Like a porch type thing?
Yeah, I think knock and Mr. Clefts.
Thank you,
Mr. Cleft Perron.
You hear like some movement from inside. You hear the dog barking. And you can see the dogs like jumping up at the inside of the door. And you just hear like a slightly more masculine, gruff voice be like, "Get out of the way, dog!" And then the door gets opened and the dog just runs out past. You just hear him like mutter to himself like "moonless nights" as he's like clearly output by this dog. And then he like opens and looks up and then kind of takes in the group. Like his eyes go that wee bit wider. He's like, "Evening." Holding the door quite, you can, MD with a good eye, seeing the slightly white of his knuckles as his grip on the door is that bit tighter.
Good evening, Mr. Cleft Sander. My name is Lockheart, Dourf. We very happily met your son, Sir Jack, I believe. And he was very kind enough to bring us over so that we could meet you in person.
He shakes his head a bit because you can tell he's tensed up a little bit when you called him Cleft Sander. And then when you mention like Sir Jack, he turns like his head slowly. And he's like, "Boy, what have I told you about talking to strangers and running off from the farm?" And like he's obviously like having his repeat fatherly chat. And you just hear like Jet in the background be like, "They're not strangers." And he's like, like one of them's Riven.
He just kind of.
Yeah, like gesture to Riven. Like, yes, and please let me introduce probably starting Riven and Nori and Myr'ra. We are all here. Some of us actually even were we knew of your sadly departed wife. I come from the capital, you see.
You sound it.
Oh, very kind of you.
He like clears his throat, and you can't tell if it was him stymieing a laugh or getting ready to spit. Like, he's definitely hard to read that way.
We wanted to make sure that Jack got home safely, so we came with him, but we would like to offer our sincere condolences over the tragic loss of captain of the Queen's Guard.
He kind of like gives you a look. It's like a more like maybe a less defensive look that time. And he goes, "Well, boy will run off. Thanks for ringing him back. Don't have much to offer in way of a." He kind of chuckles to himself. Finder's fee.
And Lockhart will give that sort of chuckle. And he's like, "Oh, I'm sure some of our more outdoorsy companions would all agree it's all very healthy for the child's upbringing and being able to see a bit of the world, and he seems to be able to look after
Are you a
himself
parent
very
yourself?
Oh, very not this time.
And you're willing to give a man parenting, advice on his doorstep?
He was trying to protect his mother's grave.
And his eyes dart to you, and then he kind of like, his face changes. He's like trying to be like grumpier looking, but also maybe that's just him trying to put on a front of a 7'8" armored tank. And he goes, "Have you eaten?"
Oh, we have plenty of provisions, and we are staying in the town. We would not want to impose upon yourself.
You brought the boy back. You've offered condolences for my wife. Be rude if I didn't. And he just like opens the door and just stands there.
Wow, that would be very kind of you. My absolute honor and pleasure.
Like Jack is looking around the door with the biggest grin in his face. So yeah, Lockhart heads in. Do you all head in?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Joke's on you, it was Baba Yaga the whole time. No.
Roll initiative.
I was gonna say, yeah, house runs away. It's always
I'll do like kind of like scanning the house.
Yeah.
Is there any like magic things? Like any like
give me like a perception
seals
roll.
the door?
Oh, do you mean like a? You mean like you want to try and vibe the magic?
Mm-hmm.
You're not just looking for like is there a?
Oh no, I mean like a seal at the door. Like there's a seal at the.
Okay, yeah, do you
sarcophagus.
want to give me some, so it won't necessarily be, it can be perception at a glance, but if you're trying to vibe it, any kind of magic-y skill you've got as well.
Magic training?
Yeah, that'll do. Yep.
Difficulty 0?
Unknown, yep, for now.
Unknown,
Because
yeah.
again, we can scale this if we need to. Well, hey!
Cool.
So, Alexander, that's probably more like what you'd want to roll. Just,
Oh, that's what I was
yeah.
bringing on.
That's what I wanted to do.
It's because you're so used to the 2d20 system where you want ones, that's what it is.
Yes,
That's the problem. Yeah, there's like you like extend like your occult vibe senses out and there's nothing. It's like like maybe the slight chill of the evening air is creeping in, but this is the south, so it's still a bit warmer than like the capital. But no, absolutely nothing. You'd be quite confident that there isn't like a seal anywhere here.
Okay.
Yep. Cool. So I'm assuming with that Myr'ra was the last in. It's like they just kind of stand in the doorway and just like just start like touching
Resting.
the door, rubbing their head up and down.
Yeah.
Yep.
Stealthily.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Well, you're behind Riven, so it's fine.
Everything is done behind.
Yeah. Oh my. So, moving swiftly on, yous are all like led in. The like main room you enter has like a big kind of hearth fire in the middle. So you can tell like this is maybe where like some of the money would have been spent if like this place was built. It's clearly built around having like a big warm main room. Like at one side, there's like a bunch of like fur skin type things at one side, so it's a bit like a kind of lounging type area. No furniture as such. It does look, we're almost 70s like den level of fur pit near a big open fire at one side where the chimney goes up. There's then, as I said, a central part where it's got like little almost cushions around like a rectangular like bed of fire. So that's where like the cooking and stuff happens, and there's like a couple of I can't remember what they're called, but where you hang pots over fires, those little metal things. And yeah, like a bunch of cupboards and stuff for the kitcheny type things. So that's like the main room that you're in. Like the fire in the middle's on, the one at the chimney isn't. And you can tell like they're clearly cooking something. There is definitely a smell of like cooked fruit, I guess, in there. It's probably like the most kind of pungent thing that hits your nostrils. And then just a very excited Jack and Melon and Clef trying to like get them to sit in one place as he's like moving around, and he gestures vaguely to like the kind of seating. So you could all sit around the big long kind of rectangular fire and like just like basically kneel there. And that's like where you could eat, because there's enough of a like stone wall around it that you could set a plate and stuff on it. So obviously it doubles as like a table and stuff. Big fancy cooker, basically. Yeah. And this is obviously like, you maybe get something like this in a castle kitchen as well. It would be bigger and obviously fancier in a castle kitchen, but this is definitely like someone that's maybe worked in a castle before has seen this. So Samda has maybe came back and been like, Cleft, what we need one of these cookers. Like, this is, I've saw it in the castle. Yep. Every day in the capital has one. Yeah. So, and with Samda's money, easily could add that to the house, no bother, right? I mean her actual wage, right? Not like her insurance money, if you will. So yeah, these are all kind of like sat around, I guess.
Lockhart might sort of use that to start getting things going and being sort of like, oh, Riven, this takes me back to some of the time spent around the castles and particularly the Great Keep. Or is this more of an addition? Don't think I've seen any of these in Loudon's Hall yet. Sort of asking to left.
And he's kind of like half shouting something at Jack, who's like muttering away, like tugging at him, as if he's like desperate to sit next to Riven. So he's like clearly like asking Cleft where he's allowed to sit, blah blah blah. Riven's gone.
Disappeared.
Vanished. I will pull them back. Did you AFK?
Apparently.
I don't know if that was deliberate or not, but I think if you time out and haven't spoken a certain amount of time, you get moved. So we've learned that today. But it does mean your mic isn't randomly transmitting now.
It still shows green around for me.
Just perma green.
Same.
Yep. But yes, so like before Jack answers you, he's like, away, and he shoos him, and Jack looks a bit sad, and he's like, let's go, Melon, and like they go
Did
through.
I hear him asking about me?
Oh yeah, easily. This like the room's big, but it's not like you can hear everything that's going on in the room. It's
she'll kind of pull out her cape, so it's kind of sitting next to her for a space, and Jack, space for you. Come join me.
He looks aside and he goes, not now. And Cleft points away. So like Jack and Melon go to like wherever their room is in the back of the house. And then Cleft kind of looks at you, Lockhart, and says, well, built that myself. Quite proud of it, to be honest. Also, like, Cleft's probably played by Pedro Pascal. Like, that's probably, a good visual for Cleft. Maybe a bit more of a slightly unkempt beard. Definitely more recently unkempt.
Oh, well, your talents would be valued greatly in the capital, I must say. This is, fun. Very, very skilled workmanship here.
Kind of like, can tell he's maybe too proud to say thanks, but quite clearly pleased someone has said that, right? Like that kind of, thanks, but also, yeah, fuck you for saying nice things. Like, yeah.
There's a
I
lot
don't
of
need
feelings
your-
he's trying to process.
Yeah, because I mean, like, really, he's dealing with a bunch of randos in his house, right? And also, like, they're talking about like his recently dead wife, and yeah, you know, he's also a bit worried about his kid hanging around with a 7'8" person. Like, yeah, that he definitely cannot take. Do you know what I mean in a fight? Yeah, I mean, if he built this himself, though, it is good, and like it is something that, like, craftsmanship-wise, like with a bit of work under like an actual like master like craftsman, could polish up well enough to be used in like a noble's house. Maybe not the the crown, like the actual palace itself, but definitely nobles would pay good money for that with a bit of work. It's not far off being damn good. Also, my pen got stuck on my what the fuck. Like,
Haunted. Everybody's haunted.
There's no magic here.
yep. Do you know what the worst thing is?
You die.
It's not. I'm not even left-handed. Like, it's. You write
Not
like this.
convenient.
How the fuck? Anyway, so yeah, Clef does that. He starts serving some kind of pie thing that he's made. So there's like crust and like again that warm fruit smell is hitting you. And then he kind of sets it out, and it's like you get a slice of pie and like some kind of bread kind of thing with it as well. He kind of sets it out for everybody. It's like wasn't expecting as many.
Expecting
your
anyone.
The boy, the dog.
hospitality is most appreciated.
He sits at the top of the table and does that kind of like finger like pyramid thing as he's kind of like just. He hasn't served himself. He is just there, kind of like waiting to see what happens next from the random strangers asking questions.
Myr'ra happily takes her piece and begins eating.
Yeah, it clearly tastes of some kind of melon pie. I'm sure we're all
Yummy.
shocked by this. Yeah.
How could this be?
Mm-hmm.
It's strawberry.
Magic.
We are talking about the fruit melon and not the dog's leg. They're not that
Correct.
hungry
Yeah,
now.
it's not the dog. Yeah, it's not dog pie. Yes. But yeah,
Suddenly John
Sorry.
Wick happens.
so like Lockhart, after he served that and he was talking to you obviously about looks at you were saying it was good work, he says, Thamda wanted me to move to the capital. Said I would get a job, no bother. Work with my hands. Pretty good, but would mean giving up the farm. Kind of shakes his head a bit as if that was never going to happen.
You grew up here?
Family's farm.
Well, I can't say I blame you. It's very nice. The climate perhaps is more suitable down here.
Okay, nods. Yep. Capital's cold. More ways than one.
Oh, yes. Yeah, yes.
Is your wife from this town also?
Okay, nods. Yep. All hard days as well.
I'm just going
How
to say
did
that's
you
like
meet?
out of character.
Yeah, yep. You can
When
do
are
your
we-
like. When are we doing
When
the
are
big?
we bringing up the dead people problem?
God, I was just about to,
Yeah.
subtly.
Gets his pipe. I've been dead for
Bring up.
20 years. No.
Uh-huh.
Speaking of her, could we speak to her?
He kind of like his brow furrows a bit like, and kind of like his mouth is open though, like, and he's like, I'm a
I was told to ask.
right.
Myr'ra is a shepherd for souls. It is her job to send people to
A cleric.
rest effectively.
No, the church has already seen
No.
to that. And he kind of looks to you, Nori, like, what?
I think I'll let Myr'ra explain that. Not really a cleric.
He looks confused and looks around at everyone for an answer.
I simply wanted to make sure.
Make sure of what?
The church did a good job. My methods are different than most.
You can see him like trying to like have a thought, and he's like, "What do you mean wouldn't do a good job? What would?" He kind of like shrugs. Like you can tell like he has a headache now, trying to process whatever is going on. Like he doesn't have enough knowledge of how everything else works to be like, why wouldn't they have done a good job?
I have my own methods, and they're much preferred, in my opinion.
Right? Or what would be the difference between what the church did and what you would do? You said you wanted to speak to her? How is that possible?
My methods?
Narrows his eyes a little, skeptical.
I can bring her soul if she's stuck in the in-between.
Kind of like raises an eyebrow. The where?
It's all very confusing to people who haven't experienced it. Would you like to see it?
And he kind of looks like quite worried as like demeanor changes, and he kind of leans back a little bit, maybe like unconsciously, and he goes, "No, I don't think so. That sounds like something best left to the church." And he says that like with all the subtext. He means like maybe you should stop doing that.
Myr'ra looks to Riven.
I did the thing.
Is this usually what happens when you ask for permission?
They are entitled to say yes or no.
She looks like mildly distressed. Like this is so inefficient. Like,
Did you get to say goodbye to the captain?
And he kind of like, I said my goodbyes at the funeral.
Would you have liked to have said more?
He kind of like, he goes to speak and takes like a breath as if catching his word. And he clears his throat and he goes, I think any husband worth his salt would want to have more time with his wife. Whether or not they should. Whether or not it's natural. Kind of like nods solemnly at that.
In truth, if the captain died a good death and was content the way things were, then I believe the religions would have allowed her to pass on to her final destination. My friend here can check that, and if it's not the case, you may be able to say goodbye in a more personal manner.
Kind of like, I mean, you can probably tell this guy seems conflicted, right? Like, he's clearly very geared towards the answer no, but what person wouldn't want more time with a recently passed loved one, right? So you can see that's going on in his face. It's like, no, I'm sure the church did right by her. Enough money was spent on it, at least.
So
He actually just looks at you and shrugs. He goes, I thought the mayor.
Why would you think the mayor?
It was his,
Were they?
and he's like, well, they let us have the land in the graveyard, and they were the ones that put in the request for me with the crown to move Sam to here. She was meant to be buried in the capital. Or like interred, maybe, in the capital. That would probably, yeah.
Oh, were they close? The mayor and Captain Sander?
Kind of like shakes his head like, don't think so.
am I right in just like interpreting that he said there that he wanted her brought home and the mayor helped facilitate that?
Yes. Yep.
Right, okay,
Yeah.
so it was the husband that asked for this.
Yep.
Okay.
Seems to be. And it does look like Sanda should have been interred in the capital. With all the other, like, captains of the guard or whatever, all the, like, the official, like, you know, all the people of note get buried in the fancy places.
But with the help of the mayor, the husband's got her here.
Mhm.
Okay.
Which is, as far as Lockhart can tell, that's a lot of clout. Because that would also look weird that the captain of the Queen's Guard didn't get buried or, like, interred with, you know, in wherever that is within the palace grounds somewhere.
Well, and you half the higher ups are other vampires.
Everybody's a vampire.
No,
You should
no.
really join their ranks.
Nandor, no. Stop it, put it down.
I mean,
Getting out of my coffee.
did we see, you know, which way was the sun setting when he opened the door?
The right way.
Anyone see his teeth? Just
Again, they're tricking you because he invited you in.
yeah.
We're the vampires.
All these reverse vampires.
So
Imagine that was the twist. Used for
The mayor
vampires the whole
has-
time.
fey flowers in his garden and the stuff's covered in silver. And it now looks like the mayor paid for this. That's
Mm.
I don't like that.
It does check out though, because if you think about the money the mayor is saving from all those guards.
Mhm.
They have the one.
That one.
Maybe he's very expensive.
Which
He's
also then
probably
means
Fae after all.
put on, or he encouraged the church to put on magic that doesn't let things in.
It doesn't let people
Alright, for all we
manipulate
know.
magically, right? Remember, Myr'ra's spell worked to see in.
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
So magic did
Passively,
penetrate
yeah.
through the sarcophagus and technically brought information out, right? If we're being super technical about magic, which let's not be. And then, obviously, the attempt to summon the spirit caused all the runes over the coffin or the sarcophagus to activate. Yeah. Definitely magic
So-
way above Mara's pay grade as well.
So how would you encourage a church to do that? And for what reason? Like, I suppose you just say not to disrespect the captain or, give away state secrets.
Well, yeah, like think about it, right? As we talked about briefly, like necromancy is a thing in this world. It's just not common at all. Like you could tell someone the word necromancy and they wouldn't necessarily know what you were talking about. But people that are like magically practiced and studied enough would know of it. They might not be able to do it, but they would know of it. And they might just not want to do it because, like, what's the price of that, right? Like, that's, sometimes some magic is icky, right? You get some people that make that their entire life's work as well. Some people that obsessively they want to go into unlife, right? So obviously this world will be full of people that have different interests. The idea that the captain of the Queen's Guard isn't interred in the palace is a massive security risk. So random bandit with some necromancy being like with the same powers as Myr'ra could just be like, yo, Samda!
Tell me all this shit.
Right?
Yeah, what's the secret entrances to the...
Or you fight for us now.
Yeah, right? Like, yeah.
Mhm.
A fully
So
armed and
it's-
operational zombie.
It's she should have been buried in a place where she would have probably been eternally guarded. She's now not. What else can we put in place? Sans just having people standing in a graveyard all the time.
You can probably
Yeah,
rest
something
assured
like
that every day that was interred is also warded in the palace, right? It's just obviously
Yeah.
more common there rather than in the middle of a
Okay.
random town.
In the-
I think Lockhart would sort of try and wryly say, I'm sure that encouraged you to select the mayor in the next vote.
Kind of like cocks his head. It would.
Seems very personable. Clearly cares about the
Good mayor.
citizens of the town,
Looks after the town's interests.
and brings some of their greatest citizens home. What to respect.
Can tell like his maybe eyes are getting a tiny bit shaky. Like by your words there, and he's like, "Yep, that he did." Like sniffs a bit.
Gotcha.
He's doing his best to put his poker face on, right? But yeah, you can tell, like, he is appreciative that, as far as he's concerned, the mayor got Samda home.
The fuck do we broach the subject?
With all the tact you have done so far.
Yeah.
Just tell Myr'ra.
Yeah. Pass a note. Well, let's stay out of character for now. What is it you want to ask? Let's discuss that, right? What's the goal here, right? Before you finish your pie and have to leave.
Discuss, like, does he know about the whole, not undead issue, but people not dying issue?
What do we gain from that?
And then broaching the fact of, investigation-wise, it happened. Basically, was it the day she died or the day she got brought back?
It was like the records are hazy, but it was like give or take a couple of weeks of like the Samda being like interred. Yeah.
So her being interred and then this starting.
But again,
to happen.
it was very hard to track this because like how can you like old people are like, wait, why aren't you dead yet? Like, yeah, it's very obvious when like an accident happens and someone clearly should have been killed in the accident and they didn't die. And remember, I told you there's only a handful of those people because people got quite cautious after that. But as I said, other Ranul have died, as we mentioned as well, and you have witnessed that.
Or Steve.
So it's hard to track if she actually is the cause.
And we're still trying to find out whether it's everybody that's from the town that isn't dying. And why is she the last person that we kind of know of from the town that has died? We've seen somebody outside the town die, so we're still trying to get to the end of that. So
and you know Samda died outside the town.
But that's the other one. We don't know how she died.
Correct.
She died in the line of duty.
Uh-huh.
I'd quite like to know that, but how do you ask that?
But
that's what terrible manner.
I just don't think he would know is the issue, which is why he's not the one we need to ask.
I need to talk to the mayor.
That's not where I was going.
Were you thinking Samda again?
Yeah, obviously.
I think the implication
I'd be interested
is that our soul's already been sent and then it can't get called back. If I'm understanding the way the magic works, is like once their soul's been sent from the in-between to the next place, you can't rip them back out of that. So if Samda's gone, Myr'ra can't fix that.
Yeah, but is that
I wonder if that's a theological thing.
Yes.
Like, we've had a funeral, they've passed on, versus a magical, has someone talk to the spirit.
And how much
I think that's a religious debate.
Yeah.
Because like if they're going to inter her that hard, they're going to have the sense to send the soul.
There's not a lot of my kind.
The clerics, what I'm thinking about.
I would be interested, for once we're not, right here, to try it not next to the sarcophagus to see if it's a proximity issue.
If you're looking for objects that Samda had, you're in her house.
I were here. Well, that was going to be my next.
Yes, Nori? Are you still at the table?
my next conversation with Riven. Riven, is it time that I
Well, let's jump back into the
took something with us?
Yes.
Yeah. So
Riven will not accept that.
Myr'ra will.
You can ask him for something, but he is distinctly telling Myr'ra he does not want his wife drawn back.
Exactly. So we'll have to do it without him knowing.
He doesn't know the
Not a
magic
problem.
though. So you could ask for, Riven could attempt to ask for a memento of a woman she looked up to.
That was something I was thinking. Do we know? You mentioned she may have been buried with her armor.
Well, I definitely know that there's not many people Riven looks up to.
Very few.
Do we know if she was buried with her sword?
You just don't know that.
Exactly.
So is our current predicament just looking for something of hers?
It's among them.
Well, that
Okay.
so for that reason, Dylan, you're looking for an object so that you can attempt to summon her
Yeah.
away. Yeah, is that particular like option, that path?
Mhm.
It's not necessarily the one that everybody in the party supports, but it's definitely a way of asking Sam to something if it's the best chance at that, right? Using a focus object rather than.
Yeah. In that case, I would like to use premonition
Okay. Mm-hmm.
and just maybe like I can fluff it up
Okay.
as saying that like I suddenly got a whisper of something.
Yeah, we'll dress it up once we know what we're doing. So.
Cool.
What's the goal? What do you want out of the premonition? Like, so it says here.
I would like.
We'll read it for the folks at home. Do you want to read it?
Sure.
It's your ability.
Yeah. So I learn one random fact about a creature or location that is pertinent to a topic I designate. Alternately, I can choose to learn a creature's level. However, if I do so, I cannot learn anything else about it later with this ability.
Yep. What would the topic possibly be?
Just something of hers that would be strong enough for me to summon her with it.
Okay, yeah. So
Is
spend
I'd roll for it, right?
I mean, yeah, I think we should roll for it just to see again the gauge of like success for this.
And I spend my 1 because it's 2 and I haven't a single.
Are you going to spend effort?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Remember, do your discount at the end of your math, so add everything up and then take away your edge.
So 4 total.
Yep.
Or that I'm spending.
Yep, so 5, discount 1, 4, bam. And I think you're down some because of your earlier spells as well, because you've not rested yet. Yep.
I am at 2.
Okay, oh my god. You're getting a brain fog. So, unknown difficulty because we're going to gauge to see how it goes.
And then 1 effort to roll.
Okay. It's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, you can describe how this information comes to you once, I convey the matter of fact of it all. But you essentially are guided towards a place above the darker part of the room. So you're in the middle near the kitchen and where the door and stuff is, where the big hearth kind of table is. But where the chimney and all the kind of rugs for lounging, I guess, near the fire are, above the fireplace is clearly a very, very expensive looking sword. So maybe you're the only person that's facing that way.
I'll say that a spirit just so happened to pass by, saw my predicament, and went, there.
Nice.
And I suddenly I'll be eating my pie, and suddenly
And I think the way we're shooting this,
focus.
if it was like a camera shot, we're actually seeing it really close up to the sword blade and the reflections, the thing whispering in your ear way over at the table. And you hear the over there. And then you spot the sword.
What do I do with this knowledge now? Was that hers?
He kind of looks over you. So you gesture to the sword? Yeah.
I do.
Not just say that randomly.
And
Is that
it'll be
hers?
terribly timed. Is that hers?
Yeah. Just slightly offbeat everything you do. I like to believe if this was live action, you'd just be in stop motion half the time compared to everything else that's just normal.
Missing a few frames of animation.
Yep.
Yeah.
That would be a cool shot though. Everybody's animated in their own styles.
Skeletons.
Oh god, yeah.
Very multiverse.
Dragon's teeth. But yes, so he looks at it and goes, "Aye, it was. I was asked if I wanted it, and I thought, yep, why not? Practical. Kind of justifying it to himself, why he kept it.
Mm-hmm.
Boy can have it when he grows up if he wants."
Stop to ask that.
Yep.
Does it have a name?
And he kind of like shrugs and goes, if it does, it's not one I knew. Riven's like, Nori.
Yeah.
No, Riven is not like that. No.
Myr'ra is like that.
So I am just thinking, it's good. He's gonna notice when we pinch that, though.
Put bucket over his head.
Yeah.
This is not Skyrim.
God, this would be so much easier if she had a friendship bracelet.
Stupid Steve and Daniel being exclusive.
That looks like that
I'm
would fit
going
you
to
perfectly, Riven.
What?
The sword.
No, I didn't hear the first bit you said.
Oh.
What did Myr'ra say?
It looks like it would fit you perfectly, Riven.
Myr'ra just kind of like, she's obviously got her sword up to the side. She can't lean
Riven?
down with
Yep.
this bit of metal, and it is just guts as Dragon Slayer. It's just a slab of metal that she's sharpened on some sides. It's scarred. It's a mess. It is a glorified bit of metal. And she looks at it and then looks at what's probably quite a pretty sword.
It's definitely like the sword was definitely pretty. It is clearly like the best like craftsmanship, like the capital kind of sword, because it's the captain of the Queen's Guard's blade, right? But it looks like it's fought, like it's, you know,
It's got the damage on it
as
as
in
well.
whatever happened last has not been buffed out that sword.
Oh.
Because obviously after
think-
like a fight, if the sword got damaged, it would get fixed.
Mhm. But this hasn't happened.
Yeah. So
Is
that
it
probably
dented? Is it bowed? Is it melted? Like, what does the damage look
Would you
like?
like to
Yes.
roll and then see what you can glean from that? Because you notice it easy enough that it's battle damaged, but to gauge what kind of battle damage.
Okay.
Would you be able to tell if it was going to rust, for instance, if it wasn't looked after properly?
I don't think I have any skills that would help this at all.
Can I try this one?
Riven leans over to Lockhart. Remember that time you hung out with the...
If you have like your heavy weapon, medium heavy weapons, that's sort of a skill. It could be linked.
I mean, I have.
I know about weapons.
I have might weapon, like because I know weapon. I have a might weapon. All my skills are basically fighting stuff. So,
But
Riven
you're
isn't
not
great for
trained
this.
in your weaponry, right? Like you just are practiced, right? In your... Because now, like,
trained
you're
in
not...
might defense action, untrained in my weapon actually,
Yep.
which is.
But untrained just means it's a flat roll, it's not trained.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean there's a penalty.
So yeah, the only thing I'm trained in is might defense action, seeing through deception, and intimidation.
No,
which
like,
is doing none
so-
of these.
Defense action?
I was going to say, if you spend 3 intellect points, I'll let you roll under the the might defense skill. I'll let you buy that in, right? For like a what would I
Okay.
be fighting that would cause that? You know, I'll let you stretch that a bit because might defense is quite a tight skill for when you're getting attacked. But I think if you're willing to spend some intellect points here to actually have a
Okay.
chance at this roll to expand it a bit, yeah, it's fine. I think that's okay.
Okay,
I think
so
it's time I
use
tested
3.
Riven's honesty. Can we do something first before I do that?
Okay.
It might make it simpler. Right,
Well,
I'm
let's-
going to
yeah,
use
let's
one of my skills.
Okay. So let's talk out the
Let's do
plan
it.
first. We'll do a player agency, and then we'll see what happens in this scene.
So, the sword's up in the wall.
Right.
I'm going to bound over to it and say, "Oh, that's quite." After I do my roll, obviously, and it passes, hopefully, I will. Oh, there's quite a few dinks in that Riven. If the plans are to pass this on to Sir Jink, don't you think this would be rusted by the time he's old enough to maybe train with it or use it? Up to you, my dear.
Riven wouldn't lie if she believes otherwise. I'm going to tell you that right now.
So
If you had damaged a sword, would you buff it out and clean it up and oil it?
I would leave it to the dad to get that done. Because it's theirs. Unless we say, look, we know someone that can do it, which we don't.
I might be able to.
Oh!
That is an object. I can
We have
technically
the
fix.
best team.
There you go. Well,
I build good parties,
It's
okay?
Myr'ra won't notice that it's dented because it's not her error, but if people point it out that it looks like it's in need of repair.
Yeah, and like I think Myr'ra getting told where it is, Riven noticing the damage, and Nori being like always aware of what looks valuable. Like it makes sense that those people would specifically be drawn to the blade, right? I don't know how what you're doing does anything other than make it sound like you're wanting to take the sword, though. Nori. Like that's the only thing I think that's gonna just make it sound like.
Say we want to borrow it to fix it. We'll bring
Our
it back
attachment,
tomorrow.
our attachment to Sir Jenk, if this is going to be his legacy. I will play this out till.
I love that you're honouring this kid's like knighthood. He's clearly gave himself.
Okay.
I love it.
Damn right. He's going to walk in his mum's footsteps. He's going to be badass.
Yeah, we Jack and his trusty Squire Melon. Okay, but yeah, you could definitely say something to highlight that, but I don't know what it would do other than Riven rolling this roll anyway, right?
I take from the red number, don't I? Yeah, Mike. Oh God, I have very low.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was 3. You said, yeah.
Yeah. You can still spend, obviously, on top of that to do effort and stuff, and that cost is considered like your edge would still, if you had an intellect edge, would still discount it, etc. Like anything that takes from your pool, so long as like there's a, like you're spending it and you have a discount, that's the only thing it doesn't do is like it doesn't work as armor when you're taking damage to your pools.
Yeah.
So that'd be too good.
So difficulty just unknown.
Yeah.
Effort. I added 3.
Well, 3 was the cost to do it. Are you doing?
Yeah.
Are you doing a level of
No.
effort?
Nah, I've not got enough. Like that's eaten so much of my stuff. Like
Because it would be 6 intellect points, and then you don't have an edge, do you? In intellect?
No.
No.
Mine's is might.
It's just I know that our original draft of Rune did. That was all.
Yes.
Yes.
But she went
Yep.
tank. She went full tank
Yep.
mode.
So it would be 6 intellect. What's your intellect score?
8.
I mean, keep in mind, you can also, as an action, rest and then roll to recover. Like, at any point, you can do that.
Yeah.
Like, you have
So
4
down
rests a
to-
day. You haven't used any, and we're, like, nearly done with this day. So, just FYI.
Asset none. Cost 0.
Cost is technically 3, because that's what I'm making you pay to be able to do this. And then if it was effort 1, that would be 3 again, right?
Right. This probably isn't going to go great. No, it didn't.
Okay, it's alright though, like, difficulty like beats a
Oh,
4. Yeah, it's alright. Warped by heat is what it looks like, yes. Beyond that, you
I'll say-
can't really tell, obviously, but this looks like, well, out of the things in the world, what would Riven think would damage that blade that way?
Probably a demon.
Could be.
Something that uses magic, unless there's fire-breathing dragons totting around. It wasn't somebody with a torch.
Well, I mean, there is an entire race of draconics, yeah. Like,
So
Yeah,
it's something. Our brain automatically goes to something that wields fire
so
aggressively.
could be demonic, could be draconic,
Could be
could
Fae
be
as well.
fire wizard. Fae don't tend to use fire,
Right. Okay.
okay? Fae don't tend to use
So-
We're
fire.
narrowing it down.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Can you roll me a religion-based check just now, Riven? It's an intellect check as well. Let me know. And again, difficulty 0 for this one. This is just in case I can expand upon like your Riven's thought process.
Just unknown again, yeah.
Yep.
And cost
Is-
0.
But if the Fae and the demons weren't so chill with each other,
So,
Ooh, nice.
speaking of chill, demons are more likely to give you frost burn than a fire burn.
Okay.
Yeah. Demon fire is cold.
Right.
They deal with darkness and ice more than they deal with light and fire.
So it
Mm.
knocks out the demon and the fae, so it starts going draconic and people who literally wield
Again,
fires.
warped by fire is what you can tell. That doesn't actually rule out demons. Right?
Could have been ice fire.
Ice fire would shatter metal.
But that's what you get on your roll.
Riven will probably kind of caress her blade where it's got some scars going on it, as while she's looking at that and going, "What impressive much done to them."
He shifts uncomfortably right at that, because obviously that's maybe like hammering home maybe what has led to, you know, her being killed. But yeah, he just kind of like goes, there was none like her.
It up to her. It's a nightmare suit. Have that. It's the reason I am.
Gives you like a nod of respect, like, you know, a tight-lipped nod of respect that way, where he's definitely upset. And he says, well, I hope you do as much good as she did.
Can only but try.
And nods just more to himself.
You needn't answer this, but I have fought many unusual things in this world. I've been in my share of battles, but that damage on the sword. How did she? What did it take to fell someone as great as her?
He kind of, again, shifts uncomfortably. Can you roll? Can you roll a persuasion? Because it definitely needs a nudge.
Okay, that is just an intellect roll again, yeah?
Yep. This is what Riven gets for being like the most moral person in the party, that ends up the face of the party. Everyone's like, well, we all want crime, so...
We will lie, we will steal, we will get the job done, and then...
We've got your back from way behind.
I will put effort into this. I'm down to 1, but...
Can we help?
I mean, you tell me how you would try to help, and then let me know.
So mechanically, I'm trained in persuasion, but having that sort of leaning forward and that sort of getting that degree of understanding, we're just here to help and to pass our condolences. You know, it's that sort of just trying to make it feel like he wants to tell people about it.
Dylan?
Little tap on the knee.
Just the image in my head, I was like, you know, Myr'ra would actually like reach out and touch his shoulder.
Would you like to?
Wouldn't be good.
I love the idea, like, you know, Nori leans in like, what are you gonna do? Like, Lockhart's like, you know, it's just condolences, formalities, politeness, and Riven's like, don't need to answer, and Nori, Mara's like...
Yeah, in like the most awkward way. I'm willing to say that that's what happens if you fail your assist roll.
It's very
awkwardly eating pie.
Yeah.
Eagerly, like,
you drop some of the pie.
Goes for more.
Yeah, I'm trying to like catch it. Yeah. It's just going down my front.
I don't get any no asset. Unless that did count as
no assets, no. Nothing's helping there. But like, so if like, so you're adding 6 because Lockhart's trained in persuasion. So that's easing it twice, and a level's worth 3. So that would be +6.
Okay. Well, I've rolled already. Do you want me to roll again?
No, that's okay. So you rolled to 15, right? Is that the last roll that came up, or is it? I can't see the
12.
12.
I don't see that. Bear with.
Oh yeah, you've gone from the.
Oh my!
No, come back.
Please stand by.
Roll 20.
Don't leave us alone.
You're pretty important to this.
Apparently. Please stand by while we try to reconnect the GM. Right, so let me just close that, and then reopen that, and then try and get that to be the same size again.
You're back. You're back. You bet.
Yep. And then
your name's there.
Yep. And let's just move that back out. I think it was that far. and then scroll down. There it is. So
I got a 12.
that's going to be passing a. So we're adding 6 stats. That's an 18.
Mhm.
It's all right, right?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Mhm.
Thank you, Lockhart.
Yeah. So Lockhart, I need you to roll though to see if it does apply. So is it a 12 or is it an 18? Let's find out if you can contribute well enough.
So unknown.
You can also spend effort.
Yes, I think so. Don't think there's any assets there.
Unlikely.
We need to know because of tax reasons.
Is it a tax write-off for the crown?
Yeah. It's a donation from the state.
Yeah.
Technically, it's owned by the crown. And so that would be a cost 3 for effort.
No, so the effort should factor in the cost. This is just you rolling persuasion, so there's no cost to doing that. Unlike when Riven was using a defense skill to try and use it as a knowledge skill, like that's why I made Riven pay for that. You're actually using the skill for its intended purpose. So there's no cost to that. And you're not using any actual abilities, so unless you have any.
Well, how about I quickly cancel that? So, what I was wanting to ask you is, I have understanding as an ability. I'll put it in.
You would have to have done that first.
Yeah, that was something I wanted to ask. Is that something that it has to be the next one, or can it be held? I don't want to
well, what does it say? Your next interaction with that creature, like, so yeah, I do feel like we're drawing a line under like rest periods probably between that, because I feel like that's fair, and if we can justify enough effort narratively, like you've used this to help you gain blackmail material, that would become an asset, like a tangible thing, right? Rather than, do you know what I mean? Like, oh, I've got the documents that prove you were, at the docks at the time, and then, that wouldn't then just go away after a day. But if it's just you with knowledge of something, of a situation that you can capitalize on, I would say there should be a time limit to that.
Time limit, definitely. It was more the fact I didn't want to use it up on just being like, oh yes, lovely couch you have.
Yeah.
That's more, I didn't want to make it proc and disappear.
Yeah, the difference is though, if you just use your skill, you're using the task twice. At the moment, you're only using it once with that as an asset. Does that make sense? So, see if you've done that first, right? And then you added that in with your role. Like, here's how I'm really helping. I'd let you give the asset over, right?
Use the asset for using the help.
Yeah. Like, until the book tells me that's bullshit, I think that's okay, right? So, would you like to just spend your 1 point to do that? And we'll just add that in to everything, because you still need to roll anyway.
Yeah.
So
this gives me an asset on my roll.
This will give you an asset to help. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So effectively, it's going to add 3 to your roll for you to add 6 to Riven's.
But it costs me 1.
It'll cost you 1, but you have an intellect, do you not? Or is it a skill edge? Where was your edge?
Yeah, I have an intellect edge.
So it's nothing.
Okay.
But obviously, if you're using effort, your next one
then
will
that'll
still
cost 3.
Yeah, so you've used this, right? So technically an action would have been understanding, right? I'm kind of letting you do this at the same time as, this. So we're conflicting that. So your total cost if you're using effort is 3 plus the 1 from that, so your discount back down to 3. Make sense? Because technically there should be 2 separate actions, but you don't really have the time to do that. Learning the system.
Yay!
Again, look how quick that was to get to like some path. Like, I didn't have to look at a book.
The dice do not like me today.
Okay, so remember, you're adding 3. Oh no, we're not adding 3. That was already factored in with the asset, right? Well, I mean, technically that would bring the difficulty down, right? The asset would bring the difficulty down, so we are still adding 3 to that, because the asset wouldn't technically add to the numbers there, right? You rolled a 5 on your d20.
I rolled a 5, yeah.
Yeah, so if we add, so you did effort, didn't you, as well?
I thought I did, yeah.
So if you did effort and you have an asset, you're adding 6.
Okay.
Right? So your new number is what, 11? Is that right? 11.
Yep.
So you beat 3?
I think so.
Yep. So you beat a difficulty 3, that is. Because that would be a 9.
Okay.
On a dice, right? Perfect. So many numbers that we're not tracking. For anyone trying to follow at home, the level of difficulty, the number you need on the dice is 3 times that. So that difficulty 3 is a 9 for people at home. So your 11 beats a difficulty 3, but not a 4. Okay.
Yep.
So I'll let you add 3 onto Riven's, not 6 for that, I think, because I would say you've done reasonably well, but because you're a symbol of the crown, that's not ideal. For this particular, I was tempted to hinder it, but you've not thrown your weight around bureaucratically, so that hasn't rubbed him the wrong way. We're on the line though. So yeah, so you've not got an 18, you got, what was that, 15 now? For Rivens?
Yeah.
Yep, so your 12 got up to a 15, which is still really good. So you asked him, do you know how this happened? Because that's where we started with this journey.
Yeah.
Yep. Like, I'm glad my brain got me back there. I was like, wait, what was this even for? So, yeah, you're like, how did you know how this happened? He looks a bit conflicted. You've all leaned in to help. Even Myr'ra's there, like, there, buddy. And he goes, well, last time she was home, she said she asked permission to come home early so that she was travelling away on a longer trip. She's going to be away for maybe even up to 2 months, maybe longer, depends on how it went. I don't know much, but the only thing I know is she was escorting some waves vaguely to Lockhart, bureaucrats, to Caldera.
Caldera?
Yeah! Does everyone want to roll?
Well, I mean, it's usually a word for a volcano.
It is usually a word for a volcano, you're right.
Just an intellect roll?
Yep.
Just submit. Nice, Myr'ra.
Nice. Nice as well, yeah. Yep, it's pretty good. Okay, not bad. Obviously not super into this. Is maybe why you weren't sent on that mission.
Judy, why are you committing crime?
Oh!
Well, we got our first intrusion.
I know, right? It only took us like how many hours?
Hi.
And then, okay. Now remember, you can buy off GM intrusions with at 1 point of XP. However, we won't do that for now. That's not that exciting. It won't cost you some XP. So I can only see what you do when you upgrade your characters as well. Assuming we don't conclude tonight, that is. We're making good time. So, Myr'ra, sorry, nothing really comes to mind. Like, you know, it is one of the big capital city-states. And that's probably about as far as that goes. You know enough to know it's the demon capital. Remember I told you, like, hell is like a place, but hell is the slang term for it. Caldera is the city.
Okay.
Again, city, country, city, city-state. Like it's, you know, Caldera. It is so Lockhart, you've heard the name, but you know little of it other than, again, possibly some like similar info, but that's really about it. It's somewhere else, basically. But Riven and Myr'ra, like, is definitely in a volcano that has been tamed by the demons. They claim it was a gift from like the Devil Council, like where like all the high-ranking devils, like, you know, have decided this is where we will make our home because it's very inhospitable to other places. It's unusual because devils are considered celestial creatures, right? Or infernal, if you will, but like celestial on that level, right? Like they're like divine beings. Divine can be light or dark, right? However, demons are demonic or infernal. Again, that term, infernal, is used by people that aren't so learned. So demons shouldn't like it there if they primarily like cold and dark. The fact that it's a big volcano that's been like tamed is maybe something the devils are doing to keep, demons all okay. It's like, well, it's not going to go off because we're in charge. It's because we're in charge. So, for some reason, Myr'ra is the most clued in politically in how the devil and demon politics work, but the demons definitely are a second-class citizen in Caldera. The devils are first-class citizens in Caldera, and they rule Caldera. So, yeah. So, it would have to be a very important diplomatic mission to send the captain of the Queen's Guard. So, I'm not going to make you roll for that, but Samda wouldn't leave the Queen's side. It would be wrong if Samda left the Queen's side, unless there was an actual war on and she was needed.
Why was the Queen in Caldera?
Is a good question. GM intrusion, though.
Positively or negatively?
So, I will give you, I'm not going to rob you of the agency, right? Would you like to pay off the intrusion? Or are you going to see what happens? Because it is just one XP
I want to see what happens.
Okay.
Well, this is part of it. We've not been here before. So, I'll take the chance.
So, in amongst this, what did you try and steal in the house? Because you tried to steal something while everyone's comforting.
I couldn't resist.
Yep. Your compulsions took over. The perfect opportunity because everybody was consoling Cleft.
I'm going to say it's something small.
So it's something enough that's going to get you kicked out. I'll give you that much. But you can pick what it...
Another piece of pie, you monster.
The dog. The dog's in the bag.
The whole fire pit.
Imagine.
Now I feel like I've got to make it worth it. Nah. If you were going to ask me this on the way out the door, I was going to try and pick up a hairbrush or something like that looked enough of that there was still hair on it that wasn't.
Yeah, no, you could
jinxed.
so you could definitely steal try and I'm assuming it's Samda's hairbrush you're trying to steal.
I would hope so, yeah.
You can tell Cleft has not a melon yet, it's the dog's brush. Yeah. But no, you can tell Cleft has not been looking after himself in the last couple of weeks. He's clearly functioning, but maybe that's autopilot, right? This is maybe the first time he's properly spoke about this stuff. But yeah, so that happens, he shares that, and amongst that you've got Nori, who's slipped away to perhaps some kind of side table that obviously has no mirror. We know why, and it's got a couple of maybe Samda's effects on it, or at least things you're assuming are Samda's. And you pocket one, and he kind of clears his throat and brushes off his shoulder, Mara's hand, and is like, "I'd kind of like that put back." And I think we're done here.
Okay, player agency moment.
Mm-hmm.
Do we double down, or do we take what we've got?
We've never seen this man before in our lives.
What else do we want to try and get
We
out
storm
of
it. There's 5 of us in one.
I could perhaps smooth that over what has just happened. But if it goes wrong, it would make things a lot worse, I think.
But to what end? What are we still wanting out this guy? We've just learned...
Well, we could have Nori just successfully steal the thing, I think.
Which might give us what we need to talk to her.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Or we just punch him, knock him out, and we take the thing anyway. It's another option. I just figured it out.
I could break something.
I want to talk over what we've just learned. What the why?
Yep.
So, escorting the Queen to a capital and they both potentially just got assaulted, and you, Lockhart, didn't know a damn thing. You did not know that the Queen was on a mission, and
have we all? When's the last time people saw the Queen? Have we seen the Queen recently? I'm not worried about her.
At her wedding, which was a couple of weeks ago, whenever I said it was ago.
And Stingy's been dead 4 months.
Who's been dead 4 months, sorry?
Samda.
Samda's been buried here in the last, 3 weeks now, right? But it was so
4 weeks when she died. So
Queen
went on
was brought back 3 weeks ago. You don't know specifically when they died.
So just before her wedding, she was away talking to devils and demons. It got that spicy that they made an attempt
Head of the
on
Queen's
her
guard
life.
died.
So that was an attempt and the Queen's life got made, and it's not being talked about. There's no the devils and
we're
demons
not at war.
the Queen.
You would know enough as well to know that Hughes nearly got attacked by bandits, and that wasn't the Queen's fault. So travelling to Caldera isn't necessarily safe.
Or
true.
It was more like a deal.
Back.
Also, as Riven pointed out earlier, it doesn't seem like something demons could have done to the sword.
Because that's cold. It's melted it. Which implies
so possibly
devils.
Someone.
And if it's devils, who are the first class, better, stronger citizens out of the demons and the devils by the implications of things, if it was enough to bring down Samda, that is either a calculated assassination attempt where they knew she was there and went, we're going to have to go hard or go home because we're going to lose. Evidently didn't succeed because the Queen's alive. But,
Or this was a deal that the Queen made.
Was someone trying to stop a deal?
Can I be a really horrible Wormtongue style player advocate here and just join in as a player and goes, what if the body in the sarcophagus is the Queen's?
Yes.
No, I will look at it.
or what if this whole thing is someone trying to stop the Queen dying because the Queen was assassinated?
I don't know.
The devil's magic.
Or she tripped and fell in the lava, guys. We're looking way
She tripped and fell in the lava.
Using her sorts of walking sticks and melts it. Yeah. Damn it.
How does it? No, just slowly sinking. Gives the Terminator thumbs up as they go down.
Gives her the sword.
Dun 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 dun. Sound Jack Connor.
I think that should be probably playing on our minds. It's just it's playing on my mind as a player. Just so the Queen wandered off right before her wedding, weeks before her wedding. To what end? Only for an attempt that is that bad that the captain of the guard, who probably has done a lot of fighting in their life, to lose. Riven's probably looking at it what would it take to beat me to get to the Countess? And it would need to be a fucking real attempt. Someone would have to have sat and figured out a proper attempt to get through Riven to get to her Countess.
Can I highlight a slight flaw in your plan though? A tiny, I am with you 99%.
Okay.
You are here in this town. And your Countess isn't.
Yes.
So the Queen and Samda could have had a similar arrangement where the Queen did stay in the capital and sent Sandal. It would just
Riven
be...
is only here because the Queen.
Yes, exactly. So it would have to be a big enough deal.
Said, you go. So then that's another thing.
Yeah, right.
What would be big enough
Could it
for
have
the
been
Queen
to
to say,
stop a war?
You go. But who's the other diplomat high enough that the Queen would say? Was it the
Lockhart.
king?
Well,
or it was an important enough mission.
There wasn't a king yet.
Yep.
There wasn't a king at that point.
Were they getting the
He
king?
knew.
He's
the king, a devil in disguise.
No, well, he sent us here.
Conspiracy level from one
That's
word.
always the person you should suspect the most. It's always the detective.
It's always the jogger.
Just the Scooby-Doo mask comes off, and it was just a bunch of cookies the whole time.
No. So yeah, I think that's huge. Just okay. So it's either the Queen was not in the kingdom, in which I am surprised Lockhart didn't know about that, or what would be a big enough diplomat that the Queen would say to her personal guard, "Go and keep an eye on them," and then an attempt made that hard on them.
It's also
that got
against
her killed.
Samda's oath as well to leave the Queen. So,
Mhm.
like, from what you know
Then
of
huge.
Samda so far, like, do you think Samda would leave the Queen? Like, the oath kind
Again,
of
Riven-
overrides the Queen, right?
Uh-huh.
Because it's for the Queen's safety.
For
With
Riven,
the
it's
fold orders.
the only reason Riven isn't with the Countess is because the Queen asked for the best, and the Countess said, "You get."
Yeah, and like as you know, like you and your Countess will gain from this if it goes well.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It is an all over. Like they came to an understanding. I'm just calling her the Countess, by the way, because
Yeah, that's
not
fine.
made a name. And Ryan, you
Yep.
you have fun with her when you eventually inevitably write her up.
Carmelia.
You know,
no.
Riven, there's a really
Carmilla,
easy
I-
way we could find out all these answers.
No.
You wanna buy some
yeah,
soul conversations?
So yeah, like
Yeah.
what the?
And as Dylan said,
is going
all
on?
this from Caldera.
Yeah, all from just one word.
So what would be wanted that bad in Caldera, or what diplomat would need to be protected that heavily that isn't the Queen? That would get the captain of the guard, who, again, in Riven's mind and heart, is like somebody Riven isn't convinced she could beat. Like it would be a hard fight, and she knew that. Like, I think that's probably reeling Riven a wee bit. It's just like, what the fuck happened? Like either an army got set on, or some of the best killers came after them at the same time, which is calculated. That wasn't a bunch of bandits.
Not to add more fuel to the fire, but
But
obviously Samda's death isn't public in terms of the cause. The death itself was, obviously, because you know it happened, it was in the logbooks, etc. Blah blah blah. All the correct admin was followed, except it was interred in her hometown, not in the capital like it should have been. If this was a cover-up, why wasn't the sword repaired?
I wouldn't say it was a cover-up.
Do you know what I mean? Like, if there was some kind of sus to anything, why wouldn't they have fixed the sword? Do you know what I mean?
I mean, why would they have given the sword back in the first place? Why wouldn't that have just been
Again,
with her?
not to throw more fuel on a fire. But this is things you
It
guys
does
are
feel
smart.
cover-uppy,
Yeah.
but yes, that's a big.
Yeah.
That's
And
a
these
stupid thing
are
not to have done.
all actual experts in your fields, so you would know these things, right? Like you would come to these conclusions in character with your in-universe knowledge. So yeah, Caldera.
Right, okay. Holy shit.
all right. But the real question: do we want to try to smooth over our thief with sticky fingers, or do we want to just call it, like, leave here now?
I think we need to talk to her. I think if there's a chance to get something so we can talk to her, I think we need to do that.
She's wise.
And keep in
Yeah.
mind, your options for that, you could borrow the sword under the premise of getting it fixed through Myr'ra. You could try and smooth over the theft, and then I don't know how you're going to justify taking it, because you can't undo the fact that he was caught.
So,
This is a
Yes.
player character, not Riven saying this.
Yep.
Take the hair off the brush. If there's hair on the brush, rip the hair off the brush, pocket it, and put the brush back. Because the hair would count. So it's her. So, put the brush back.
Sandra was
taking
bald.
the
No.
hair. Just while it's in your
We
pocket,
just summon the spirit of
comb
man.
your fingers through it and take a handful of hair, put the brush back, and we leave.
Can I just
Go
see,
here.
while Alexander's thinking about how to word the thing he's probably been mulling over for about half an hour now, I'm just going to let both Nat and Hannah know that I realised who was a perfect casting from Magna, who I never ever cast, by the way, in the past. And it
Yeah!
was Lee Pace from Foundation. His look and demeanour in that is just Magna, 100%.
Does
Don't
help
think-
that Lee Pace is like 6 foot fucking
Yes,
5
it
or
does.
something. He's huge.
Yeah.
And in that, he walks around mostly
see
with
it.
like a waist cloak thing, like his the dress
Yeah.
basically, and like his chest out. And Magna obviously walked around with just his robe and chest out. And the only difference is Magna had white hair.
Yeah.
But yeah, Lee Pace, right? Sorry, I was only earlier today. I was
Yeah.
like, Lee Pace, Magna. Sorry, back to this game. Alexander.
Right, okay. Alexander, what are we doing?
So, to put it simply, Lockheart can try that. Now, I forget exactly how this works, but from my brief reading of it,
Ooh.
it could essentially bring us back 5 minutes in his mind.
Well, read it to
perhaps-
us, Alexander, or would you like me
So
to
the
read it?
ability is called
Revan
Erase
does not
Memories,
approve.
where you reach into the mind of a creature within immediate range and make an intellect roll, and a success, you erase up to the last 5 minutes of its memory action. So, obviously, it's a roll, so it could go badly, and I suspect if it fails, then Lockhart trying to do some sort of thing
You
probably is
could-
going to make him more mad.
You could vegetate him.
Oh,
See if you
no,
got
not
an
like
IG. If you, I think I would.
that sounds like solving the problem.
It does.
Revan, I
worth
will
trying.
full put a disclosure here. Revan, knowing that the little boy is upstairs, would take Lockhart's head. She would just turn your head like a chicken. She would not take that very well.
We could ask, or
Any
we could
means
apologize
necessary.
after we killed him, if need be.
No.
Yes.
We're in a group that could say that.
What I love though is like the fact that this is you guys learning like Lockhart's got like a bit of like
Yeah.
oomph, right? Because
Mhm.
Lockhart is a
Lockhart's whinging about somebody being a vampire as a politician. You can erase people's memories. Y'all need to sit in the corner and think about what you said,
so
Lockhart.
much like how clerics
How good in a
and
court of law that
bards,
would
right?
be.
Much like how clerics and bards have magical oratory capabilities, so does indeed Lockhart as a speaker.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
And Lockhart will eventually die. That is his problem with a vampire. Like, there's nothing wrong with a vampire. It's just the fact that he's functionally immortal. That is the problem.
So if you were also immortal, this wouldn't be an issue.
No, if Lockhart was immortal, Lockhart would have a problem with Lockhart.
Yeah,
What
putting
are-
your finger on the scales for a little bit of time, fine. Forever, not okay.
Yeah.
The mortals should not be governed by the undying. What they do in their time, that's fair play.
Is that like your political campaign slogan? Mortals should not be governed by the undying. Just
Yeah.
a poster of you.
It's like, as bad as I can be, I will die.
The Lockhart Dourf way. You
Temporary.
will die. It's like the
So will I.
your country needs you type poster, only it's your country needs you to die.
So
Same
I'm
system.
just-
Country needs you to go forth while we
Yep.
sit in our houses doing nothing.
Yep.
I'm just saying we could spare him the anxiety of knowing someone tried to steal something from him. It would be helping him. Maybe.
I'm
If it
in.
doesn't
I
I've
work,
also
got to be-
assume this is a thing you can kind of do without us knowing either. Like, and
I
tell
don't
us
know.
after.
That is
Mm.
something Brian would have to say, because that was something like what Myr'ra was
I'm-
saying. Sorry, Mara was saying with the how
Yeah,
visible
this
the magic.
is definitely like
Yeah.
bard magic or like the kin oratory magic, right? Like there's no way around how you can't just bamboozle someone like a Bene Gesserit, right? And just scream at them and make them forget. So this would be noted by those who remember.
And is it targeted or is it?
It is targeted. It's not just everybody that hears it. You're okay. Nobody needs earmuffs to be around Lockhart. But this should add to the threat that is, you know, political admin-based Lockhart. Yeah.
That yes, this is Lockhart level. I did peek into the stuff of
Yeah.
higher level.
Speakers are scary. Yeah. hmm So, you go
So
for
I'm
it?
willing to put that more player agency because that does seriously affect.
I mean, does MD object to it as a better way?
Or is there a better? Is there a better plan? Do you think it's better that we just?
That was implied with, does MD object?
Thank you, Mara. Again, I vote just rip the hair off the brush, put the brush down and go, right, sorry, we're leaving. See you later. Because if we got the hair, we've won.
If it's her hair.
If it's her hair.
We could always come back and
Yeah, wait a minute,
erase the memories.
Ryan, what side of me are you on? Because it's different in Discord than it is on Twitter. I'm looking this
So-
way now because I think it's this way.
It's
Correct.
normally
A
alphabetical.
communal item.
Well.
I mean, unless
How-
someone has like a cipher for this, right?
So, what do you mean a communal item? Talk me through your thought
Like-
process here, Nat.
If this is a brush used by everyone in the
Yep.
household,
Mhm.
what happens when Myr'ra uses it?
So, things that, alright, if we take a pause from a GM understanding interpretation thing, right, what I need to decide is whose hair is on the brush, if anybody's. I need to decide what level of likeliness that's going to be and add dice rolls to that. So let's say it was a d6 I was going to roll in secret, right? If that was the case, I need to decide, is it Samda, Cleft, Jack, Melon? How many numbers of that dice do they take up? Is it more likely that it's going to be 3 and 3 for Cleft and, Jacked? And then 1 for Samda and 1 for Melon? Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm going to have to divvy that up in some way based on what I think the likeliness of them using their brushes. You can probably guess Cleft hasn't used a brush in a while. And if it was Samda's brush, why would he use her brush after she died? It might be too much, right? Because he does look unkempt. So, good chance it's her hair, but it also could just be Jack's hair. And Jack could just be brushing his dog with the brush. Like, this definitely seems like
Me,
Jack's
I
dog,
also-
not Cleft's dog, right? So... Yes, sorry, Nori?
For me, I think this would be an instinctual thing from Lockhart. He would see me about to get caught, and he'd just do it. There'd
So-
be no.
Chris,
You'd
what
either
we're
do it or not, right?
like what we're doing though is we're discussing
Yeah,
a
you'd either do
player
it or-
player agencies when we just want to make sure the players are okay with manipulating another NPC's memories instead of would that ruin the fun for our player being kind of shady, right? So player agency moments can be called by anyone. I'm very for them because I think it keeps the party on the same page, which is good. Because it's a bit like saying, I want to punch the mayor. I'm going to do it unless someone stops me, and then you pause as you're tensing, right? And then other people can decide, do I want to let this happen? Do I want paid for my day's work? So I quite like them. I think they're good. When we go back into play, Lockhart would have done it instinctually. Like, none of the characters would have had that convo. So yeah, bit of meta play. But ultimately, only one person objects, and that's Nat. Because Nat thinks the more smooth path is just to try and steal hair, which comes with a chance of not being Samda's. Whereas erasing that this happened means you erased that he knows it happened. So whether or not you then tell Nori to put it back or keep it quiet, how you explain that to Nori in front of Cleft.
So that is where I would just ask. Basically, got up to 5 minutes. So
Scream instructions at Nori, then use it.
pretty much.
Okay. Are you going to do it? Yes or no? I think we're down to you deciding now. Yeah,
Make it RP based, right?
Oh, sorry?
I said make it RP based, right? With
Yeah.
Lockhart.
Oh yeah, definitely. But we're definitely waiting to see what...
I was trying to farm out the decision to other people.
You can't do what Colin tried to do, where he's like, what would my god want me to do? It's like, no Colin, you're playing your character. I'm not playing your character for you. But I don't want to decide. What would Lockhart do is really the question. Why would you have taken that ability if not to use it in this perfect aligned moment to get murdered by Riven?
I mean, while he was discussing it, would there have been a chance to do another understanding roll?
No.
You can see why I took those two together.
Yes, of course. Yep.
Then... and yeah, just for how that works, that's an intellect roll.
Yep.
So is that opposed?
Well, you are if you're targeting someone. So
Yeah.
so remember this system defines any attack as something you're doing to someone else that may disagree. It's very nice and vague, which I quite like because it's quite easy to interpret. Right? Are you doing something that someone might object to? That's a roll, basically. If they say okay, like for example, let's say Riven's like, actually just erase the last 5 minutes of my memory so I don't kill you. There's no roll because they're consenting. Which is cool. You can still roll if you want like the crit effects, but
which for the record is also an option.
Yes, and I am very excited to see when you roll a 1 here, Alexander.
Yes, that's the.
Remember, you can reroll with
That's
a point of
the view.
XP.
It's true. Okay.
But it does
Then-
cost everything again.
Yes. Yes. Obviously. Yeah.
I believe.
Then, as he starts to look a bit agitated,
Well, he stood
as
up.
he starts-
He did
as
stand
he,
up.
yeah, he
Yeah.
stands up and he's saying that thing. Can Lockhart also stand up and say who's close enough next to him? Look, you said it was that sort of Nori was with some of her potentially her stuff. Like
Yeah, it looks like there was maybe like a side table or something. It would have been like where maybe somebody would sit and get ready, but obviously normally we'd say it's like a mirror and a dresser, but there's no mirrors. People don't have them in their houses for obvious fae-based reasons. People would use water in a bowl to look at themselves.
Yeah. So
Not a silver bowl though.
Lockhart will say to Nori, Nori, put that in your pocket and come back to the table now.
And then you don't even have time
I'll
to
look
like
around stunned.
you definitely nope, Chris, you don't have time to reply. Lockhart needs to do this now or never.
Okay.
I'll let you reply after
I'll
this
try and
happens.
flip it to see. Yeah.
And will say to
Kalima.
No, it would be to Clef like, oh, you're just not upset. I'm so sorry. You're misunderstanding what's going on.
Jafar's staff comes out of your coat. Obviously lying.
So, intellect roll, unknown difficulty. I would like to use my effort.
Yes, I'm going to just tell you this up front as well. This roll will be hindered because of the bullshit like that's going on. Obviously, it's a very important subject matter of his. Hence, quite clarity. So it's going to be hindered, but don't worry, I'll deal with that on that side.
Look at my signet ring.
Opens it up, it's a tiny snake, starts hypnotizing him.
So for cost, it costs 3.
And then your effort
plus effort
is 6.
minus
edge. What a great opportunity to just like show off. Though. So,
Okay, it's not a 1.
and so we're bringing this down, remember, because it's hindered. So it beats a difficulty 2. Right?
Does that include? So I rolled a 9.
Yeah, so you rolled 9, which beats level 3, which is target number 9, right? So we're taking. Yep, keep going.
And has that taken effort into?
Yep, because it says effort 1. Next, at the very left. So that has already adjusted that for you, right? So. No, I understand what you're asking. Sorry, yeah. So your 9's technically 3 higher. Yes, because unknown difficulty. Sorry, yes. That makes way more sense. I'm on the same page. So, 9 is what you rolled because of the hinder. Right, so up, down, effort, none. Okay. So, he stands up very aggressively. You obviously do your Jafar. And then, yeah, he kind of like looks a bit hazy, shakes his head a bit, goes, right. It's kind of a bit late. Hopefully yous have had enough. Like, his entire, like, as if he's trying to, like, work out what he, is in. Clearly it looks like it's worked. To you, at least. Lockhart. Everybody else, you can conclude what you want to conclude, but clearly Lockhart just did something unusual to this person. Like, Nori, you can now respond to Lockhart. You didn't get, like, there was no time for you to act at that point. It was just Lockhart activating this ability. So I'm assuming you want to pocket this, so you're not just standing holding it.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Yep. That's
All I
fine.
was going to say is I looked stunned. I quickly used my sleight of hand to tuck it away in my pocket and bound back to where I was sitting.
Yeah. Perfect.
And Lockhart will very casually continue saying, "You've been such a kind guest, such a kind host, and we will not take up any more of your time. We're very sorry for your loss, and we will, please said, if you are in the capital, please do feel free to visit. And should the lad ever wish to do any training, I know many people would love to have the opportunity to help. But we will leave you."
He still looks a bit. He looks a bit confused, as if like what was in the middle of the scene. You know, that kind of. And he goes, "Thank you. That's appreciated. I'm sure if the lad chooses to go after his mum rather than after me, then." Kind of nods vaguely to himself, but still as if drowsy.
Lockhart will be looking at everyone like, "We're going."
Everyone looking at Lockhart like, what the fuck just happened?
I think Riven will take up her sword, and she is kind of like looking between Nori and Lockhart because she can't figure out who did that. She's like, "Used to set something up."
Like it definitely looked like it was Lockhart. Like there's Riven can know enough that like Nori looked shocked at the situation.
Right.
Mostly it being caught, probably, right? The rabbit in the headlights responsive. What am I doing? Nothing. Shut up. And then
What do you mean?
Lockhart being like, pocket that. Bamboozle.
She'll give him a proper bow, like one that you would probably give to somebody quite a bit higher than you, and just say, "Your wife is sorely missed by the likes of me. Thank you again."
Kind of nods. And like solemnly, and then he tries to like lighten the mood of time and goes, "You don't want a dog, do you?"
Please. Good. And tell the little one I said goodbye. Please.
Kind of goes, "Oh yeah." And he like sighs heavily, goes, "Jacked!" And then obviously way closer than they probably should have been, scampers round like dogs, like commando crawling on the ground after Jack. Jack like picks himself up and runs towards you and like runs right up to you, stops, looks up and just like waves.
Down on the knee again. Open up the bag of sweets to give him a couple more. Do as your father says. Practice every day. Be brave without being stupid. Fear is real. Listen to it. That is what bravery is. It is fighting in spite of, not without fear. Right?
As he shoves the sweet in his mouth, like nods, like totally taking it in.
So, you're a good boy. She just kind of ruffles his head and gets up, and again, another gesture to the dad, and starts to leave.
I assume everybody else leaves without instant Nori?
I think I've learned a lesson in this one.
I think I'll stand up still with like a bit of the pie crust and go, this was great. Do you have the recipe for this?
And he goes, kind of like 1 minute, like turns around and then just very quickly wraps up like the rest of a bit of the pie. So you have like half a pie that he gives you his hand. She goes,
"Oh, thank you."
It's more instinct than recipe.
Okay, get you. And sorry for your loss. I just shove the pie.
He just looks confused, like as if I know.
Yeah.
I'm just going to work my way around about Riven.
Oh, glaring daggers into the back of Lockhart and Nori. Like they fucking know she's staring at them.
So,
she's just debating in what order they're going to get
are all
with.
heading back up the path to the road back towards town, and we'll take a break here. Because it's quite a nice place to take a wee break. So we'll be back in 10 minutes. I guess if I remember how to put the chat on that. Let 2 seconds. So C is all in 10 Minuten. And there we go. Oh, not that one. That one. BRB. Okay, we should be back, hopefully. We'll do our little audio check, make sure we are.
Yep, I hear you.
Good. Excellent. So,
Echo.
echo. Waka waka waka.
We're everywhere.
Yeah, so welcome back to part 2 of part 3 of Tomorrow's Goodbye. The second half of part 3, there we go, of Tomorrow's Goodbye. I'm Ryan, the GM. It's the 28th of October 2023. Here are the players.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and I'll be continuing to play Lockheart Dourf, who is a speaker that interprets the law, if you can remember what he said.
Good afternoon. My name's Dylan. Still playing Myr'ra Vess. She's still a shepherder of spirits, and still kind of spooky.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I'm still playing Myr'ra Pentergast, who's a clumsy adept who would rather be reading. Unless it's pie, and then pie.
Pie reading.
Evening all, I'm Chris, and tonight I'll be Nori Medium. I've just had an oops moment, and I'm going to be sailing well away.
Well away from Riven, was that? 'Cause I think we've lost your connection a little bit.
Yes, we're well away from Riven.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay.
And hi, I'm Nat, and I am still playing Riven, who is a tough warrior who rages, who is currently fighting said rage because killing people on other people's property might cause an incident.
An angry mother of 4.
Disappointed.
Yes. Right, so, jumping straight back in. These are leaving the Perron estate farm, essentially, and heading back to the north end of town. I'm assuming you're heading back. It's quite late now. Like, you've been there maybe a couple hours while you made up the pie and stuff for you guys. Anywhere else you want to go in town before you head back for the night? Or, what's the plan? Because it's maybe about, 7, 8? Maybe?
By the time we get back from the walk, what would that?
That's what I mean, you'd probably be about 7, 8,
right,
by
awesome.
the time you get back, yeah. Because it was early evening you got to the farm, stay a couple hours, head back, it's probably about 8 by the time you get back to town, the centre. And anywhere that you really needed to be open for a reason may just be closing up,
Do we pass the place where we came in, where the guy initially got stabbed, just out of curiosity, just to see how
That's
they dealt with
the
that
north
situation?
gate.
Other side, that's fine.
Yeah, so it's the north gate that has the kind of, I guess, trading centre right at the very top of town. Then there's the rich part of town where all the money obviously comes and goes. Then there was the graveyard and the most of the living quarters for people that can afford to live in the town. And then the south part's more open to the farmland and production side of the town.
Does George East live in the west or the south?
It's George Hall that's found next to
Yep.
that's that community episode, yep. It's one of their best clips. But yes, so anybody get anywhere you want to go other than back?
Dinner in bed.
How far are we going before we address what happened?
Yeah.
Being a short distance away from the house, I would have skipped up to Lockheart and said, "No idea what you've done there, but that was fantastic, and I owe you one." And then I'm just going to look behind over my shoulder at Our Lady Riven and just stay well out of reach.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, well, why don't you just hand that to Myr'ra just for the moment?
Oh.
We don't need to do anything here, but just save any hassle later.
Of course. Myr'ra, I got this for you. Hand over the brush.
What a gentleman.
I hope it helps.
Riven
Just starts
fan
brushing
goes
her
out
hair.
Looking at you, Nori.
Mm.
Sorry.
Map.
Oh.
Consequences
The
all
map indeed.
round. I've done it again, folks. I don't know how. Like,
Wizardry!
fuck's sake.
It's getting close to that time of year. It's
I'm a
spooky.
I'm a
Everyone
professional.
just gets a little bit magnetic.
Yeah, apparently so.
Snatches the map back off you, and it's just the look. Like, she is making herself as tall as she can. Like, she's imposing, but it's just that kind of like that way that your mum or dad would look at you and just be like, thin ice. You know, it's like as soon as you made one more wrong move, there was nothing you were going to be able to say that could recover it.
You're being told
That's
off, but
it.
they speak in a technicality and you point it out and then they give you the look and you go, I will be quiet, but I'm correct.
Yes, that's the energy she's exuding. Like, she's not violent, she's just mad. And she is letting you know that you're like a toe off from getting.
She's not violent yet. Nori.
Yes.
I will hand over the map,
Yep.
and as I skip away, I will look over my shoulder and make sure everybody else hears me and says, "She loves me, really," and then just move away very, very quickly.
You can actively hear her neck popping when she tilts her head to the side. As if just heating herself up, like, oh, okay.
The vents close. Screams.
I think Lockheart would sort of take a step, then look back at Riven, and sort of like eventually like, if you'd like to forget the experience, then I'm sure we can help that.
You attempt
For like
to
a
cast
minute,
spell
and then
on
like
me.
smile.
You attempt to cast a spell on me, and I do manage to remember. They will never find all of you.
Slightly more serious. Any means necessary.
I do hope people remember that when you die.
Fair.
Lockhart will remember
Is that what you did, Lockhart? You made him forget? That's quite a spell.
Oh, he was
Very
just
impressive.
confused by the whole experience. It was just a little bit. It's very
Give us
understandable.
your honesty,
emotional.
Lockhart. We are owed at least that.
And perhaps some training on how to.
How many? It's 4 castings of erased memories you now want? Yeah. Is that Alexander?
Oh, sorry, what did you say, Ryan?
I said, so Alexander's at 4 new castings of erased memories you want? Yeah.
I think he's going to need a rest.
I've eaten pie.
Yep.
Melon pie.
Mhm.
I'm still racking
It's
my
definitely
brain
like
on how to make
crumbs in my
that.
hair.
Yeah.
I know. I'm fascinated by what type of melon it is. Do you make it into a jam first? Question.
It'd have to be a cold pie. It couldn't be hot.
I'm thinking like lemon meringue pie, like something like
Yeah, yeah. We
Ooh,
need to be
yeah.
like
that.
that.
Melon meringue
Key
pie.
lime.
You'd need to reduce it. It need to be like a gelatin-based one.
Yeah.
I like how we're now all
Yeah.
talking about pie. Yes, okay, here we go.
Lockhart's just
IRL though.
conversation on to something else.
Melon cheesecake.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Mhm. So,
Where are we
Myr'ra,
going?
you know what would go well after that pie? Some tea, please.
Shall we head back to the mayor's residence and have a cup of tea before we all head to bed? Like literally wink.
yeah.
Are you genuinely trying to convince anyone that you aren't going to use that brush the moment we get in the mayor's house?
Oh no, I thought I implied that we would all go and do that together. With tea.
Okay.
I look at Mara like, was I
Was that not clear?
I was clear. I thought I was clear. Okay, good. Yeah. Maybe we'll just yeah.
I look at Myr'ra and I'm like,
At this point, Riven actually like staring at Myr'ra just reaches into the packet of boiled sweets and just takes one out and slowly puts it in your mouth. Like, okay, no more. I've had enough today.
I just I go okay.
Break, Riven.
Told you. Bindle.
Marching yous on.
Yep.
I'm like, move. I'm at the back. Just keep going.
Mhm. Gods. So,
Yeah, I think back Because the only other place that we would like to do, and we've still got like 2 weeks of absolute deadline. Clearly, we want to do it as quickly as we possibly can, but as I said, the only other thing I was thinking we should do soon is see potentially to the religious institution.
Yes, I thought we should maybe wait because we triggered a thing. We maybe don't want to show up on the same day.
Yeah,
It might be
like
sad.
morning. I'll be fine. In the morning.
It was I,
Yeah,
me.
Or at
the
night while
blaze.
we're sleeping.
Drags the sarcophagus with you to the church. You're like, so this made a noise in the light.
How do I get in?
How do we?
We saw
reset
someone
it?
else. They were really sketchy looking.
Yeah.
We scared them off.
You've misplaced the sarcophagus, maybe? We definitely didn't steal it. Yep, we totally found it. In the
Is there a
wild.
We do have a witness. Sir Jenk was with us and he didn't see a thing.
So, what's the plan? He's heading to church, or he's heading back to the mayor's manor?
I think Manor.
Manor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, now would be a great time to go to the church of the. Was it the night?
Yeah, night church, yep. You've got light church, night church.
Night church.
Yeah. So, night church would be at the north, because I think that would get the sun. What was it?
Released.
No, sorry. Night church
It
would be
would be
south
the-
because it would get it in the morning, right? Yes. I've not decided what way the sun goes round this planet.
How many cycles does that take?
Too many. They're actually called spin cycles in this world. No. So,
Not in the book.
in the the grand washing machine of the universe. Yeah. So anyway.
Is the summer when we put it on a cotton wash? 60 degrees.
Oh dear. So
I can
anyway,
see myself now.
I'm trying to, I don't know, like, I guess the Church of Light can be at the north and the Church of Night can be at the south of the city. Like, there we go. People that care about where the sun hits can care about that. I don't.
Bright lights.
Yeah.
The big lamp.
But yeah, I think what I'd said was the Church of Light is positioned to get the last light of the day. And the Church of Night was positioned to get rid of the light as quickly as possible. So they get the morning light and it goes away. So yeah. So you would pass the Church of Night. Leaving the farming area, past the Church of Night, into like the production area of the city.
And it was clear that it was the Church of Light that did the ward on the.
I mean, no.
Oh,
Oh, it wasn't. Okay, it was either of them.
It was
I think we
some
just got.
religious-y, like ceremony type thing, yeah. You didn't roll high enough to work out anymore.
And it was the same with the residue on
Yeah.
Steve.
Celestial
But it
Man.
was just celestial, but we
Yes.
didn't know which.
Yep.
Blade.
Okay.
Yep. So,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we're passing.
Ask their opinion on the lack of dying.
So admittedly,
If
I
we're
don't
passing and the
actually.
lights are on.
I don't have a lot of intellect left.
Well, that's what I
Yeah,
was
neither do I.
thinking. While we're
Yeah.
passing, could we do asking how it works, like an action recovery, such as
I mean,
we roll.
we
walking.
could do like a 10
I was
minute.
gonna say, like, you could do up to an hour because you're walking from the farming area up into town. If you're going to the Church of Night, you probably don't have an hour. So, but you could do your 10-minute and your action one. Easy.
So it just lets us add a d6 per one we do.
Yeah, so you'd start with your action, right? And this is a recovery roll. And it should have all the maths worked out for you, so it's a d6 plus your tier. And then because Riven is tough, they get one more. And you can allocate those points as you wish. So who specifically wants to use their action? Okay, so Mara's already jumped the gun. There we go, perfect.
Oh. Nice.
So did that roll? I can't tell. I think it did.
Points.
Yeah, I think
Yes.
you're
Yep,
right.
5 plus 1.
Yeah, I can see that, just the maths of it. Yep, perfect. I've just never
Oh,
tested this
sorry.
part yet. That's okay.
I had 1 hour ticked for some reason.
So 10 minutes.
No, it's
for
one
an
action. And empty that wants to recover more Han. But you may as well do them step by step. And mark off what you're using, obviously, throughout the day. But I love the rest mechanic a lot as well. I think that's really quite neat. Because again, it
In fact,
really empowers you guys. Again. What was that done?
I will use the 10 minute as well.
Mhm.
Eee.
Nice.
I think when I loved 1d. Oh no, 1d6 plus 2.
Yes.
That's where I got mixed up.
Yeah, I'm going to do
brain
10 minutes.
bamboozled.
My brain is suitably rested.
Nice. Have a good think to yourself.
Mhm.
I suppose
It's
as well,
a
like
pie.
keep in thinking, like it's also like you're out of a tense social situation as well, so your brain can like relax, and you know the spirits are still able to whisper to you with your permission and stuff like that, right? So, what was that?
I'm whispering to Persephone she can't have
okay.
any of my cider.
That's okay.
She's standing on her hind legs looking at me like, what's that?
I thought you were mimicking the voices I was hearing.
Yeah. That's exactly what I said.
Where did they go?
So has everyone
Winning now?
who
Yay!
has used both the rests? And who's just used one? Chris? Yep. One or two?
Just one.
Okay, cool.
Just one.
Is everybody happy with that?
Yep.
Because you don't need to use, like, if one person rests for 10 minutes, the whole party don't need to. Like, it's
That's
just,
cool.
so long as narratively there is enough time for you to have rested. Like, so it's like, oh, Gandalf needs to open the bloody door. We'll just hang about. I'm going to use my recovery because he's going to take at least an hour to get that open. I'll burn that rest. As long as you're not doing anything else, do you know what I mean? So I do like the system for that.
And how do we get these back?
When a day has passed. So the next day, because your 10-hour recovery will probably include your sleep, you'll then get them back.
Cool.
If you burn through all those rests and somehow you're pressed and cannot sleep for the next day, there may be a narrative thing you need to achieve before you get them all back, but that would be rare, and you would be under like immense pressure. Like, for example, all of you are trying to like tightrope walk across a somehow live caldera basin. Just hypothetically. Yeah.
We know where the story's going.
Yeah, you just need to stick your sword in the side. That's
It's clearly what happened. So yes, basically once you've used your 4 rests, it's assumed it's a new day. Is the gist of the system. It's why when we did the time skip to get to Town of Light, you just recover your things. Like, we can assume you have slept, which is nice. You don't get all your stats back when you need to roll and rest. So when I do say it's a new day, it's not like a long rest in D&D. You don't just get all your pulls back. I just knew that time when we time skipped, there were several days worth of rest included in that time skip, so I knew you had been full. Unless specifically you were like, I want to go into the town exhausted. Like, unless you're going to be deliberate about it, I'm going to assume. To save on admin for obvious reasons. But yes, so, and as I said, you can assign those points to whichever your might, speed or intellect pool you wish. If you have a pool that's zeroed out and you've got one of the penalties, it's probably smart to put at least 1 point back in just to immediately remove that penalty. You can also burn a recovery roll to change a condition on yourself, so you can move from being like one of those penalties to just not having it. But you'd be as well just spending the points, right, to do the same effect. I think it's more efficient that way. But there's other ways to use recoveries in the book that are like, let's call that the advanced mode for now. Because ultimately, the fact that you roll them and you get points back is good enough for us. So, you're sort of taking a leisurely stroll back to town. You're wanting to swing by the night church. Is that correct?
Yeah, I feel this one, sort of Myr'ra is a bit more potentially taking. It just because it's something I feel like what we want to learn is sort of the celestial stuff. Is there anything more we can take from that? And I don't know how Lockhart's going to be any help there. Just like, do you think there's something you would be able to learn well from the church? That's the reason why I wanted to go.
I feel if they do know things, they're maybe not going to tell us because I don't know.
But if they know,
I'd be interested to.
Then we know that they're part of it.
Yes, true.
But if they know that we don't know that they know.
Yeah.
How do we know that they know that we know?
So, Chris, what were you saying, sorry?
I was just going to say it would also be good to find out what the concerns of the church is, at least around the people not dying, because they would have concerns about that. Their duty is life and death. So people not dying, that would raise a concern. So we could just be going in after an opinion.
Yeah. I would be interested if maybe we do that in the morning. Then that feels a bit more, we've arrived in town and we're doing our due diligence. As us showing up at 8 p.m. at night feels like
normal for the night church.
Normal for the
That's
night
what I'm
church.
thinking,
That's true. Yeah.
Like going in the morning, that may be like, you come to us in the morning? Why?
Yeah.
True.
Why have you done
Was the graveyard attached to one of the churches?
No, that's in the middle.
Was it in between both?
Yep.
Okay.
It's almost like they planned that.
Yeah. Going in to just ask their view on the matter.
Okay.
I think can't hurt.
Everybody going in?
Do we want to all go?
Yeah.
Or do we want to...
My exact question, yes. Are you all going?
I think I'll have a
Should
look
be
at
interesting.
Riven, see the anger in her face, and I'll just sit on the stairs outside, just...
Oh no, Mara's not letting any of you fucking separate. You're all staying as a group.
Mara's not?
Yeah.
Not
Mara's
Mara's,
not? Yeah.
Raven.
You called yourself Myr'ra
Thanks
earlier
for
as
that.
well when you were like
Yeah.
leaning on your swords.
Didn't I?
Yeah.
My
To be
apologies.
fair, we should all just be M names at this point.
Yeah. You're just getting super adopted into Riven now. Just Myr'ra.
Yeah. I take it as a compliment, really.
Thank you. No, Riven is keeping everyone as a group.
I'm
Just
sure there's
like-
there's things we can all help and achieve if we stay together.
Right, Nori?
Bindle.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Air jail.
Yep. So, who walks in? Who's going in? Who's the front? Okay, so Myr'ra, do you knock or do you just go in? Also, what is Myr'ra's religious vibe? Because I'll give you a tiny snapshot of what most people know of the world's religions, right? So we know we've got like light deities and darker deities, and people worship them for different reasons. The removal of things is normally considered dark, but it makes way for the rebirth of things. So like, death brings change, blah blah blah. Always healthy. Maybe not in this town, but we'll get to that. So like, it's very much a worship who you want, but what you do with your worship's the thing that matters, right? So like, you could worship a god of greed, but then, that's because what you do takes money away from bad people. Do you know what I mean? You could justify it to yourself. It's not necessarily you're an evil person, per se. Like, you're not going and spending that money on killing people, right? You're in fact mitigating other people's ability to kill themselves because of your greed. So, like, it's a very grey landscape for the churches, because not everything under the light is also considered good by all. As the cleansing of the heathens and perhaps possessed might not always be accurate. So it's very like, just because somebody prescribes to one church doesn't mean they're good or bad, is what most people feel. Open worship is allowed. Generally though, it would be devil celestials the night church would lean into. Devil is willing to be, so it's almost more practical, because like, I guess a D&D term would be very warlock-esque, right, rather than cleric-esque. Not necessarily people are going in and coming out with an Eldritch Blast handgun, do you know what I mean, but people would get a lot more direct transactional nature from that religion, rather than it being pray and hope for the best and the greater glory of the light. There are...
But if we had Scott with us, he would come out with an Eldritch Blast handgun.
Yes, well, he starts with one, yeah. So
Bullets.
there are generally 3 actual deities. There is, and I've not settled fully in the name, so stick with me here, but Alata, as Alata, with an H on the end. That's considered the sun and the light, and everything that gives birth. Gian, and that's spelt with U's and I's and E's in the middle. So Gian is considered the earth and the caretaker, the nurturer. So you've got the one that provides life, the one that looks after life. And they work in harmony together. And souls nourish them. People live, they grow the soul passes to them, and then it comes back for another run, basically. So a bit like if a soul was a cup, you're filling the cup up with life experiences, people are getting that. That's what sustains Alatan Gian. Eve is the dark god. And it is very much where the term evil comes from in this world. Eve was considered a betrayer of the light and was banished to a lightless place. And very little else is known about that, but all devils would owe their fealty to Eve. And that is the 3 actual deities of the world.
Was she betrayed during the evening?
No. The evening exists because of her.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yep.
Where does Mara's gift play into this soul game?
Where does Myr'ra feel her gift plays into this? Because really, like you were saying, your job's to make them join the cycle, right? So you're just...
So either I'm cutting into it, or I'm, just progressing the cycle.
If you were there to clear away dead trees from a forest so that the forest could grow and not rot, you're still affecting the forest and interfering, but for the greater good of the forest, right? So, is your interference worthwhile or not? Right? Because you are interfering, right? You see what I mean by grey landscape with the gods and the churches. And there are a bunch of lesser deities. Deity is not a word many people would give them because they have no existential power in that regard. But a lot of devils would consider themselves deities. And that's where a lot of the lesser... so if you had a personal god of the god of victory or whatever, and you're well, that's actually a devil that, cannot be defeated in conquest, blah, blah, blah. That would be under the Church of Night, and it would just be I worship the god of victory. You'd maybe tell yourself that, but existentially, are they a god? Do you know what I mean?
Sure.
So that's why MD could worship any kind of religion, really, and I'll write it into the lore, either under light or night.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Well, bam, some world religion for you. I definitely didn't spend a lot of time on this one shot. Yes.
So do I know how the gods feel about my root gifts?
Nah, you don't have their phone number.
Okay.
Yet.
Not
in the church.
So, not many people would dare try and speak directly to the top 3.
Okay.
They would always work through the 2nd or 3rd or 20th tier.
They're secretaries.
Yeah. Yeah. There is... So you've got the Arcanatrix, which is the head of magic studies in the capital. You've also got Whitehall, it's called. And that, or the Whitehall, but Whitehall is what it gets called. And that has the speaker, who is supposedly the one in direct line of, Alata and Gian. More Alata with Whitehall, the light initially. Druids and elves are more likely to worship Gian. More nature-y based. So, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah. It feels totally separate, doesn't it, to what we're doing? It's there's so much... Oh, it's over there, it's fine. Yeah. So, there you go, Myr'ra.
I think that Myr'ra's from Church of the Night family, but she does not practice.
That makes
And
sense.
has not.
Yeah.
She chose science.
Well, a lot of magical
effectively over
practitioners
religion. Yeah.
don't lean into religion. It's just people that their magic's born from, celestial origins. For example, Mara's might be more celestial in nature than arcane in nature. Yours is probably more arcane. You're learning to manipulate. Mara's learning, Myr'ra asks and works with you, make work for you, right? Different approaches, maybe. So yeah. Again, it's up to individuals to kind of determine how they feel about what they do. People judge people on what they do, really.
Rather than the institution.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think, yeah, she'd at least know like how to enter the church and in what manner you should
The
address
proper words and the
people
Latin.
inside. Yeah. Yeah, that
Yep.
kind of, you've been dragged through this a lot as a kid.
Yeah, like, you know, your Sunday school lessons coming back or whatever the equivalent of this
Yeah.
world would be. Yep. So, yeah, you head in and
Or night days.
night church.
Night.
Yep.
Yeah. Evening school.
So, yeah, evening school. Yep. So, night churches are usually circular. So, like, inside it's always like designed in a circle. The speaker of the night church would stand in the middle. Everybody would be, because again, under Eve, all are equal. So, which is another good thing for the night church, to be honest. They're very pro that. Quite liberal that way. So, yes.
Everyone is equally dead.
But, I mean, that's also maybe why Eve's considered the betrayer, though, because clearly the three deities aren't equal to anyone else, right? But if Eve believes that, it was like, well, no, that's our thing. If everybody had that, we're just, nobody's special. So, yeah, not classist at all. So, yeah, essentially, you'd go in, and all churches are open to anyone. Like, you're welcome to the church. That's the whole point of them. Like, they're meant to be havens for people. If you're struggling, that's what churches are there for, to help the people that want to help the church. So, yeah, walk in. There seems to be some kind of, like, I don't know what the term would be, but let's just say priest for the simplicity of things, or minder of the gods, and like they're dressed in, like very simple but dark colours. Like maybe it was dyed black once and it's faded to like a kind of grey brown or something. Do you know what I mean? Like it's definitely like well worn. They seem not like super old, like again maybe 40, like seem about 40ish. And the only thing they seem to be doing is like sweeping, like the circular tiers. There's no seating in the night church. It's rings where you'd stand, and they're tiered so that people can see over other people, basically. But like a auditorium type setup. Amphitheater, that's the word I was looking for. Kind of like that, but only fully circular. So yeah, and like you can hear the sweeping of the brush because the noise.
Evening's greetings.
Kind of like stands up and leans on the broom and goes, "Evening welcomes you. How can I help? Please, come in. It's quiet tonight."
Is it always this quiet?
Recently.
Yes, we find ourselves new in town.
Yous look new and gestures to everyone.
Yes,
I'm
we do.
well dressed for this occasion. I just realized.
You are very, like, fitting. Mm-hmm. And what was
Indeed,
it you said?
we do maybe stand out more than maybe we anticipated. We wish to ask about your feelings on the current mood in the town. And the church's thoughts.
Gives you a bit of a coy look, and he says, "In what way?"
I kind of look at Lockhart and am I allowed to say it?
Lockhart might then just sort of step in and be like, "Oh, we just find that with such goings-ons as they are, that when these times of difficulty come, that we look outwards to those in the sort of positions that have perhaps more interest vis-a-vis the comings and goings with our
You're
people
from the
maybe."
capital.
Oh, how did you
What?
guess, good sir?
Kind of like smirks because of the accent.
Ah, yes, it sticks and lingers with us all. And where
Man
are
of the
you?
church yourself?
Oh, I'm afraid not. No. See, the
You have
church
nothing
is
to fear
a-
within these walls. Gestures to the circular walls.
Just like, oh yes, it is a most safe place feeling, almost indescribable in the manner that we can feel at ease, and we are very grateful of all of this. And you say that there's not been as many people. It's a difficult one that, in somewhat strange and troubling times, people would be off from coming into such lovely surroundings such as these. It's why we are somewhat curious to see how the place is and see
Like,
what.
as you were talking, he like puts two hands on like the broom and then just kind of leans there as if this will end eventually.
Don't be so certain.
Yeah.
And yeah, and like we're glad to be in such a place of safety, and curious that in such times others are not seeking the clarity and certainty of these sort of places. See, in the capital, it tends to be left to others of less nature that sometimes we forget about such important things. And will look as if he's made a point.
Yeah. And
Myr'ra looks confused.
the priest goes, so it's hard to be God-fearing when that seems less than certain. People less inclined to come
We had nothing to fear in these walls.
within the walls. But people have nothing to fear out with the walls now.
I see, and do you think that...
Rand, by the way. And he puts his hand out.
He's learning.
Myr'ra,
Yeah, and like he goes, nods, and then like does go to greet everyone, you know. Anyone that has an ungloved hand notices he has very cold hands. Yep, that's it really. Like cold hands. It's a cold building, like chilly, like no central heating.
And no fires or candles because it's dark.
Yep.
Yeah,
I mean,
shutters on the windows.
I mean,
Is there even windows?
no, there are no windows. There is just this, and like the doors open or what like would be letting in any light, but it's like getting like it's probably moonlit outside. Probably that's the best. And yeah, there's candles and stuff inside, so he can actually see what he is doing. But it's again very dim light, nothing. They're not.
Everything's strategically placed to cause the biggest amount of shadows across the place.
It's just they're not there to make the place light. They're there so that people don't trip. Right? That is it, really. I mean, if they had running lights in the layers of the amphitheater style like things, they would have it there, but they don't because you know it's not that fancy.
You'd have to use mirrors in
Yeah.
there.
Can
In a circle as well? No, thank you.
Oh dear.
can Lockhart compare that handshake with the mayor's handshake? Just
Sure.
is it
Yeah.
cold hand because they're cold, or is it cold hands because there's not been circulation in 6
How would you tell the difference?
Clamminess.
Okay. Then I guess this person doesn't feel dead. What a
You do
question.
just feel cold.
Yep. Just cold hands. It's a cold. Well, it's getting to be a cold evening. It's cold for the south, at least. So,
Myr'ra looks at Riven and goes, "Can I ask about the grave?"
he kind of like turns his head and cocks his eye and goes, "Grave?"
She looks at the priest and then back to Riven.
Riven just tilts her head as if this is on you.
Oh. Why was the grave warded?
Kind of like blinks. Grave warded? Do you have any more
Is it
information?
normal
for me?
to have all of your graves warded?
I mean, it can be, depending if you don't want any kind of otherworldly manipulations. Seems less than desirable.
She looks a little confused.
Yeah, like,
Why?
wait, but that's exactly my job.
Why?
I've been lied to.
Just blue screens, Myr'ra.
And
gone
why
in as
not?
administrator.
Do you have a body that has run amok that you need some help with? He kind of chuckles to himself a bit.
No, no. Simply trying to do my
well,
job.
good. That's a relief.
I
Oh
think
my God, what-
Lockhart will sort of like, my learned colleague here is
learned.
interested in some of these stranger goings on. We were around this morning, you see, saw a tragic accident of an unfortunate death in the Amburn area.
Yep, north.
Yep.
Yep.
In that square.
Yep.
And I say far more learned than lay people such as myself noticed perhaps a residue. We're curious if that is something you find often.
He kind of gives you a look. Like, you can tell, this is a look you've given many people where, like, you know, he can tell you're not telling him everything. Like, you can tell this man has assessed you quite quickly with the way he, like, his stance, his glance, his casualness, the fact that there's some quite intimidating people standing in front of him at, like, 8 o'clock at night asking about dead bodies and wardings and, you know. But, no, I'm that odd for the night church, really. And he says, I feel he's came to ask me something more directly, like, this is a welcoming place. Please speak freely.
I forgot the captain of the guard's name.
Samda.
What is it?
Samda.
Samda. Thank you. Can you unward Samda's grave?
And he like taps the broom like it's a staff. He goes, the captain of the Queen's Guard. That's who you're here about. I should have told from the accent. So, I didn't ward the grave. Well, he would say the sarcophagus, right?
No. Do you know who did?
Yes. It should have been us. We were requested. And we were denied. You'll have to speak to my light
not?
brothers. I put the ward on. Quite unusual. And against
Are you
Samda's
a-
wishes.
Oh. She wished to be warded by the church.
We were her
By
church.
the night church.
The reasoning behind this?
He
Or
shrugs.
were you simply told no?
We weren't allowed access. And he just shrugs. Like, you can tell, like, he's annoyed, but he's not paid enough to care. Right? Like, it's somebody that was kind of famous that died. He was meant to do the ceremony and he didn't, so, like, so what? Right?
This ever happened before?
Less, learned folks kind of nods vaguely to Lockheart and, you know, Myr'ra, and says, obviously a bit ignorant about what we do here with the Church of Night. Get the wrong ideas. Think we're out to kill everyone, you know. Tend to disagree if their families were in fact, you know, worshippers. They would prefer the light to inter their bodies, but he shrugs his light. No point arguing with the living. And he kind of chuckles to himself.
Or the dead.
He goes,
Kindred spirit.
Friend, Myr'ra. Friend.
He kind of looks around and goes, is there anything I could actually help with, though? Because it seems like it's not me you're looking for.
Well, are you adept at unwarding?
Kind of like, gives you like a funny look as if like he has blue screened briefly. And is like, unwarding? To what end? What are yous after? He's clearly like
Argue with the
interested.
dead.
He's clearly interested now, right? And is that what you say back to him, to argue with the dead?
Yeah.
Yes. Ah. What did Sanda owe you?
It is what we perhaps owed Sanda. You see, my other colleague, now Riven, was a great admirer of hers and had hoped to
He's quite obviously like just like
Just
in the back of his head, like if he doesn't shut the fuck up, like not playing.
had hoped perhaps to thank her for the inspiration that had helped drive her to where
Lie
she
on my
now-
behalf again, Lockhart. I dare you.
Oh dear madam, have I misread that your desire to that is how you had got to this moment? That they were not instrumental in you being to this place? To being to who you are?
Do you just need a moment? I can leave.
You need not. We will be leaving soon enough. Myr'ra,
Mhm.
you were wishing to speak.
I just wanted to ask, considering the strange circumstances currently, have there been other interments since Captain Sander?
I mean,
Performed by you yourself or your...
he waves a
Right.
hand vaguely, like nothing is fancy.
No other graves warded since then?
No need really here. Well, maybe now, but normally, no.
Has there been any talk? People come to places of religion to speak their minds of why this is happening, how this is happening. Just talks. Anything.
Lots of people thinking it's some kind of curse. Kind of waves vaguely, like as if that's nonsense. But why he'd be skeptical of that, who knows, right? Considering he is fully aware that magic exists in the world, but like, yeah. He's like...
Do you consider it a blessing?
He kind of like smirks at that, like, huh. And he's like, can't say I've ever thought of it that way, but what would it be a blessing for? Do you fear death? The grand embrace.
Death is the one true God.
He laughs and goes, blasphemy.
All bow to it. Even the stars.
He kind of like... Definitely, like, the word blasphemy was said when I kind of like, he looks around the kind of room when he says that. It's maybe not something you want to say in Eve's church. It's that there is another god more powerful than her. But yeah, that's definitely noted. But he's quite jovial, right? Like, he's not... Like, he's just started his shift, so it's not like he's in a bad mood. He's got people to talk to. It's gone well for him.
Exciting people, seemingly.
Yeah, evidently. They come with interpersonal drama.
Is the implication of what he said with the warding is that the night church typically do it and it's an
No,
oddity for the
Samda's beliefs were of the night church.
Right.
She
And
asked for it to be done.
So, like, her last, like basically her will
So they
and
went
testament.
against like last will and testament
Yes.
kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So who
Is Riven
ordered
pissed?
that? We don't know yet.
Mhm.
We
Is
don't know
Riven
what's
about to
happening.
rage?
Yeah.
I would like to rage.
I would like to yeet the people into the ground at accelerated pace.
Via my weaponry.
Via
So,
Zoom.
you have learned that Church of Night were supposed to do it. This Night Father, Rand, and that would be his official title, Night Father, would normally have been the one asked to do the ceremony. If even a ceremony would have been asked, that's not normal, right? It's obviously a special, thing that can happen.
Yeah, because of her status.
But obviously it costs money. And then the fact that... and it's not so much that the church want the money, it's that the materials to do it would be expensive, right? Like, it's not just the money. It's like, well, this is the VIP burial, right? It is a VIP burial, but it's not like they're saying it's costing this much because, you know, I want a yacht. He's saying it costs that much because that's what all the materials for the spell would be. And the Light Church would have done it if that was requested. The Night Church would have done it if it was requested. It's, again, they are on almost even footing, right? Like, the Light Church mainly deal with Alata. Just some people also include Gian in that worship. But same people could worship Gian and Eve. Gian's very neutral because it's considered the planet you're on. Right? It's the nurturer, the mother, if you will.
Well, earlier on we figured out that it looks like the mayor's paid for all this,
Yes,
right?
it looked like that, yes. The mayor at least organised, like, the request that Cleft
To be
made.
moved here.
Yeah, so that they weren't interred in the capital. Which may have put some people's noses out of joint if they were a bit upset about paperwork.
And then potentially may have paid also for...
Yeah. You know, Cleft could not have afforded that.
No, Hannah, no!
Disaster! So much so that we lost Riven.
Yeah.
Oh no!
What have you done, Anna?
Fight this goddamn
Yeah, like, why did you get killed?
Oh,
you
no.
were talking, there's no way that was an AFK timeout. Like, wild. It was just, Hannah banished you, that's what it was.
I know.
Now the Riven's gone. Didn't know you had that level of power.
Why, like, now my brain's going, so why would the mayor get the light instead? Like, why would he be like, I'm going to spend all this time and money getting her interred to where her husband wants her, but I'm going to make sure she doesn't get her last will and testament.
Well, I don't
Yeah.
I don't think the transfer was obviously husband
Cleft.
Cleft asked for it, but I think the mayor did it because he wanted to do it anyway.
Yeah.
That was his excuse.
Yeah.
We know if the Fae and the Church of Light are linked at all.
No, you just don't know that.
Yeah, that's
As I said,
that would be
the Fae would be what, not like in like most fantasy you'd consider like demons or generally orcs or something, like they're always the bad guy, right? Like generally, like in this world, demons aren't considered that. Like they're not necessarily desirable, but transactional, right? Pragmatic people might use them if they're as litigious as someone like Lockhart, but the Fae, yeah, but the Fae are the danger of the world, or were. Like, lots of agreements have happened post-war, but...
Everyone be chill.
And it's why certain things, obviously, Silver's used in certain ways. Because, you know, it appeases the Fae. It's like, well, you can't lock us out if Silver's everywhere.
Yeah. That's why I was just wondering, is Silver, Fae, Light all a linked thing, or it's just they all happen to be...
Yeah, because of the mausoleum having silver in it.
But then that we thought was quite common because it keeps the Fae from interfering with graves.
Yeah, you would want to make sure that you're at least... If it was something as gaudy, no pun intended, as the mausoleum was, you'd want to make sure, like, you know, if a lot of people are putting attention on it, that might draw the Fae.
And they don't get pissy.
Yeah. No, if you've made it a big deal, because you have all acknowledged the Fae because of it, right? So clearly it works. Fae are very, very much like the, you know, you need to believe in them bullshit. Like, you are as big a danger to yourself because of the Fae. Like, it isn't quite Tinkerbell will die if you all agree she doesn't exist levels, right? But the Fae use you as a weapon. Which is why it's scary.
Who would have the authority to overwrite that?
Find out tomorrow in the Church of Light.
Well, you did ask, technically. We did answer that in a way. Like, families have disputed in the past. Who gets...
So the husband could have...
Or the mayor, right?
Yeah, that's what it seems like to me.
I think we need to talk to the mayor.
But that just depends if the mayor would get involved in that type of decision. That's a very personal decision, right? But then would Cleft care enough to go against his wife's wishes? What was your impression of Cleft and Samda?
Well, would he? Suppose you did say, would you want her to come back to talk to her? Or would that be an apology of going, "I didn't do what you asked. Sorry about that."
He also did seem to genuinely miss her.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yeah, you could see the trouble on his face when he was offered that. Like, of course I want to speak to my wife, but she's gone. Like there was that holding onto the cliff with the she is gone, but the hanging of onto the hope of going, I could speak to my wife again. Yeah. And she did arrange to come back before her trip to Caldera, it seems, so that they could spend time together, which implies even she thought that might have been dangerous.
I think Alexander is right. I think the mayor is probably our next port of call. Then the Church of Light. If the
Maybe
mayor
tomorrow
doesn't give us
morning,
anything.
yeah.
Do we want to see if we can get this priest to deward the grave? We don't
Erase his
need-
memories
we don't-
enough. Keep erasing his memories till he does it.
Just
Maybe
keep doing each
tomorrow
I
time.
don't think
morning,
he's
if we
gonna
have
do
no
that.
luck with the Church of Light, maybe come back to him.
Okay.
He can be the kind of fallback guy. Maybe an idea. I don't know.
Well, what's the outcome you're looking for, right? Like right now, what's the most immediate outcome as a party you want?
To speak to Samda?
To talk to
Yeah,
Sam.
which we can already do with, hopefully.
Maybe.
Well, in
Hopefully
theory.
with a brush.
Yeah.
And even if we do have the
Depends.
great hair, the ward still might stop me from talking
Might.
to her.
Oh, I haven't considered that.
We don't know yet whether it's proximity or whether it's just a blanket. No.
Also, the magically inclined amongst you might worry about a giant white beam beaming through the mausoleum to Myr'ra from wherever Myr'ra does that.
And through the,
Yeah.
the
So just
Vampire.
Cyclops' visor comes off and it's just a bit just across the town.
It's just the Reaper noise from Mass Effect. Just
The camera zooms away out to a bird's eye view. You see the beam go from the centre like a clock arm. I'm just saying, magically amongst you, you would worry about the feedback from that ward because you had the damage from it, right, Myr'ra?
Yep.
Like, so, yeah.
Yeah.
Mayor, night, Light Church. That's my vote.
Do you get anything better to do, or is that the plan?
I mean, we could. When are we doing
I would-
the?
When
The
are you
summon.
doing the summoning?
Yeah.
Yes.
You get
Would you want to
decide
do
that,
it
yeah.
before night so you can recover via some
No,
rest?
they're recovered.
Oh, you've recovered.
I mean,
But it could.
yeah, I would like to do it before.
Also, there's nothing
here comes
stopping Myr'ra waiting an
Where?
hour, recovering that other additional, and then doing it.
Where would
I mean, I don't
Myr'ra
need
like
to.
to do this? Would Myr'ra like to do this in the mayor's house?
I would.
That place where he said don't
Okay.
cast spells. Yeah.
we already cast one.
Yep.
Remember,
That's true,
Mr.
we've
Lawrence
already done it once.
Fillbone was almost annoyed at us moving the dust and the ambience in his room. You're going to potentially cause.
So let's
Well, we've done
follow.
one.
Let's
No,
follow
we've
your
done one.
logic here,
Lockhart,
right?
how
So
many persuades and
So-
calm downs
BRB.
you have
Like-
to like, chill the man out that the wallpaper's fucked?
let's like.
Well, Stan again.
Can you hear? No, she said BRB. So hear
I'm
this
still
out.
here.
Yep. Hear this out, right? You've got concerns about the mayor and Samda and the whole burial situation, and you want to summon Samda in the mayor's house. Like you've thought about that, right? Like.
Yes.
Okay. Just
That's
realigning the story. Yeah.
Go do it in
At
his
least we'll know
office.
one way or the other.
Yep. Because this has been straightforward.
Oh no.
So, are you leaving the night church? Leaving Night Father Rand to his evening duties?
Unless there's any other questions.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think if there's anything.
Forget we were here. Honestly, Lockhart's
Don't worry
terrifying
about
just
it.
for that one move alone. All those anecdotes only he remembers.
Yep. Was there anything that we might have got? Steve, the recently deceased,
Deceased.
he got a blessing from a church. Was it the light or the dark?
there was
Celestial
it
was
was
the vibe.
only
Off of him.
like a hint of celestial magic over him.
No,
And I said it is not unusual to have had a blessing from a church when Hannah asked about that. I never said
So-
he specifically went and got one, because you wouldn't know
Okay.
that. Just that
Yeah.
that is something that can happen. It's unusual, but it could have
What's your
happened.
one child.
And that would
Um,
read as celestial magic if it was indeed a celestial blessing. Unless it was somebody just doing a ritual and saying, oh, it's totally done, yeah, bye. I mean, because belief and power are different things, right?
What kind of blessings would you get off of the Church of Night?
I mean, just like a good fortune one or something, like, you know, like your
Something
day's
like
gonna
that,
go well.
so
Like,
just kind of basic thing.
yeah, like anything that you could imagine any church would want, like whatever you would seek for, like, you know, venturing forth in your life. Like, as I said, churches are there to support people in their endeavors, and again, the assumption is by them being there as a support mechanism, other people will support the church. Blah blah blah.
Mhm.
You know, very reciprocal. You know, community based, etc. It's why like both churches are acknowledged because, you know,
They both help.
yeah, one of them does seem a bit more elitist than the other, though. And that is light.
Like, bruh.
But that is just
why
because
gotta do this?
Eve's blasphemy being everyone's equal. Very much not akin, very much akin to like Riven's thinking of, well, everybody dies, right?
Death is the equalizer.
So I take it no one else has any questions?
Doesn't seem like it. You just want to leave then?
Oh, Lockheart.
You said there's no way we would know if they had received a blessing.
No, you wouldn't know what blessing they got if it was just a hint of celestial magic, because it'd be celestial regardless of light or dark.
Yeah. So we could just ask him.
Just say,
Did you
the-
bless
did the
Steve?
magic-
Yeah.
Did you bless Steve?
We could ask
I
if
suppose-
they worshipped here. Like, were
If you ever saw them here, yeah.
yeah, were they were members of the congregation?
Is you, just out of
pop in
curiosity,
from time to
Alexander,
time.
is your thinking that the person who believes in the big equalizing death, letting people die, while the regenning people of forever using souls isn't letting people die?
I want to say there's a connection. Just if we know there are some people that are dying, some people aren't, and we don't quite know why, it would be good to rule out one of these sort of reasons.
Uh-huh.
Ask
Is it
away.
a particular
Mhm.
church? Yeah, yeah. Good question. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Um,
Do you know Steve? He dead. Was he friend? Yes, no.
Have in sure you have many travelers coming through this area. We have come into a bit of contact with a certain group known as the Bronze Lion Maned.
Bronze maned lion?
Bronze Maned Lion. Um,
A lion whose mane is bronze. Bronze maned lion.
His name Jeff.
Yes.
the Bronze Maned Lion Gang. Yeah, that is.
Like his
He's
face
around.
changes because like, oh, this is a new topic. Like after the last one.
We're keeping him busy.
Were they ever members of your congregation or flock?
Kind of like exhales, but maybe like kind of
Trying to remember,
shrugs.
did they have a something that helped identify them?
Yeah, that's how you knew they were
Maybe.
bronze maned lion. Like
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
So he would know. So
Like-
if he doesn't know, then probably.
Well, you were looking for it though. He might not. Like he's in the middle of a room full of people.
True.
Right? Like he might not be paying that much attention, right? But he doesn't seem to like. He doesn't look like he's immediately. Oh my God, there, that's Steve. You know, he doesn't look like he's got that light bulb moment. But he goes, anything more to go on than a member of a gang?
He was called Steve.
Kind of like smiles and like nods as if, well,
He
that
had
is helpful.
He had a friendship bracelet.
Okay.
Came with someone called
He
Sally.
was.
Hmm.
And Daniel.
Right. Steve, Sally, Daniel, like looks blankly and goes, I mean, I hear good things about the bronze-maned lion. He shrugs vaguely.
In what way?
Yeah, is this Hannah? Or is this Myr'ra?
No.
Yeah,
Remember, in what way do you hear good things about the bronze-maned
And he goes, you know, seem to be...
good equal pay package?
Kind of just nods and goes like, seems to be, you know, looking out for the people the crown miss.
Have they mirrored?
I mean, I think it's more belief based. That sounds rich coming from me, but I do believe they believe in the bronze-maned lion's cause. Not saying I'm an expert, just people talk to me, obviously. I am a happy and loyal citizen of the crown, of course, but, you know. And he does leave that as vague. It's very
He's
easy.
also the guy that died earlier.
Kind of like his eyes go wide. Oh, there's been a death.
I assumed you may have heard.
Any particular circumstances that were special?
Ah,
A bottle
A
to
tavern
the neck.
fight.
Huh. I'm mundane. Tragic, of course. Sorry. But of course, like, not, you would think if there was something cursed-like, he rolls his eyes, I am stopping people from passing and joining the grand cycle, then you'd think it'd be a more impressive means of getting through that than to the neck. And no, I've not. This is the first news I've had of it, but I was sleeping earlier.
I'm jealous.
May go to
You're-
bed soon.
You're welcome to stay the night if you wish. He waves vaguely to the probably cold stone floor that's around the place. Like,
We are lucky enough to have lodgings with the mayor.
I go like, ah. Just nods knowingly. Very nice.
Did I ask the church's opinion on him?
Mayor has been very good to this town.
For how long, may I ask, has he been in his position?
As long as I've been here. Been here maybe 11. Oh, it's 15 years now. How
I
time
think Riven
flies.
looks at Lockhart like, you really need to get, like, how many times does the mayor get voted out?
I think Alexander's just relieved he wasn't like 15,100. Like,
No, it seems like he's just remembered
What's a
he's...
mayoral term?
Yeah, like it just seems like Father Rand has just remembered it's actually a lot longer. He maybe thought it was a decade he'd been here, but it's actually more like 15 years he's been in town as the Night Father.
Yeah. It's like, oh, it's only 5 years since the millennium. Oh no, it's 2023.
It's like,
Yeah.
I mean, 1999 isn't just 10 years ago. What? Like,
Help.
yup. So yeah, the 70s aren't 30 years ago. What? Yep.
Stop it.
Yep. I'm
Oh,
sorry. So yes, that's what it says. There was another question, I forgot where it was. So somebody asked a second question, and I don't remember where it was. And if you don't, then it doesn't matter. So, yeah. Oh, how long's a mayoral term was the question, that was it.
Oh yes, that's
Yeah, I mean,
mayoral term.
until the people are
for
unhappy, I
life?
guess. Like, yeah, like,
Till they revolt and cut off his head.
realistically, the people would need to be unhappy enough that it was noticed by the adjudicants of the capital that, you know,
To make another vote.
To call.
yeah, to be like, well, this
yeah.
guy's bullshit, let's replace him. Yeah, and it seems,
Like de facto
yeah, like,
for life,
and obviously
unless you shit.
if Mayor Threem has been doing well,
He's had plenty of practice
People
over the
seem
years.
to like him.
I mean, yeah, it depends how long he's been mayor, doesn't it? You know how long he's been a vampire, but you don't know how long he's been mayor. I don't believe.
People would have noticed. He's not brazen enough to be stupid.
He did also
Mayor for at least 15 years, though.
at least 15 years, and did get rid of all of those guards. So like his staff has been reduced to like 1.
And has people openly coming in to feed him.
Yes.
Willingly, by the looks of things.
Yes, that person looked within their faculties, if a little pale.
And did they leave? Am I just remembering this wrong? They left with money, or did they just leave?
They
with
left
gold
jingling.
money? Yeah, so he's paying people. So it's one of these, you know, how much of a secret is it really? Like, is it only select circles that know, but we know? But he was happy enough to let us know in the first 10 minutes.
Hmm.
Do
We can
people
always
start
ask him.
having?
Yeah, he's not really trying to hide it, is he?
Yeah, is it that idea of like the town know but keep it quiet because the idea of having a vampire?
If I jump
For
in
the
as a
mayor?
player again, just a
Okay.
little wee cheeky worm tongue player moment again. Can Myr'ra speak to his spirit? Let me just jump back out though,
Ooh.
and
Okay.
keep my oil away from that fire.
That debate of
I'd love to
vampires
try.
got souls, or are they?
And the thing is,
Oh.
in this world where we're saying that demons are a part of the world, although they might be
Less
in
than
their own
desirable,
cities and things,
but yeah. Mhm.
less than desirable,
Uh-huh.
but is it really that unusual if we have a demon of some sort within a town, within running from air? Would it be?
I mean, a demon, yeah. A vampire, I mean, if the trains
That's
are
what
running
I'm
on
thinking.
time.
Like, if how strong would any of us know? Like on a strength level, how strong a vampire is? Is it like the equivalent of picking a fight with Dracula, where it's like,
Why don't
there's
you
a few
roll?
of you? Okay, what am I rolling?
It's an intellect thing, and you can tell me if you've got a skill that helps. I will consult the book.
Unlikely, no. It's just an intellect roll.
I think.
So none, and it is a 4. I don't know a damn fucking thing.
Well, let's let just me have a look, and we'll see if you know anything or not.
Is this another one we're all brave enough to do?
I'm just wondering, like, is the kind of like as a player, just like, is
The
the idea
typical
of the
level.
town going like having a mayor that's a vampire? Like, if bandits turn up and start causing shit, he's gonna fucking throttle them. Like, it will be 50 versus 1 vampire, and then it will be 1 vampire at the end of that altercation, and that's why people are willing to kind of like, you know. We have Surrey Thane for the day, and at night, if anything happens, the mayor will go out and deal with it, and it will get dealt with. Kind
Yeah,
of
he might-
attitude.
So,
He might feed a lot, but he offers a level of protection as well.
yeah, and everyone spoke highly of the mayor, but not in like a creepy, we've been told to kind of vibe.
Uh-huh.
Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
Is it the idea of like they have a lion in their midst and they know it, but the lion's well fed?
Mhm.
So
I
it's
mean, there's also a
okay.
bronze maned lion in the play as well, so are they...
I know.
So,
So
is anyone else likely to have the same line of thought? Because obviously that's like a Riven internal thought process, unless Riven's venting this to the, church hall. Because if you would think that line, I don't mind you making like a roll as well, like Riven did, but if it's something you just wouldn't naturally come to, it's a bit metagamey to also roll.
So, Alexander had considered, the undying and being a mayor as not the done thing. So, I guess I would like to know if that is reflected by society and the law. So that's a slightly different question.
It is a very
But-
different question, so I'm going to deal with that at a different point in time.
But at the same time, the understanding that is linked to the understanding of what a vampire is and how strong a threat a vampire is. So yes, I had been wondering.
Those are two different rolls, and one,
Yes.
the vampire roll will help the other roll if you rolled well.
Yeah.
If that makes sense, okay?
So I do feel like Lockhart would have had both of those thoughts
Okay.
with a different direction in mind, but
Mhm.
would have had.
Don't worry, this isn't a hard sell, so I'm okay with that. But anyone else on the what threats a vampire thought process? Because if you're not, don't roll, because if it doesn't cross your mind. But if it does, genuinely, like if you think it would cross your
He's my
mind.
friend. I don't know why I
Yeah.
would
Yep.
want to fight him.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even fighting it, it's just like how good an ally is he to have, like is this town
It's
safe
sort of, yeah,
when we
what's
leave
our
with one guard? Because he would just kill
current-
everything that annoyed them.
You know the answer to that is no.
Mm.
Like one person cannot. Like remember I told you this is that like this town could support 10,000 citizens. So how can one person protect the size of this place?
Yeah.
Like they are
But that's why I'm
not. They
not
are
saying
not
it's a whole bunch
Superman.
of-
Like fundamentally, they're not Superman. So if one thing happened at the East Gate, over here, and then they were over at the West Gate, by the time they got there, a lot could happen.
I will be right back.
So, Nori. Would Nori have that thought cross their head? Myr'ra, would Myr'ra have
Not unless I was in a room with them.
that? Right, cool.
If I was in a room with them and I felt under threat, then yeah, that'd be a curiosity. But out of sight, out of mind, as far as I'm concerned, he's not a danger for me
'Kay.
standing here right now. So no.
And Myr'ra?
I think Myr'ra might have thought of, because again, she comes from a bit of a spooky background
Mhm.
and is interested in, I suppose, to what extent vampires are magical creatures. Are they? I think from a intellectual perspective,
Yep.
what is a vampire and what do I know about them? Yeah,
Sure.
she maybe would have.
So yours is
But
kind
I
of
do
more
sort
of
of-
like
I don't know
a
if she
origin
thought-
of the species type
Yeah.
question.
Yeah, what do I
mhm.
know about? Yeah, have I read a book about?
Whereas like
origins of
Riven's
vampires?
like a threat assessment
Yeah.
version,
Yeah,
and Lockhart's a legal implication version. So yeah, if
I
he's
don't know, we're coming from different perspectives.
oh excuse me. So, Riven, you rolled from a threat assessment point of view. You weren't spending effort or anything, were you?
No.
Just an intellect roll. Okay. You know enough, so you cannot accurately gauge the threat of a vampire. But that is, you've heard of them, you've probably just never encountered them. Okay? But you probably have heard enough that they are a threat, quite a significant threat, right? And your assessment of one being able to take on a lot, the stories you would have heard would imply that. Whether or not they're true or over embellished or whatever, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or even true is another story. But yeah, so you don't necessarily know if your party could take one on or not. You just don't know.
Uh-huh.
It could be a yes, it could be a no. Right, Alexander and Myr'ra, would you just like to roll your respective rolls as well? And we'll see what I can tell you guys.
Can I roll with my skill of researching? Because I'm trying to think back to research I might have done.
If you were using things to research, you could have.
Oh,
Yes. So
that's fair.
do you carry any books on you? Is that an item you have written down?
I have a writing kit, I think, but no, I don't
Okay,
think I have.
No.
Because I've got my portable writing desk
Yep.
after writing. I have my own journals, but I don't have other
So
people's
if you had material you could look through, then yes, you could have used that. But no, not for this situation.
So this is where I wasn't sure about the order of it. If I know about the law, would that imply?
No, because you need to learn about vampires to learn about how that would impact the law, right? Because you would need to know subject matter to apply skill.
But if I know it just says vampires illegal because one person can kill a town.
Well, you don't know that. That's Riven's information.
Yes, exactly. No, I mean literally if that was the law,
Okay.
then that would implicate more
So,
for what?
We'll get to you. You're complicated. Yes. Yeah, so, Myr'ra, you're very similar to, Riven in that regard. There's, there's probably books where they are on the shelf in the Arcanatrix.
Yeah.
So you're
Think of the
I know where that
Dewey
is.
Decimal.
Yeah, but you
Yeah.
don't have them. So really, they're a threat mostly from spooky tales Doesn't seem to be any understandable organizational structure. Could be a curse. Like, yeah. It does, like, and when I say curse, I mean something someone has done to another that will last until a curse is broken, mechanically speaking, right? So it's not necessarily like you're born a vampire as such. No writing has ever said that.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, vampires made, not born.
Yes, seems to be. And Alexander, what is the information you want out the end of this journey? I don't need the journey. I just need the info you're looking for.
I would like to know, are they illegal and why?
Okay. So legally, they're not recognized. Right? By law, nobody would be like, oh, we've got an entire section of the law dedicated to vampirism. It's not a thing in law.
What?
Yep. Maybe you want to add that. But you have a book of law with you, so like I don't need you to roll for this. Like you would just know that the law has not considered vampires, which lets you know that they're not that common.
Yeah. So would then I guess follow on. Is there laws about demons? Is there enough that they are?
Yes. Demons are not welcome in the capital or in Denk.
Right.
Yes. That doesn't outlaw the worship of a demon posing as a god for the purposes of transactional religion, right?
Yeah.
Because obviously, but if you were caught summoning said demon within Denk, you would be arrested. Because you're breaking the law on that demon's behalf. The demon would be sent home. Because it didn't necessarily instigate that.
I'm just using that sort of comparison to gauge the importance of the lack of anything about vampires then. If it is willing to go into legalese about demons.
Well, demons were part of the five. Remember?
Yeah.
The five blades.
Yeah.
So that original council is why. Vampires weren't. So whether vampires even existed then, who knows? Like the vampires could be like a result of the Fae or demons or gods or like a random witch that stubbed her toe and cursed somebody. Like, we don't know. That's the problem. Nobody sat and studied them.
Mm-hmm.
They've probably been drank before that happened. So, yeah, they're just relatively unknown. Like I said, similar to the necromancy thing, people know of it. Some people dedicate their lives to it. There's probably a vampire expert out there. It's probably whoever Colin's playing in the campaign. So yeah. Colin may in fact be a vampire necromancer in that campaign. Like, who knows?
Who studies necromancy?
I study myself. I'm an expert on the subject.
How do you think I got this out?
I want to say my doctorates I self-awarded. So anyway, yeah, it's a bit of a headache, I think, legally for Lockheart, because a murderer could not hold office, right? Convicted murderer couldn't hold office legally unless they were pardoned. So if Threem was murdering people left, right, and center as a vicious vampire, then they've done a great job at covering that up since they're still in office. Because again, it's not like this town doesn't feel like they're held hostage by anything other than this weird phenomenon, right?
Okay, then
Yep.
that I think
Cool.
satisfies my question.
Cool. Any more for Nightfather Rand, or he's leaving? All heading out? Right. He's all head down out the church. He says, have a very pleasant evening. It was charming meeting you all. As you are heading down at the gate of the church, outside the church grounds, you've got Mayor Threem and Sir Ethane standing with his little parasol above him. Lovely evening, isn't it? Myr'ra says.
Most delightful. It really is quite a pleasant climate down south that you seem to have.
Is there any sun in the sky?
No, it's dark now.
Good.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah.
I was just like, oh, please don't tell me he's.
Remember I said
trapped in
earlier,
it.
like it's only moonlight that's left?
Mhm.
And
Which
he
is
goes,
just a reflection of sunlight.
well, it's direct sunlight that matters, remember. Direct sunlight's what matters.
Okay.
Yeah, vampire lore 101. That's just vampire lore, you know?
Add that to the law.
Direct sunlight.
Can you be out in the sun?
Violence.
Is that what you ask him? Just
Mhm.
randomly?
Yeah.
He goes, why? Would you like a walk in the morning light together?
Are you offering?
No,
Then no.
I shall be asleep. And he smiles. We could go a lovely walk this evening. Why waste such a beautiful night? You can tell me all about what you've discovered. Let us walk.
Let's-
And he walks off, and Cypher just stands there and gestures after him.
What is that way?
I walk.
I just grab the back of Myr'ra. One finger in the collar, like, nope. And I look at Cypher. What is that way?
Back to the manor.
That's it. I'll unhook Myr'ra, like, that's right. I just didn't want him taking us down some fucking creepy back alley or straight back to the graveyard. I'm like, no.
You protect me.
You fear of dying in this city? Again, town.
I think Riven, after all the battles she's been through, is more afraid of how much it hurts to stay alive.
Yes, yes indeed. A valid concern.
Riven is hyper aware of how horrendous it could be. That's the concern. It's like, I really don't want to watch any of these four people that, as much as they frustrate me, I care about screaming for me, decapitate them, and that still doesn't work.
Yeah, grim times. So, you all follow the mayor?
Yep.
Yep,
I'll
yep.
keep up. I'm going to keep up the rear in line with Cypher.
Yep. Kind of does that nod, and then you both head off. The mayor's there just very happily taking in his town.
And how has your day been? Mayor 3.
KT. KT.
Yes, Kitty. I gave you a note from calling him by his first name, okay? I was very kind to you all. And you say, Mayor 3 goes, please, we are much closer than formalities, Lockheart. And he kind of like gives you a big toothy grin. His implication there is call him something more familiar.
K-Dog.
K9.
Oh, of course. Cont?
Yep,
His first
that's it.
name. Right.
K-O-N-T, yeah, K-O-N-T, Cont Thream.
Well then, Cont, how was your day?
Yes, day. Exhausting. Yours? Hopefully fruitful. Get a whiff of melon?
Oh yes, melon indeed. Such lovely as a product of this town. As the mayor, I'm sure you're very glad of such a commodity in this area. Tell me, is there much that you do to support this as a home industry?
Yes, it's a very important export of this town. Very matter of fact, no fluff, no flair to that sentence, just, yep, it's a good export.
We do melons.
Yep. And he kind of just goes, so, your adventures through my town, how have they treated you? I see that you've met Cleft. Well, I think he says, I smell that you've met Cleft, is probably what he says.
Yes, as I say, our most adventurous morning began with that fortunate business, and it is most most sad that such a travesty as a barroom brawl descending all the way into the depths of murder. It is such.
Are we so sure it was murder? I'm not convinced personally, Lockheart. Surely murder needs intent, and if this... He kind of looks around, and then you just hear Dave from, like, Cypher. This Dave fellow, charming man I'm sure he is, wasn't intending to kill this Steve. Steve fellow, also likely an upstanding member of the bronze-maned Lions gang. Somebody's getting fed lines by Cerethain. Exactly. I'm sure there was no intent that he die. Or do you think otherwise? He's like gesturing with his parasol.
Okay, now I would like to use my knowledge of the law.
Okay.
Stabbed in the neck with glass bottle.
Yes.
Unintentionally.
I would like to
Manslaughter.
At least manslaughter.
Well, yeah, I would like to attempt to call upon a case where it does not appear to have been intended, but the escalation and disproportionate use of force, such as stabbed in the neck, was then counted as murder for the purposes of the crime.
Sure, do you want to roll?
Yeah.
Yep. We'll see where that goes. Roll for the law.
Is the law.
So if I use effort, that would be...
So it's like bringing the difficulty down a level if you used effort, but in this regard we're adding 3 to whatever you roll.
Yeah. And does my edge then discount that costing only 2?
Your edge will discount any attempt you make to do a roll. So an action of some kind involves you using one of your stats. That would then, if your edge is there, it applies. So the cost of that action does include F. So edge discounts it at the very end.
And so yes, I am trained in law of the land.
And remember, if you're rolling that 20 and you spent loads of points, you get them all back.
I don't want to physically rifle through my book. Does just having read the book count as an asset? Or
I mean, no. I think you'd need to look through it. Like, it's not like an aura buff where you're just holding it, like waving it at him going, but the law!
You just know where the exact page is. He's the guy who committed either murder in the first or second degree. Second or third degree, just not the first.
Use the glossary quickly.
Which is it? Murder in the third degree is accidental killing. Murder in the second degree is with intent
So you'd
to
be
do grievous bodily
difficulty
harm.
3 with that roll then, if we're using effort to knock it up? Because it would be a 10, not a 7. Yep.
Yeah, how does being trained affect it?
Are you trained?
I am indeed.
Did you click the skill that you were trained in? Because it should be under your skills to click that, not the stat.
Yeah, there's a dice next to your skill.
So you do it there because it should be coded. So it should say like I and then T. So intellect, then trained. So you would roll that.
I see. I did not do that.
It's okay, you can do it now if you want. I would rather the right things were rolled, if the system allows it.
Oh, okay, that was the wrong one,
Yep.
but it's still a trained.
No, like, let's keep going till we get the right one. No point making a correction to not have the actual result happen. Just because it's a higher roll. I'm glad this doesn't automatically deduct points from your pool. I imagine like, wait a minute, you can't afford this anymore. You're intellectually bankrupt. Was it not in the skill set?
No, it wasn't.
Shocking behaviour. Press C, you're getting redeemed.
Yep, wasn't just me.
Okay. It's alright though, it's like bumping up to 13, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's alright. Yep. Yeah, so with a good enough lawyer, this guy would get off. Like, with a bad lawyer, he would be arrested.
So if Lockheart was the lawyer, probably get off.
Yeah. And likewise, if you were the prosecution, you'd likely get arrested.
Alright, so if Lockheart was going against him, he could probably get him done.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
well
how down the line this is, because if he stabbed someone and he did not think that could possibly kill him, right? Like,
It's manslaughter,
right? So it's
not murder.
Third-degree
but
murder.
in terms of
Uh-huh.
the intent to kill another person, keep in mind this is a fantasy world, not our litigious world,
exactly.
Yeah.
exactly.
right?
Yeah.
So the gist would be, did you try and remove this person deliberately, yes or no? And the answer here is no. He did stab a guy in the neck,
Yeah.
but
With
do
the
you-
knowledge that people could die,
No,
it
but
was just
let's put it this
less
way.
of a risk.
if you punched someone, they could die. But not everybody that gets punched gets done for murder. So the same understanding here gets applied, because I mean, this isn't our IRL
Uh-huh.
world. This is a fantasy world run by kings and other such creatures, right? So yeah. If I call it king, a creature.
Entity.
Right.
Yeah.
Such knowledge. I think.
How does Lockhart feel? Should that guy have been put to jail? That's more interesting to me as a GM. Like, where's Lockhart's interpretation of the law there? Because we know it could go either way, right? Us as players know from that role it could have went either way. Characters don't. Would Lockhart have wanted him put in jail for that or not?
In the current situation, Lockhart's not bothered either way. Just because that's not Lockhart's job.
No, but if it was his job, would you have put him away or not? Given the current situation,
That's happening.
right? Because it's
Then yes,
okay.
he goes to jail. Because,
Interesting.
And for one large point, proportionality. That it's not a punch; it is a stab to the neck.
Yep.
And so, in order to keep order, we want to stop people from stabbing people in the neck. And so,
But if nobody could die from being stabbed in the neck, would it become a punch in the eyes of the law?
My argument would then become you're trying to cause them serious pain. Like, a punch will hurt, but you'll get back from it. Being stabbed in the
How
neck.
does
to the point
emotional
where if the
damage
guy-
factor in for that then? Because that could cause more pain in someone. Some cutting
Uh-huh,
words, right? Like, it gets really existential, so I want to cut that off here, this discussion, because it could last, well, several days as we debate the ethics and morality of this fantasy world. But it's an interesting point, and that's why I wanted the snapshot of what does Lockhart give a fuck about. It doesn't matter what the law says here, you could put him in jail or not.
Yeah, and that's why I do bring it to Lockhart's idea of it would lead to a lot more trouble if it's allowed.
You can see why the Crown want this matter resolved, can't you? Because it's almost like if this gets, bigger, more like it doesn't stick to the town, for example, the implications are disastrous for the Crown. It's not just really
disastrous
embarrassing.
for society.
Blessings or curses, right?
Some really bad people could have a really good time. Like, if you get a guy like Jigsaw out and he's just like, oh, I can have fun for days.
Yep.
And it never ends.
So, Lockhart with Threem. Anyone else got any other input into that? Because Threem doesn't seem to care if the guy gets arrested or not.
And neither does Lockhart. He was just talking about something inconsequential.
But it's interesting to debate, right? And I think it's a good snapshot into these characters' mindsets, which is why the more interesting part was, like, would Lockhart want him in jail or not, right? So, yeah. But, yeah, Threem just kind of looks around and as if shrugs off the debate about whether he should be arrested or not, because he clearly doesn't give a fuck, right? You could tell, though, like, he's playing it nonchalantly because the implication here is there's bigger problems. People are infringing his trademark of not dying. That's obviously more important to him. Whereas, if that wasn't a problem, he probably would have had the guy arrested, right? Like, seems rational enough. Like, he seems like he's looked after this place well enough. There isn't just a bunch of murderers running around. Do you know what I mean? Like, people seem to just be getting on with stuff, despite, there was probably maybe a week or two of mad confusion and worry, but that seems to have been settled for the most part. People have just
I
come
think
back on with stuff.
Con would be writhing, absolutely like enjoying this, because he would have like, if he could find one person that definitely didn't die, he'd have an eternal blood bag
Yeah,
that
he's
never runs out.
he might be capitalizing on this.
But he's trying to get rid of it, which is, you know, I think that shows signs like he could be really taking advantage of this.
It's almost like
he's
it's maybe a sign of that he isn't necessarily nefarious in this scenario.
he isn't actually as twisted. He's just maybe just doesn't want to die.
Also, it seems very like benevolent from what you can tell. Do you know what I mean? Like the only kind of negative thing has been that like use have thrown suspicion his way towards the ward, and it being denied. Obviously, I mean that's the only thing that you have considered negatively regarding him. So it's not a bad record so far, in at least 15 years of office. Yep. So, what do you tell him about your investigation so far?
I'm in the back and I'm going to talk to Sir Ethane, but that's Riven. Riven's busy.
As Lockheart was kind of hoping to fill the conversation until we got back to the house.
Nope. You're not even in the graveyard yet.
We have to go past the graveyard.
It's in the middle.
Have to go through the graveyard.
Well, you can go around it, but through is quicker.
Oh.
Why was the sarcophagus warded?
Ah, yes, the warding. And he like gestures again with his parasol. He goes, what have you found out about the ward?
It's mean.
He like laughs and I goes, quite rightly so. I wouldn't touch it myself. And kind of giggles a bit to himself.
She like looks at her hand like.
And then he says, yes, it was important.
Were you the one that did it?
And he kind of looks and goes, well, yes, who else would have had the authority to override her personal wishes, but it was not my wishes to override hers. It was simply the terms of her transition here.
The
Who
wards.
set the terms?
Oh, what was that? Like, Myr'ra? No, on you go, Myr'ra.
Who set the terms?
He like gestures very over elaborately to like Lockheart and goes, our dearest queen.
And I think Lockheart could, has sort of figured that, like the conditions of the royal, of the name for royal bodyguards burial place, which needs to be extended to wherever they are buried, usually in the capital, but...
Yeah, special arrangements were made for here. Would you like to see? Again.
Yes, please.
And then you see that you're heading towards the graveyard.
Would like to be more careful just as we're going, trying to look fly casual, but looking like flying casual. That of some of the names around. I think we did kind of miss that.
Yeah, you want to check and see if it's like the family plot or something, right?
Is it their family plot? Is there other families like is there Threems nearby? Are there that sort of thing. Just trying to have an awareness of names as we go.
Okay. Yeah.
Without checking every grave individually.
How are you going to do that in the dark?
Moonlight.
Okay. It's not that good.
Is it that dark?
Yeah, the lighting level is hindering all tasks that involve sight.
Yeah.
That is just standard for like it being this time. Like lighting levels and such have varying degrees of hindering.
Once I realize that it's kind of dark, I'll turn on my resonance field.
Okay, yeah. Now that only lasts a minute, I think.
Yeah, but it's free.
Yeah, but you're just gonna like constantly cast spells next to the
It's dancing lights. Dancing lights only works for like a turn.
So it's not that. It's actually like a really good melee defense spell, but it has a bit of a glow to it. But it is to me anyway, I would say it glows when it gets struck. But if it glows all the time, wouldn't it just hinder you anyway if you've got lights in your face? Do you know what I mean? But like a faint enough aura, like nobody got a candle or something or a torch on them that they could just light if they were really eager for, some light.
I mean, I have a torch, but I also have a spell that lights the world.
We have a torch. It's called Myr'ra.
I have a. Hang on, I've got hip oil lantern, and it's basically just an oil lantern that Riven has on her hip at all times that she just like light up.
Resonance Field is not a light. That's all I'm saying. Light spells that cast light are light spells. That just has a faint glow.
It does say emit faint light. Yeah.
But it would be enough that if you were like up close to something, that say you were in a totally dark room and you had that on, I would let you read something if you were right next to it. Yes.
Okay. Like hold up my hand to it.
Yeah, like just like right up like a tablet or something you're trying to read or something, or a book and you're right next to it. I'd let the light from that glow enough, but it wouldn't be helpful. It would just be functional, right? You wouldn't want to research in the dark with it.
Yeah.
I'll just put on my oil lantern.
Okay. Yep. So yeah, there's a bit more light being cast. But again, like there's obviously like some kind of like street lighting. Just the graveyard doesn't obviously have lighting in it. So, do you tell him anything else on the way to the graveyard? You aren't there yet. You are just approaching. Like he is expecting a report, it seems, for your day's findings. And you've played your hand with the ward question, so obviously that implies that you were close enough to the sarcophagus to know it was warded. That was his gamble, at least.
Mm-hmm.
So, who else tells him what? Or is it silence?
Riven's just gonna thank Sir Ethan for the fact that like the information he gathered was the thing that kind of got them started. And I think she's just gonna. Did you have suspicions it was her because of the burials, or was it just intuition?
I have no suspicions. I am unaware what is causing this. I would not lay blame without information. This is also not why I'm here. This is why you are here.
Why are you? Why are you here right now?
I am here to serve the needs of the mayor.
What are her... Not her. Sorry. What are his needs currently?
Basically anything I ask of him, really. You hear from up front.
Alright then, what are you wanting right now?
The information about your investigation, how is it going? What have you discovered? I understand you questions about the wards. We'll go and peruse the mausoleum. I have a key.
We attempted to get into the sarcophagus to speak with her, and we have had zero success. So I've been
Please, not in
around
front of
the
Lockhart. He'd have you arrested.
And we have been running around the circles all day trying to facilitate a way to actually talk to her.
Right.
A day of fruitful work, I'm sure.
Yes, very good. Very good. I knew we were
friends. It would have been nice to know how she had been interred. It would have been helpful to know, considering you were the one that organized it.
You just didn't ask. Do you think
we
it's central to the cause?
You had the information you're good here gathered.
In my lifetime, I've gathered significant amounts of information, not all pertinent to this moment. How long would you willingly have stayed in my office chatting? You seemed eager to leave.
If what I am asking is, your good Sir Ethane gathered information with her name on it in particular, and at no point did you mention your involvement with her in any way.
No, I did not.
Why?
You didn't ask, like I said. The information, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think Samda's is the cause of this.
We asked you when she came here. We had several questions about her in that office, and you didn't think once to bring up the information that we had to go find otherwise, which would have been quicker to talk to you, or you could have given it to us, and today would have been far more fruitful.
Yes, well, I'm sure we can all learn from our missteps today. Isn't that right, everyone? And he gestures vaguely to everybody.
Tell us everything you know about her, is what I'm saying right now.
And I'm telling you, that would take forever. He rolls his
And I'm
eyes.
saying we might have her forever at this rate. Everything pertinent in your mind.
Yes. Things I'm going to do and things I'm not going to do. Your wishes and my wishes. And he starts tapping his lip with his pointy nail. My job isn't to investigate this. Your job's to investigate this. I've told you what I deemed relevant. The rest may perhaps put the security of my town at risk to a stranger. I don't know you. I would like to be your friend. This feels incredibly hostile. Sir Ethan, is this hostile? He goes, it could be. He says, very, ugh. Sir Ethan's probably also tired, right? Because he hasn't slept. He was up during the day.
Only if he's alive.
He's actually a bunch of cogs.
We are going to spend another extra 3 days for information we could have right now.
3 days well spent, I think. You may uncover stuff I didn't even know.
Is it relevant? Probably not.
He smiles, as if somehow he's come out on top on this, even though, the only thing that's been exchanged is that you're frustrated with them. So you've learned nothing, is what you're telling me.
We've learned she's been interred in a very strange way. And we
I mean,
need to talk to her.
It's all by the book as far as I'm concerned. Only odd thing would be the change in her wishes, but who is even Samda to argue with the crown? Do you think this odd?
Not meeting someone's final wishes is disrespectful.
But often done. He kind of just nods as if it happens.
Lockhart will be sort of in thought, and field standard capital policy. Church. Leaves it hanging there.
So is there anything of use to the investigation?
Let's get to the grave so we can try and speak to her.
Oh, I don't think that would be possible. We can go look at it. I can show you inside, but I can't stop the ward.
Then, no point. Back to the manor.
We'll try the hair.
Hair? And he kind of puts his finger through his own.
Will the ward not still stop that?
Stop what? Some
No.
hair?
I've never tried.
Myr'ra. Try. But if it hurts, stop immediately.
Of course.
If it
Here?
kind of Mira's am I in
Pursuit
danger right now?
suggests-
What's going on? Sir Ethan, should I be worried? He goes, potentially.
Perhaps.
Yeah. Potentially.
Where suits you best, Myr'ra?
It matters not to me.
I mean, the graveyard's probably got more oomph, right?
Yeah, I
That's
guess
good.
it's closer.
Also just
Sure.
dead energy, right?
Sure.
Okay, player agency.
Yeah.
One thing I'm worried about more than any of this is what if we're not alone in the graveyard? By that I mean, what if Sir Child is
Jack?
in the area?
Jack.
It's very late at
That-
night for Jack to be out.
It's very late. And I
It's
do
very-
when it's dark.
imagine the mayor would know, with being a vampire, probably could hear and smell anything else in the
Like a
graveyard.
dog.
And would probably be
He's
like,
already also broken the rules today. So
Yep.
So you could do it
probably
again.
has closer eyes on him.
If I've been told on once, I couldn't possibly be told off a second time when it matter.
Jack's. I totally get it.
It's
but
worth for Riven to keep an eye out for him, though. Yeah, that makes perfect sense, right?
Yeah. Jack has probably been kept at home, I would say, but I will keep an eye out just because I think the dad did just find 5 random people at his door because of his son, and he's probably like, "You fucking stay in your room and don't bring any more randoms to our house."
Then again, is there any residual after effect about erasing the last 5 minutes of his mind?
Yeah. But
That
yeah,
melon
Riven,
pie.
delicious pie.
It's just in the sitcom of my mind. It's like it happens, even if it goes well. It's like,
Oh, we'll never know.
It's me.
So I'm back. Hello, everyone
I'm back. Hello.
Oh, that was just a whole
Hello.
Discord thing.
Okay, perfect. So
Oh.
that's fine.
the stream stopped as well.
Has it stopped?
No, it
Just
just
froze.
It
paused.
froze.
It saw
Paused.
your perspective,
Yes,
so you
that's
kept going.
Oh, thank gods for that. Otherwise, the world would have stopped.
That was funny.
Okay, so rewind a bit. Go again, please. So in the sitcom in your mind,
Oh, whatever's going to happen happens, and then Sir Jack is just like behind the grave and is traumatized and a loose end.
not my
I think, like-
cabbages. Okay.
So it's just something I feel we should be worried.
How to plant an idea in the DM's head.
You worry about that all the time, Chris. And I told you I already come with too many ideas. I don't.
Don't need more.
Yeah, and I'm not the biggest
Yeah.
fan of just changing stuff on the fly just because it's like a dick or move or something. Do you know what I mean? I'm not a big fan of that. Like, I like putting in what was planned, and if you can be smart enough to outwit it, you get the victory of it, which is kind of fun. So, you mean as you enter the graveyard, you can look around if you wanted, like check the place out first. I mean, you could ask the mayor to make sure it was empty. It is his town.
Could we be alone for this?
Am I not invited? And he grins.
Oh, no. You're more than invited, friend.
Wonderful. He smiles. And then lingers on the smile and says, friend.
But is there... We want to make sure no one else is here.
Of course. Cyrithian, if you could, please. And then Cyrithian just nods to you, Riven, because you were probably walking side by side still. And then just goes and does the perimeter, basically. Off he goes.
As soon as I see Myr'ra kind of setting up, I will just look at the mayor and say, "If this works, you do not speak to the entity at all."
The entity? You mean Samda, surely, if that's who we're trying to summon, unless you're worried someone else is going to intercept. He looks around as if there's people.
I think Riven will just kind of like let him think that. Like, yeah, sure. Again, don't speak to it. Myr'ra is...
That's okay. I'm going to actually go and stand over here. And he points back to the entranceway. To like the, I guess, south gate to the graveyard. It's like, this seems like something that could go terribly wrong. And I want to be a bit further away. And just nods.
Before he goes, I go...
Oh, on you go.
Before he goes, I go, what color was her hair?
There's Samda?
Mm-hmm.
He goes, huh. Blonde? Kind of like shakes head, shrugs. Probably blonde, right?
I look to Riven.
Would I remember?
I mean, I have no idea. Would you know? Like,
Lockhart's probably got the best because Lockhart's seen her.
yeah, like, she probably was blonde, right?
I'm just wondering whether I've been arrested by her.
I mean, maybe, right? Maybe.
Never try.
But yeah, like,
Or
yeah,
up in court in front of her.
MD like, you know, that has a reason to know, she probably was like dirty blonde. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not like
Just
bottle
give me
blonde or anything, just, you know, sun-kissed, you know, hair because she's from the south.
And then I will pull out a blonde hair from the... And begin the process with effort.
And what was it you were, sorry, before that happens, what were you gonna ask, Nat? You were,
I was just going to say to the mayor, "You not want to join? Worried it might muddle your spirit?"
he kind of grins, and he goes, no, I'm worried that ward will kill you all. So I'm just gonna stand over there. Just smiles pleasantly.
Fair enough.
So we know the Church of the Light set the ward.
Yep.
Does that mean it might be more or less powerful at night?
You have no idea.
Should have asked Ran.
But would it work if it was less powerful at night when it's like a anti-interference thing? Surely more people would try at night.
I'm just thinking if I was going to do something against something of the light's wishes, then nighttime is when I would do it.
And it is dark, right? Yeah.
Yes, it is dark. I can't tell if this is like a meme you're trying to make. And it's dark.
Solidly debating. Would might defense action if I could like try and shield wherever Myr'ra is, how close she is to the sarcophagus and all
Just
that.
stand between us.
Basically try and defend you. Like, can I get in the way? Just like anything I can do to mitigate this, just in case it comes for you with a fury.
I don't think so. I think you would.
So.
I think you would need some other way of like sensing that to know, right? You'd need to be like more. You'd need to be part of the ritual, basically. I think, right, magically, and I don't think Riven has that in her.
No. It's
like
just
so,
in
there
case
are
it's like,
there are ways
is
to.
this going to come off like a beam,
so-
and can I stand between it?
So, let me consult the tome. So there is right cooperative actions. Helping's a thing, distraction's a thing, draw the attack's a thing, take the attack is a thing. Okay? So, take the attack says a character can use their action to throw themselves in front of a foe's successful attack to save a nearby comrade. The attack automatically succeeds against the sacrificial character, and it deals 1 additional point of damage. The character cannot willingly take more than 1 attack each round this way. But because this is like magical feedback from someone interfering magically with a ward, I don't see how that would apply unless you had, so there's a move called countermeasures, which is like counterspell, just a bit vaguer. It's a really, really good move. But if you magically were part of the ritual and had that, you could maybe use that as justification for taking the hit instead of. But I think in this scenario, no. If it was someone like, let's say, Ithane was going to swing at Myr'ra for some reason, like you could jump in and take the hit, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, context-wise, I don't think in this scenario. But yeah, so the mayor just like pleasantly excuses himself and goes, I mean, good luck, of course. Send my regards. Just like casually, saunters down to the, and it is sauntering, like down to the south gate, and just like turns on the heel and just looks back at everyone from a good distance.
So can this remind Lockhart of a certain time when
when you defended?
Well, I was just trying to think of because it gives someone being trained. I'm trying to think of what training that would actually help someone in this situation. Training to avoid blasted. I don't know.
Again, I don't see how you could help. At
It's
least
okay.
Lockhart. Like, I'm willing for people to pitch ideas. I just don't see how anecdote would help in this situation, because Lockhart, while having some charm supernaturally, hasn't used that charm to block feedback from a magical ward designed to not be interfered.
And Mara's already got training in this sort of thing, I assume.
Yeah.
So it's not really. That would be the other thing. Which doesn't.
Yep. But it's worth, as I said, it's worth pitching this stuff, because as we're learning the system, I want people to feel they can ask these questions. I've obviously bent the rules a handful of times over the 3 sessions so far as well, because I'm like, well, we're not there yet. That's something later in the game can provide. But for now, for the one shot, definitely.
And I couldn't do something like make my ward protect Myr'ra instead of myself.
I mean,
because it does say you have a shield of energy.
Yes, that is, again, I don't want to go too far into breaking rules. I mean, let's see. The problem is you don't know how strong the ward is, right?
Yeah.
And I would let you make a roll at the ward's level to extend your ward. So instead of you're channeling your magic into Myr'ra. Can't say I'm going to let this happen ever again, mind you, rule-wise, but it's interesting, right? So, but you don't know the level of the ward, and I don't know if you remember what Myr'ra rolled when they were trying to do this the last time, but that would have been against the ward. So
Do you remember rolling like somewhat well?
yeah, I also do remember you rolling somewhat well.
Yeah, I don't remember it being like, oh, this isn't going to work. I remember it being like a decent.
It was good enough that I was like, wait, why did this happen and I succeeded? Like,
So yeah. So it's maybe something that you're like, oh, I know people are powerful enough to do this, but it would be risky for me to do it. But it's not to say you can't try. But people need to...
Worry not, friends. If it kills me, it kills me. I'm pretty sure I can shepherd my own soul as needed.
Death is but someone else's table. Yeah.
It's just
Ryan, just before we
retirement.
make the roll, it looks like you've dropped out of roll 20 again.
Does that mean that the wins?
Someone else's job.
We can roll twice and you won't notice.
Don't know nothing.
Someone type something in roll 20. Say hi.
Something. Oh,
Just done.
hi.
Miss you back.
Weird. But alright, so did someone type something? Okay.
I did.
And it did not update the stream with that information, which is the important bit, so we need to do that again.
You want me to try again?
No, that's okay, 2 seconds. I just need to bring the chat box back. And then expand it out. Right, go. See what happens. Type hi or something. There we go, perfect.
Hola.
We're back. Thank you for that. That helps, Chris. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
No bother.
And thank you, Dylan. Okay, back to the... Okay, cool. Yeah, I think my browser's just timing out. Because I've got Twitch open to manage that side of things. So, yeah. Okay, so... Myr'ra, are you going to try?
Oh, let's give it a go.
Okay, I'm going to say it's going to cost you 3 intellect just to attempt it, right? So that is that you can still choose not to do it if you want, but it would cost 3 to even try this because you're again bullshitting me, the system. So I'm going to tell you that for it to even have a chance, if you're not using effort, don't roll.
I will use effort.
Just going to put that out there. I'm probably not going to mention that ever again as a helpful tip, but there's no point
That's
rolling if
fair.
you're not going to use effort. Yep.
And I don't get to use the fact I'm trained in breaking things.
Breaking the rules of the game's a bit too meta.
That's fair.
But
Okay.
you should maybe consider trying that with the ward.
I have. If this doesn't work, I'm gonna maybe attempt to just go.
Because magically clumsy, like, oh, this ward's unaligned now. Oopsie.
Yeah. Oh, whoopsie-daisy! I crossed out the wrong bit. Oh, it's gone.
So
Okay, so difficulty.
imagine
unknown.
you just accidentally broke like a church ward on that. It's like, oh, I'm sure that's fine.
Yeah, but it breaks all the wards. Like, protecting everything.
Yeah.
Just like the stones come suddenly alive.
Mausoleum golem.
Yeah.
Does my ability to cast ward count as an asset?
So you don't actually have a cast
That's
ward.
what I'm
Ward's
using.
always on. Because it's an
Oh,
enabler.
yes, okay.
So ward is always on.
Yeah.
So it's you trying to force that energy over someone else
Yeah.
is the tricky bit. If you've got any kind of magic training, that's fine. What skill sets do you have? Besides breaking things.
By breaking things.
Yep.
Researching. Pleasant social interaction.
I mean, while it's similar. Okay, nope. So I don't think there's much here, I'm afraid. Yeah. So this will be
Cost
6.
3.
So it's technically 6 minus 1, right? For your
Yes.
edge. So yeah, don't worry about that. So your effort is already accounted
Yeah.
for once you put that in.
Should,
So it'll
yeah.
be
and it should do it for me.
yes, and if you put cost 3 in, it'll
Yeah.
discount it with your edge. Yep.
Love.
Yep. And we'll see how this goes. Okay.
Terribly.
But remember, because it was against like a difficulty 0, it does you're adding 3, so it's an 8 that you rolled, not a 5. But it doesn't really make much of a difference.
Yeah.
It basically means it beats a level 2, not a level 1. And I'm pretty convinced Myr'ra's original roll was like a 5 or a 6 or something.
Yeah.
I don't
more
remember.
than
It was
that,
a 4,
for sure.
5, or 6, one of those. So So
Yeah,
no.
I try. I concentrate really hard and give myself a nosebleed.
But it's definitely it's like it's
okay.
something that you're like, shielding others might be something that you maybe want to consider looking into down the line. It's definitely something you know is possible. You've seen grander wizards do it. So
I think I need a bit more reading before that one works.
do you need a tissue, my dear? You hear from the gateway. Because of course.
Oh,
Smell of blood.
I really quickly try and wipe the blood up and just get it on my hands. And I'm like, just wipe it on the grass.
Yep. Forgetting who you're with briefly there, yep. Okay, so...
Am I good to go, or is anyone else going to try to protect me?
Wish I could.
I don't have anything.
Good luck.
Yep.
So, pop this into chat.
Do you use one Serethane to finish their, like, wander around the graveyard, or are you just gonna go for it? Like,
Oh, I assumed he was done.
no, he's still away. The graveyard's big, so...
Oh, we could
I
give,
mean,
we
if
could
he's
give it a
close
little bit.
enough to also be in the blast radius, that would be probably quite good.
Would it? How so?
It's so
If there's a
messy.
blast radius, I'm pretty sure we're all in it. Is that right? Is anyone stepping away?
Yeah, but it helps if any of us survive, and if he's just weakened a bit,
What's your problem with Serethane?
doesn't
It's
work.
great.
We're looking for a battle. We've not had one yet.
Yeah, okay. I mean, the mayor is right there.
Yeah, that might
And
come.
his bodyguard isn't with him.
Alright.
Riven, go! Sick!
So I'm going to use
No.
3 things of effort.
Nope. You can only use one level of effort.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Is that,
You need to level that up.
that's right. That's what
Yep.
the big effort thing is.
How
for.
much
That's
XP
right.
do you
Yeah,
have?
I would like to use 1 point of effort. As I
How
was
much
saying.
XP do you have?
2.
So, see when you get 4, you can choose to spend that on one of several upgrade options. One of them is increasing your effort level. So, you get that option every tier, and that's how you build your effort up.
That's right.
And same option, there's another option for Edge as well to build your discount up as well. And you can get that for 4 XP as well. But you can only buy them once each per tier. And there's 6 tiers total. Yep.
Right. So 1 point of effort costs a total of
3.
5.
But you don't need
So,
the cost you only
4,
put in
yeah.
for what you're spending from the ability. So the ability is costing you 2.
Mhm.
Question of Spirits. 1 level of effort will factor in
3.
the cost of already, right? So that'll already factor in when you put it into the roller. You don't need to put it in as cost. And then your edge will already discount it. And it'll tell
Okay.
you at the end what it actually cost. So see how there it says the cost there is 2 total.
Oh, really?
It should be more because you didn't put the cost in for your ability.
Oh, did I not?
No. Because it says 0 there.
My bad.
That's okay. So it's 4 is what it would have cost you to do this, right?
Yes.
And we know that beats a target number 4. Because a difficulty level 4, which is target number like 12. Because we're adding
That's right. Yes.
10, 11, 12, yep, 3. Yep, because you spent effort and against an unknown difficulty. Okay, obviously Serethane's like finishing his round. Obviously
Oh,
heading
right.
back
We were waiting for that.
yeah, like he heads back to the mayor. And he goes, well, this'll be exciting. And then we have you roll.
Oh,
so
Right now.
no, you've rolled. I'm saying,
Okay,
I'm saying
cool.
timing wise. Then we would have you've rolled. You've done it. Do you want to describe what you do with the hair? I guess.
That's a fine question that I hadn't really considered.
Okay.
I hadn't even thought about hair as an option.
Yep.
Probably like draw like a little symbol on the ground.
You could weave the hair into a little tiny person.
The single thread.
Yeah, why not?
That would be
Like
impressive.
you will have good needle skills if you're a mortician. I know you're technically not got actually any training in it, but like backstory wise, you'd have to have sewed something up at some point.
Yeah.
So threading a needle is not a difficult thing for you.
I'll probably just whisper words into it.
Just eat the hair. Oh.
Just
Nom.
One for all.
hold it up. It may glow a little like green.
Mhm.
And then I let it go and let it,
as that's happening, it just
form.
does that thing where the camera's looking over the shoulders of Ethane and Kont, and he goes, "Oh, it's glowing." It just goes back to like.
And then I let it fall, and if it succeeded, it turns into. I'd like to actually. Can I spend 3 extra points to make them visible?
Sure. Yeah. Yep.
Assuming people want to chat.
Let's see.
Cool.
Blah 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 blah. What's the personal name? Oh, I never scrolled down. That's what I had to do. Scroll down. What it remains. Visible. Does it say you need to spend more points for that?
It says
It can manifest as an insubstantial shade that answers for itself. It can inhabit an object or any remains you provide, or it can manifest as an invisible presence that you speak for. It doesn't say there's an extra unless I'm totally missing the line where it says you.
no. It doesn't say anything about it. I think that's how we did it last time. But if
I don't remember how we did it last time, but
Yeah.
that was
it's up to you,
problem.
of course.
No, like if there's no cost to it, why would I want one?
Right.
Yeah. So it's only if you've copied it over incorrectly, then there is a cost. But I'm happy with that. So, yeah. But what actually happens is you make an intellect defense roll and everybody else chooses if they want to make a speed defense roll. Yeah.
How does that work?
Well, a defense
the
roll is just a
defense
roll, right? It's just an intellect
Okay.
roll. Because this is why I love this system. Everything's just a roll. So you decide how important that roll is.
Difficulty
Oh, you don't know.
unknown.
But I will tell you, like, in vague terms of meh or this is definitely the.
So another point of effort.
Yep. Let's start with Myr'ra. Okay, let's just resolve Myr'ra first. But every day get ready to do a speed defense roll. If you have training in speed defense tasks, you get, to make this 1 level easier, which means I'll add 3 to whatever you roll. But
This reminds me of the time that we had to do a speed defense.
you do not have 10 minutes. So, what's happened, Myr'ra? Talk me through it. Is this your roll there?
Yes, that was my defense
Okay.
roll.
Perfect. And you're not trained in intellect defense or anything like that, no?
No.
It's okay.
Well, I just have resonance field, which isn't on.
And it wouldn't apply because this isn't a melee. Yep. But resonance field is great, just so you know. It's one of the starting powers I took, which lets you know if I've understood the system well, it's probably a good power. Such a good spell. So yeah, I'll come back to the results in a second because this all happens simultaneously, but at least I know what happens to you. Everybody else, speed defense rolls if you're paying attention. If you were casually looking around, you don't get to roll, but I'm assuming everybody was paying attention. Again, some people might be trained in them, some people might not be. You would know based on your character build.
Nice.
Okay.
I don't know if armor comes into this. I've got 3 armor.
Okay.
I don't really remember what that means.
It's okay.
Can I use
You
a
had- what was
dexterity roll?
You have 3 armor? What?
That's what it says on here.
So you have got medium armor on?
Yes, because I did
Okay.
that because I've the thing that isn't on the character
Right.
byline.
Okay.
I also have +3 on armor.
So does that mean you are trained? I know what your armor score is, don't worry. Yours is technically 4, is it not? Don't you get +1 armor from something else? Like tough or something? Nah.
Stuff. Where is stuff?
For Hannah though, are you trained in wearing medium armor? Did you take that as a thing?
No, I don't think so.
So I
Don't
think
really
you're on
know.
1 for armor. I
I've got
think.
practiced in armor.
Okay,
yeah.
then no, if you're practicing armor, then yeah, that's fine. You'll have 3. Yep,
So confused.
that's okay. You've obviously decided you wanted to be like a battle mage, so that's yep.
Sure.
As long as you've got practice
I
in
don't
armor,
think
that
I have
covers it.
medium armor though. Yeah. Okay.
No, with
Yeah,
practiced
but
in
light
armor, it
but
gives
with
you.
ward.
So practiced in armor lets you pick a suit of armor. I think you must have taken
Yes.
medium then, because that's how Riven got heavy armor as a starting item.
Yeah.
Yes,
Because
I
it just
read
gives
something
you-
wrong. I was like, no, but I have an inability in weapons.
Yes.
But I do have medium
Yeah.
armor.
Mhm.
Yes. And
Cool.
ward.
Perfect, and that's how it stacks. So yeah, you're at 3. That's good.
Okay. Okay.
Well, it might be
So
good.
mine's is the heavy armor plus
might be.
3, and I also have practiced armor. And I can't see anywhere in my sheet where it says about tough.
Let me have a quick nosy for tough, because I'm sure it gives you plus. I might be totally wrong, but I think it does. Mostly because
Feels like it.
I just know that I considered it. That was all. Which probably means because I'm a defensive player, it was likely. 2 wee seconds to find this in the book. Come on, where are you as a descriptor? Yeah, resilient plus 1 to armor. Yeah, so it's included in tough. So heavy armor is 3 plus 1 is 4. Yeah, I was sure yours was 4.
Plus 4. Awesome.
Armor is 4. Yep.
Armor is 4.
Yep. Right, so let us deal with this. Has everyone rolled their speed defense?
No.
Okay,
Can I roll as dexterous or just as speed?
that is your dexterity, is your speed in this system.
Okay.
Yep, so do you have any defense in speed? Like, is it a
No.
thing you've got? Okay, that's fine.
Difficulty unknown.
Unknown for now,
Effort to roll.
if you want to.
I think I will.
Probably worth it.
Asset.
Nope.
Cost.
Nope. No cost. Because
Nice.
effort will have accounted for that, remember? So you're spending 3, and if you've got an edge, is your edge in your speed?
No.
No, is it in your might or your intellect?
Is this might?
Might, right, okay. So that's okay, no discount there. Okay, so let me go back and find where we are. Right, so Myr'ra, you used effort and you technically got, what is it, beats difficulty 6, right?
6.
Yep. And Hannah, you technically got a score of 20. Not natural, but you got a score of 20 and it beats a difficulty 6. Riven, you got beats difficulty 4. Lockheart, you got beats difficulty 2. And Nori, because you spent effort as well, everybody spent effort, I believe.
Yeah, I did.
And Nori beats difficulty 5. Right, okay. So, here we go.
Sleepy time, I think.
Intellect damage for Myr'ra. Might damage for everyone else. Okay? Intellect damage is 8 that you're taking.
Okay.
Everyone else is taking 8 might damage.
Oh.
So, armor will reduce that. But not for Myr'ra. Because it's intellect based for Myr'ra.
Who has armor?
I would just do 4 because I have the 4 armor, yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
And I would do 5. Okay.
Okay.
Oh.
Every day on board so far, and I'll describe what just happened.
So you just set you minus from your pool.
Exactly, you take it from the pool that was hit. So Myr'ra takes it from the intellect pool, everybody else takes it from their might pool. Nobody's zeroed out, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Barely. Oh.
Very zeroed out.
Okay, so Lockhart did zero out?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. I need to know this, it's important. Okay, so rewind ever so slightly before the rolls, and we go, oh, it glows. Boom. White light. Like a massive beam from the heavens. Boom. You hear Myr'ra screaming, lost in the light. Basically starts to scream and then just absorbed in light. Everybody gets knocked back. Riven probably only goes back like maybe 2 steps and like manages to like, you know, hold her ground. Everybody else goes flying. Lockhart hits a tree and like is pretty fucked. Like it's bad. Did you see the do you want to click your ability, like the first damage option?
It actually automatically did impair.
So yes, do you want to read what it says? Because does it not say more?
No.
No, right, okay. So I think it does on the other character sheet. So damage track impaired plus 1 effort per level, so it costs 1 point more if you're using effort now. Okay, so it would be 4 to use a level of effort, not 3 for you now.
In all skills.
Everything, just from now on, right?
Yep.
Until that's recovered. Ignore minor and major effect results on the rolls. Okay.
Right. Yep.
Yep. Combat rolls of 17 all the way up to 20 deal only +1 damage, so it doesn't scale up to +2, +3, +4. Only does a +1. So that's what the first level of the damage track of impaired does. And that's because you've got 1 pull zeroed out. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If you got a second pull zeroed out, you can move only in an immediate distance, but if it's your speed that's zeroed out, you cannot move. Any damage that should have went over would have hit speed next.
Okay.
Then intellect last is the order of the pulls, unless the thing specifies what it hits. Okay. User sadly collateral to the effect that hit Myr'ra.
I had 8 might, so I went to 0.
Yep,
so
that's fine. No
spill over.
Yep. But it's just because we've not done combat, so it's good to
Exactly.
like cover this. And that's what I mean by like you can spend to just remove that condition from yourself by spending a recovery. But why wouldn't you just roll it and add them to your pool? Like I don't know enough about the system yet to work out why you would choose one over the other. But I just feel like the points are better. So, because then you can spend them. And you don't have the condition. So, big radiant looking explosion. You got a... where was it? Was it 17? Yep, cool. It's fine. I'm just making sure I'm tracking everything, because if it was a 19 I have to care, and if it's a 20 I have to care about the dice results.
A minor and minor.
Yeah, exactly. Minor and major like effects. That's fine. Because if, let's say in the hypothetical, you'd got like a 20, I'd maybe have let you give your award to Myr'ra, if you'd chosen. But, again, narrative stretching. Sorry, Dylan, you were trying to ask.
Yeah, I assume Edge does not take away from damage.
No, it does not.
Just making sure.
Yep, that's fine. The edge is for you outwards, not inwards.
Cool.
Yep. But no, it's a good question to ask, because I mentioned it earlier, but I think it was lost in the data that has been this session. It's been quite lore dump heavy. So, we zoom back over the shoulder and go, what an exciting night. We'll end the session there.
Myr'ra passes out.
Oh,
If that's okay.
we can't see Myr'ra at this point, and I mean the camera.
Okay.
Remember, light. You scream as the reply of the spell. Light bathes you and knocks everybody else back, and then it zooms way back to them and like, interesting night, and then or exciting night, whatever he said, and then curtains closed.
Oh.
So.
Okay, I'm gonna go set up another 2 sessions. Just give me a minute while I get into this, because we're not doing this next time.
Told you the 11th, right? So anyway, this
Yeah,
we'll
and the one after that.
we'll deal with scheduling later. That's an offline conversation. So I think naming the session's probably a good start. What would you like to call it?
Oh.
Exciting night.
Exciting nights, pretty, yeah.
So things that happened, you went to the
Melon
farm.
pie.
I was going to say, yeah, you went to the farm, spoke to like Jack and Cleft, and tried, well, successfully, I guess, stole. I mean, I don't know.
Bomb. We stole a bomb.
I quite like thanks for the memories. That's what I quite like, because you did steal something to, and you did reminisce with Clef. But again, Exciting Night's also kind of fun. So, any other suggestions? And also, does somebody want to dump these in Discord so we can like react to them and vote and make it simpler? I think it matters what channel. Just use general text and we'll vote there maybe, or the private message, whatever one works. There we go. Private message it is. Excellent, excellent. And then that one's that you know what that's meant to mean. Stupid keyboard.
Thank you. Mean.
Well, I wrote thanks Dota memories. Moral night. Choosing my religion, yes. I mean, equally losing my religion's also arguably fitting. Yep, it's good.
I would take that.
Yeah. So yeah, that's really it, right? He's went to chatted with Cleft, chatted with Night Father Rand, and then chatted with the mayor and that. Oh, actually. It's silly, but a brush with the law.
Oh, that's actually good.
It's really bad and I love it. Right, you can react to whatever you like and we'll pick the most popular, and then that will be the session title.
I'm going to go with this one simply because I could have seen them tonight.
Yep. Okay, so that's fine, that is good. So, well, that doesn't actually help because technically that's a vote for the one above, right? So that means there's 2 for that one,
right,
and 2 for...
yeah.
That's okay, so there's 2 for that and 2 for
that.
that. So I'm going to make Alexander pick. Where are you putting your...
Let's pick another one.
Yeah.
Exciting night. In that case,
is it thanks or
I will
brush?
go for thanks.
Okay, perfect. There we go.
It's a draw though.
Yeah,
No,
but
so it's not. There was a draw. That's why I made Alexander choose, because he's the only one that didn't vote for either thanks or brush. So there was 2 for thanks and 2 for... Because it's just that Dylan also put in thanks for the memories underneath mine. So
Beauty, I don't have
there
it.
was 2. 2 and 2. But thanks for the memories is the session title. Excellent.
Goblin.
Thanks for
Calm
the
down.
memories. Okay, so... Everybody can have 1 XP?
Woo,
Mm-hmm.
3 XPs, 3 whole.
getting closer.
Actually, everybody can have another point of XP because I actually feel like you've covered a lot this particular session.
Which means
Ooh.
we level up.
Well, we'll see what happens to your bodies. Sorry, your objects. Sorry, objects.
Oh, yeah. I can fix that.
And I mean, you don't
Oh,
remember
yeah.
the pain.
Why?
We'll just
Why-
forget everything.
why
That.
now?
Let's summon Sam. What? No!
But we do have a bomb now.
No.
So,
Anybody wish would done it in the mansion?
Yes.
oof.
In the middle of the night.
I'm kind of regretted it, yeah.
No, in the middle of the day when we know who would have been inside.
Middle of the day. Yeah.
Oh god.
When the
Would've
Church of Light's at
actually
its
killed
height
Mayor.
of power,
Yeah.
according to Alexander.
At midday.
It would have absolutely nuked it. You goblin, stop.
So,
Shine a load of mirrors around just to like
you really want to put mirrors involved in this, yeah?
get very
I
upset.
would to accidentally cause the Fae to have a
Cut off some, cut some of
Oops,
those
the Fae.
flowers.
Just do it
Oops,
in the
so
flower bed, right? Just summon,
The Fae-
like, yep.
The Fae come out the mirror for 2 seconds and it's just like, the Akira blast is happening. They're like, fuck was I
Nope.
invited to this?
Just, why?
Why? And they're gone.
Oh dear, my eye is actually stinging. Ooh.
Why is I?
I need you to work for at least 5 more minutes, Come on. We're not a pumpkin yet, are we? Ugh. I was promised till midnight. So anyway. Wrap up chat. I think, did we do it in reverse order last time?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, Hannah.
Oh, the mystery deepens. I definitely still think Sam doesn't, like, something's going on. Whether it's about this or something else, there's something very suspicious about how this captain of the Queen's Guard died.
Yeah, definitely is sus.
Fire, blasted swords, death wishes being ignored. Oh dear, something's not right. I like that we poked the ward again. I enjoy that we went, yeah, we're slightly further away this time, but it's fine. But we had to try.
Yeah.
We've never known. And we'll probably try at least once more. So, yeah.
I mean, every session that
like
you're
we're
able
in
to,
that.
you should try, right, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Just poke it with a stick.
Yeah.
At some point it'll work.
Rule 3.
But yes, lots of fun. Yeah. Is slightly concerning that I'm going to assume our might rolls were also against the difficulty of the ward. And I rolled relatively high and it still was not high enough. So that is worrying. But exciting at the same time.
But you can now see why a lot of the difficulties are hidden for that reason, so it isn't just here's everything up front, right? Because there needs to be some level of how important is it to your character, not mechanically. How important is it to you?
Mm-hmm.
And I like that about the system.
Yeah, I like that. I also like that I have now used my other pools, because I'd only done intellect.
And you even mentioned you could use a Cypher. You didn't, but you mentioned you could use one.
I did. It exists. It's there.
Progress.
Still.
I would have loved, see if that had been a scene, I would have loved that to have happened. Just, like, get it off the wall, use your Cypher with everything that entails, seeing how people react to you. With that, maybe not being the most questionable person in the party, but still. Yep.
Yes. I also quite enjoy the idea if that Cypher could also come into play if I do try and break something, aka the ward. But yes, very excited for this one shot to continue.
I'm very pleased. It was very good that you could make it as well. I know that was an uncertainty, so it was very good to have you. Yeah. Right, Nori.
This one's more difficult for me. I don't understand why. Normally there's something to take away, but I think we're getting kind of lost somewhere. And maybe it's just my head. I don't know. It's been
That's right. So,
hell
like,
of a week. But
if you're thinking of that then, right, so if you don't think you're getting anywhere, maybe you're on the wrong path.
No, I just feel we're going round in circles. Like we don't seem to be just... I don't know. Don't know how to explain it properly. We kind of came to where we thought the game was going, why this was happening. We kind of discussed that last week. But this week's just thrown me again. That we just don't know. There's just still so many questions that...
It has only been 1 day in town. I will just remind you, you've only spent 1 day in town and you've spoke to like 4 people.
Yeah.
So like,
I think it's more the fact, Ryan, it was supposed to be a one shot.
Yeah, but those horses really threw you guys.
That was a you.
How would you ever have fitted this into a one shot?
I mean, I have never had any such like aspirations to cram this into a one shot.
So why did you pitch it as one?
Because you might have been really efficient and super quick. Really, it's your fault.
You met us.
Yeah.
That's where my head is with the in game. I'm loving it. There's a lot of questions. It's just I don't know. I just seem a little bit lost in the storyline just now in my own head. So,
To be fair though,
Get there.
you are also exploring aspects of what would exist in the setting, but not necessarily pertinent to the quest. Because obviously if you ask a person, what do you think of Tuesday? They're going to answer, and it might add lore to the world, but it doesn't necessarily mean that Tuesday's important to this scenario, right?
Yeah,
So there is that. As Dylan mentioned earlier, just one word exploded into massive amounts of consequence for the planet.
Yeah.
Should you just call it Caldera? Question mark.
Yeah, that's exactly where my head is. Where does that come into it? But that's further along than where we are just now. So yeah, all good. It's all good.
That's good. And it was it's interesting seeing like Nori interact with the party as well, like in terms of, because you're kind of the odd one out. Kind of. Not necessarily in spirit. That would be Riven that's the odd one out, because everybody else is like a chaos gremlin. But like like Riven's like the most put together of everyone. But yeah, it's interesting because while you're professional in your own circles, not necessarily anything as legitimate as everyone else. And it's interesting seeing it mesh. It's good. It's really good. Everybody suggests us, a course of action, and someone goes, I think I can help with that, and it's nice to see that as a dynamic, which is good.
Yeah. I'm being restrained with my thievery. Looking at somebody down below me. So
and Alexander. I'm apparently also alternating character name and person name, so
yes, thanks for running. That's fun.
thanks for playing.
I guess almost, I think, maybe put a little bit more into words of sort of saying, I had thought, I had somewhat discounted the mayor from being a cause of the undying stuff.
Right.
And my mind had gone more towards Samda. And now finding out how much of Samda is then related back to the mayor, I'm like fighting against that. Like, but I don't think it's Samda. Or I don't think it's the mayor. But I think it's something to do with Samda. But every answer we get for Samda then is either the mayor or the queen. And I'm like, but the queen sent us here. I'm like,
yeah. And I will highlight, the mayor did just let you try this.
Exactly.
Like, he seemed quite interested.
Sort of from that square one, if the mayor really wanted to stop us, then I feel like we would have never...
Well, if you look at Riven's concerns, or Nat's concerns, on Riven's behalf, like, Vampire could be a party level threat or higher, and Siri Thane could be a party level threat or higher, and they were both there. So, yeah, if there were concerns about them hindering the investigation, I guess, maybe tonight should have quelled some of that.
Yeah, so as I say, I don't think they're against our mission. It's just so many of the answers seem to implicate them involved in the direction we're going, which perhaps means we should be picking another direction to go. In a more sort of game level, I did enjoy the kind of horror on people's witnessing that Lockhart is the worst person here by a long way. And I know that coming from playing Fleabite as well, people don't necessarily think of me playing bad people, or I don't really think of that, but I think Lockhart is the worst character in that sense that I've played.
So I would say there is one person here that maybe the implications of what they can do or what they have makes them more horrifying. If they're comfortable with such practices, you are probably second on my list. I will leave it up. I would leave it up to your theory crafting to wonder who that could be, Myr'ra.
Yeah, but from capability, but then also intent, I think.
Yes, and that's the the difference is obviously knowing what a player has versus how they use it is a very different thing, right? But likewise, like Lockhart hasn't just like Jedi mind tricked everybody in town, right? So that's something. It was a let's fix a diplomatic fuck up, right? Immediately. Does beg the question: is this how you got to where you were in the office? Right? You know, are vampires the worst? Really, if people have got fucking memory mancy, right? Like, yeah.
and that's sort of something I tended with Lockhart of being against the idea of immortals, but not against the idea of mortals, who we all know can be just terrible. And the inherentness of potentially corruption in the system and things like that. So I did just like that moment of like Lockhart has some way of smoothing this out. Okay, he's going to try and talk his way out something like this, and then it's just like wait, he can do what?
Yep. This is why it's fun to share this stuff as the situations come up, because I'm like, no, you need to use this move. I'm not going to tell you to use it, but you need to use it. Like, it's the perfect moment to do it. So the party can be like, oh, actually, hold on. Like, this guy's, he's not just a talker. He's got a lot of edge to him. Yeah, it's good.
And there's still at least one thing that I hope we're going to get a chance to do that is, again, probably a bit of a surprise. Lockhart, not quite as big a reveal as that, but
Okay.
so I'm hoping to then like continue and to say for looking into how to level up characters and things like that. But then also Lockhart, he don't do the the getting pelted by the Giga Nuke. So
No, he very much got mangled. Yeah.
So I'm so glad that Riven's going to be looking after and helping.
Oh yeah, straight away. Like the first thing I did as soon as you said you went zero, is like I have 5 healing kits. I know what I'm doing as soon as I get a second.
I've got 2.
Yeah.
So,
Riven has a good moral code, but she at the same time understands when you've got a mission, sometimes it's not fair.
And the visual is quite cool, right? Of like Riven maybe planting the sword in front of her as the blast hits, and then just like, as I said, like going back those 2 steps, and then just being like, okay, assess what after the light dissipates, like what needs done.
just the ragdolling of Lockhart coming back.
But yes,
that sort of how the group skills and dynamics coming together. So lots of fun.
yeah, no, it's been good. It's interesting to see this side of Lockhart, as you mentioned. It's good to see the party rally going, oh, the dynamic isn't quite as we thought. It's a wee bit different now. Okay, and I think that'll keep happening as you just reveal more about what you are capable of and your bloody ciphers. Yep.
Not used mine yet. Not yet. Not time.
Okay. Right. So, Riven.
Good game again. Thank you so much for running, and
Thanks for playing.
great to have everybody here again for playing. Lots of fun. I do kind of mirror what Chris is saying. I do feel like we are going to hit a dead end with Samda.
No pun intended.
Because I don't really know. Yeah. I don't really know what we're going to ask her. Like when she gets back, like, are you causing all these people to not die? Like, I don't really know what our line of questioning is with her. But at the same time, I'm like, I have no idea where we go. Like, I genuinely have no idea where we would start if she isn't the answer. Because I'm running the mayor. I don't think so. Sorry, Thane's giving us everything. If Samda doesn't give us anything, I'm done. Like, Riven will probably just stand there and be like, it would just be Riven will just be like, right, where the like, we have to talk to the capital and like try and get more information, because it does feel like if Samda doesn't work out, we've hit the dead end, and I'd have no idea where we would even try and start from. Because we haven't really looked at anything else. Like the churches have given us lots of amazing, cool lore. We got all that information. We again with the volcano and the sword being damaged in a certain way, we got lots of really cool lore and stuff like that. But even then, it's just like if Samda is a dead end, we don't have anything to run off anymore. And I think there's a little bit kind of like anxiety in that going up. Really don't know what we do next. Loving the dynamics of the party, loving like Riven who has a very strong moral code that she's just kind of lived with, just watching everybody and being like, okay. I think it's quite interesting with like Nori. It is probably a kind of moral code she's met a few times of just like, you know, she would be fine if you were stealing to survive, but not because you're stealing because you like the shiny objects. Like your magpie brain is not an excuse. With Myr'ra, she's definitely getting kind of odd vibes off Myr'ra. Like, you've got really far, and I don't know how, and that unsettles her a little bit. Like, for the clumsy kind of like character that she is, it's just like you are high up in the position you are, and I would like to know how you got there. Riven adores Myr'ra in a very odd way. Riven does just look at Myr'ra like, what happens when you take someone out from under a rock that's never existed with other people and set them out into the world? And it's just like, no. But kind of also wants to let her find her feet, but it is just like, she very much believes Myr'ra would never do anything maliciously. It is just stupidly. Just like, because the moral compass doesn't exist with Myr'ra in the way it does with others. Lockhart, I think it was a sense of disappointment. It's like, and also maybe a bit of apprehension and fear, because as we established at the start of the game, Lockhart's been in Riven's home and has met Riven's countess and has met Riven's wife. And to know that he could have been playing with her mind without her even clocking has kind of got the hackles up a wee bit. It's just a bit like, oh, I let you into my nearest and dearest people, and you do that kind
the
of
real
stuff?
snake is in the basket.
Yeah, like I let the snake into my house and I didn't realize that. So there's that
You just
kind of
don't
like,
remember it.
she probably did think that for a few seconds, like, have I ever said anything to him that I shouldn't have said, and he's made me forget, because they have a history. And Riven's way with dealing with problems is usually squish. Squish. You know, I imagine we have seen Game of Thrones enough to see that scene with the mountain versus the viper. Like, that's how Riven deals with things. And
Another Pedro Pascal role.
Exactly.
Yes.
I'm
And
actually
that's
watching
kind
it
of
again.
got her. But again, you know, doesn't want to see Lockhart hurt. Like, Riven is versed in the kind of like, when you've got a job to do, you've got a job to do. You know, Riven's killed a lot of people that couldn't do anything to protect themselves, but that's war. But when it's not war, she has a different moral ethic.
I
But,
have
you know,
not done anything in this game that hasn't been on mission, and yet it's okay for Lockhart and not me.
It's not okay for Lockhart. Riven is really upset at Lockhart. But she still also doesn't want him dead. Like, that is the thing.
Yet.
She'd rather, again, just put you all in Sky Jail and just be like, I'm not letting you go. You can have your feet dangling off there. I'm going to carry you over my shoulder like a sack of potatoes, undignified for everyone to see. That's what you get.
I'm
But
waiting
no,
until we drive that part to, or we drive Riven to that.
Yeah.
I will be able to carry all four of you. I'm pretty sure I have the strength and height to carry all four of you stacked. But no, great, interesting. I love in the system again, finally seeing like how damage works per se, and how that, like, how it all works itself out. But no, absolutely loving the game. And as I said, I will set it up for part 5 on our calendar, because we do have
Part
the
4
11th kind
and
of
5.
soft stated for the 11th of November.
As I said, we'll do a
but I'll
scheduling offline.
I'll get it done.
And Dylan?
You really purposely alternated names.
I did. I had to think like Dylan.
I completely understand where everyone's coming from with the like, we've kind of lost our leads if this dead body doesn't lead us anywhere. I too would be completely lost on where to even begin to look. The Calderia thing is very, very interesting. The possibilities of conspiracy theories there is it's exciting. And I do want to know, even if we have to fight the entire church to make sure that we can ask the captain of the guard the questions we need,
I love how
Just
like
to get
your focus though is
information on what
like,
happened.
yeah, like I don't really care about the mission we're here for, but
Yep.
the caldera, like,
The caldera.
what happened?
What happened?
Yeah,
What happened was.
it's a shame you can't compel the answers, isn't it? Like that's the
Yeah.
only downside to that. Obviously, it's an early level. It's a tier 1 ability, right? So these are all tier 1 people, and these are messing with stuff that's big. Remember that this isn't like a tutorial zone. Do you know what I mean? Like these are dealing with big things, as you've noticed from the moment we just had.
Ow. The big
Yeah.
owl.
But yeah, like. Please continue, Dylan. I'm just going to ramble on for a bit there.
It's fine.
Catch
But
myself.
I like this group. I like this group a lot. We have just like random MacGuffins for just random situations, and it's pretty hilarious.
I just love that none of you have used them. Like,
I mean, even just our powers.
Yep.
Like I don't remember what was that. What did I do what happened when I said that like we have the best group?
yeah.
Where it was like 3 of us helped each other to do something random, like
Yeah,
and
like,
all
there's-
just different layers.
I think that's happened at least once a session, right? Like, where there's been a moment
Yeah.
where people are like, actually, I can also help with, and if that doesn't work, I have a backup plan. But we don't want that, but I have it. Yeah,
And yeah, it's fun.
and that's,
I also like
I was going to just say, like, that's why I think the system interested me, because, like you're saying, we haven't seen everything everybody can do. And we've done 3 sessions of this now. Like, and you haven't needed to use everything you've got, which is exciting. Granted, you should have used probably 40 ciphers by now. But who are we to say how ciphers interact with us as a gaming group, right? I'm aware of what all of you can do with your ciphers, and I know definitely there are situations that could have come up. Maybe not super obvious, and maybe it feels like maybe less of a use, but just remember that ciphers are meant to be replaced. Like, you're meant to use them and get more, and use them and get more. So don't feel like you can't use them. I feel like I'm repeating from last time. Please use them. Don't make me pay you XP to start using your ciphers and setting them off.
that's what we've been waiting for this entire
Yeah.
time. More incentive.
The thing is, like,
The
I have
question on
not.
that one then is how easily do you get them back? Because we've
Oh.
not really found anything.
What's the point in showing you ciphers when you haven't used the ones you've all picked?
But is there not a choice as well that you can present us with a random one?
So,
that we
I've
to
given you.
decide.
You've got what, 2, I think, right?
yes,
Yes.
yes.
You've not chosen to use either of your ciphers, which I know could have came in handy many times in this entire 3 parts, specifically yours. So why would I give you a 3rd one for you to get rid of one you've not used, for you to then just not use it?
Yeah, okay.
Do you see my thinking?
Yeah.
I'm
do.
like, if you start using them, I'll start providing them. I ain't giving more out until they happen. Or if you specifically go looking for a specific thing, I need, a holy hand grenade. Which,
That will
weirdly,
open a.
do you know what I mean?
I need a holy anti-ward.
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
I said the bad word though, which was grenade in this system. But
Yeah.
I need some kind of one-use cipher item that does this very specific thing we know we need, that we know we don't actually have as a group. Go and seek it out, go buy it, do whatever you do, get it, then give up one of your ciphers. If you do that, you're driving that, and I'll see where that goes. But I'm not going to just say, here is a chest full of loot, here's the ciphers that are in there, because you haven't used any. So I'm not going to give you more until that works. I'm forcing you to think about actually using the ones you all designed for your characters. It would feel weird.
But I like them.
I like them and I want to keep them.
Yeah.
It's mine.
If I use
I
it,
like
I
looking
don't
at
have it.
Yes. Dylan, was there anything else? Sorry, you wanted to say?
No, that's good.
No, cool. Right. So let's address the elephant in the room. Invisible or not. Theories, right? Not going to go around everyone for theories, right? I'm just going to do a general discussion very briefly. You've all mentioned frustration at not getting a different outcome, but you've done the same thing twice. So you tell me what your next step should be, besides healing Lockhart.
We have to get rid of the fucking runes or whatever that are on the thing, the ward.
Yes, so that would be a different approach,
Yeah.
right? Than doing the same thing. You did the thing differently, which is why it happened differently, right? Because you tried to just summon a spirit above the sarcophagus the first time, you just had a focus the second time. That seemed to draw more, like, response.
Mm.
It's almost like the more magic that went in, the more came out. So, you also are aware that the ward level hasn't seemed to have revealed itself yet. There is potential for scan or whatever information, premonition, to gain that information, right? I know it says creature, but it does say object. You could try and get the level of the ward that way, from powers like that. You have so many options still, if you're pursuing that route. I obviously have to be vague here, because I'm not going to say pursuing that's right or wrong. There is obviously what I have planned and what yous do. And, you know, I would tell you if yous were on the wrong direction. But within what yous have covered in the first 3 sessions, first 3, in the fun shot that this game is, yous have all the pieces. You just don't have the information the pieces can present. But I wouldn't have said that if it didn't sound like people were a bit approaching frustration. Because obviously there's other avenues you can explore. Like, you didn't necessarily look around all aspects of the graveyard. You'd have tried to do a bit more this time, but obviously rituals got involved. You haven't spoke to, like, the doctors at the morticians. You haven't spoke to the Archmage dude, the Church of Light. Like, there's so many more avenues to go, but ultimately you have the pieces. You have explored enough to have solved this already. You just haven't got the information from the pieces. So, that's as much transparency as I could probably offer without ruining aspects of the mystery in game. But it does mean don't go running after the Archmage now, because it's probably not going to help as much as exploring what you have done. But you need to take from that what you will, of course.
Church of Light.
I'm very open to financial bribes. I'm kidding.
How many triumph points does...
Just to totally paywall the actual mystery answer. What is this, EA? So, that's what I'm going to...
That would be a loot box.
So
there's a chance the answer's there.
Imagine, just, yeah. Oh, I got a legendary clue. So... I don't know. Anyway.
Where are the people in the chat that used to give you things?
I know, right? Where are those people? I mean, keep in mind, I didn't stream for like a year, so like the channel died. Anyway, now you can all, whoever has a theory, please present now. But I wanted to have my little 2 cents worth there, just to reframe some things for you guys as a group, because I obviously want you guys to find out the solution. That's the point of this. And you got any leading theories you want to discuss amongst yourselves?
Well, I would just say that it, for me, doing the ritual was a sort of confirmation that we were doing it at the sarcophagus before. We didn't necessarily know who was actually in the sarcophagus, but then taking the item from the house gives us a pretty concrete answer that it is linked to their spirit, unless they've planted random objects of this other person as well. But
the conspiracies.
Once that deepens.
So that at least seems to confirm there is...
So is this the final piece of evidence Lockhart needed that wasn't the 7 pieces of evidence that Myr'ra got? This is like the 8th piece that's finally settled him. Gone, okay, it's probably Samda in there.
This is the only one that really makes it.
Okay.
I'm sad to get back in.
No worries.
So from that point, I was glad, and I did want that exercise to happen. And so while it's not necessarily pushed us forward, it's given us more of a stable...
I would disagree. I would say you are further forward. You have learned this is probably beyond you as a group. Safely. right? So,
Oh,
Use
that
it.
attitude.
you've done. I know, right? You've done it twice. It has backfired twice.
Hmm.
You may want to look at alternative routes to achieving the same goal, or a different goal. Again, I must be vague.
In that case, you'd need to go to the Church of Light and get them to remove the ward, in which persuading them to do that's going to be an extremely difficult task. Especially when the Queen forced them to do it when they weren't supposed to.
I mean, keep in mind the churches would have had little involvement in that decision. It would have been the mayor telling the church what was happening, because the Queen told the mayor. Would be like the journey. It's not like the church like went, aha, we're getting to do it.
Yeah, but the church would have known she wasn't theirs.
Oh,
Like if she was
yes.
born and bred there, they would go and look at that and go, Are you sure we're supposed to do that? And
But
I
keep in
imagine
mind,
even they
if there were
a bit like,
concerns about a grave being messed with and they were asked to do it, they wouldn't necessarily think twice whether it was theirs or not, right?
Yeah.
Orders are orders in some cases. But yes, if they were very specific, like Samda was like always protesting outside the Church of Light saying they're a shower of bastards every day, like maybe they'd be like, really? Rewarding her? She hated us. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, nuance, you know?
yeah, it is like figuring that out and also getting them to let us in to talk to her. Just with the kind of information we got about the gods and the whole weird resurrection thing, you know, Eve being one way and them being the other, I'm wondering if it's somehow linked to the gods.
So there's not a resurrection thing with the gods? Do you mean like the cycle?
Yeah,
Reincarnation?
like the cycle, like as somebody fucked the cycle.
So there
It
is
was me.
like, so it's very
Don't touch the
it's
thing.
similar to reincarnation, but it's not reincarnation, right? Like the soul is blank. That's like a car. You are the person that drives the car. You fill the car full of stuff throughout your life. Then you hand the car back at the end full of the stuff. And somebody else gets the car once the car has been emptied. So the gods nourish themselves and grow on the stuff that's in the car. And that's kind of, if that's a better like comparison, I know it's a bit weird and metaphysical, but
So what has and what's the difference between them and
thank you.
Eve?
So
Eve's version of this is if they're the car.
You just didn't roll high enough to know the difference.
Right, okay.
You could ask the Church of
because
Light. They might have specific things. You could ask the Church of Night. They might have
They
specific
might
things.
have their own opinion.
Yes.
Because what I'm thinking is if it is a cyclical thing, then the cycle's been damaged somehow. That's what's happening here.
But yeah, here the cycle isn't happening because nobody's dying. They're still them. So yeah.
Yeah. So the so it is
Except
something
Steve.
to do.
Except Steve.
Poor
Steve.
So that's where I'm like, if Eve's isn't the cycle, if Eve's is you're born, you live, you die, and that's it, game over.
But that's what the other that is the cycle
of the church.
That's the cycle.
With the car analogy, if people aren't dying, no one, then the end result, they're not getting the delivery.
Yeah, the car's not being returned.
Yep.
So it's the Church of Light that gets kicked the hardest with this.
Not necessarily. You don't know enough.
Potentially.
I gave you a general scattercast of that. If you want to get into the nitty-gritty of religion, you just need to roll.
It's just more the fact that if that's the way their religion works, why aren't they panicking more? Because then they must be looking at going, our gods aren't getting fed. And
the reason they're not panicking more was kind of covered. That guy, the church, like, curse. Like, you're in a world of magic with demons that live on the surface. Like, there's a lot of things that we might find odd, but that's because of our points of reference, right? For them, this is like a Tuesday. Do you know what I mean?
Not so much that, it's like if your god is the cycle god and somebody kills the cycle, your god's in trouble because the cycle that feeds them has now been broken. And if
this expands, it would be a problem, which is why the Queen has sent people here.
But why not the church is my own question.
I mean, the church aren't above the Queen.
Write that down.
Yep.
Queen. Top of the
But you know that. You learned that this session as well.
No.
Like,
It's,
she overrode the churches.
If I was a religious person and a thing happened that basically meant my god was going to lose its strength because it wasn't getting fed, I'd be freaking the fuck out.
I mean, keep in mind,
Except
this is one town in a world.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah, it's a drop in the ocean. So, yeah, that drop didn't hit the right cup, but there's a whole tap still working. People aren't going to sweat that until it's a bigger problem. And obviously the Queen is sweating it because it could be a big problem.
And because it's actually her town.
Yes. You now see why it's like, oh, why would this be
Yes.
embarrassing for her? Look at the global implications this could be. Look at the deity implications. So you're not wrong that, it's just not a big enough problem for it to be as big a panic as you'd think it would be.
Just on behalf of the church, not like everyone else, just for the church to be a bit like, fuck.
Yeah, like it's obviously like that guy seems like he's got nothing to do, right? Like Rand's just was like, well, I'm fucking about really, like, sweeping.
Which implies to me that the cycle that they have or what they believe of Eve would not be the same. That this is just like, if you don't die, you don't die. If you do die, you do die. Me.
I mean, I don't know if you could take that way, but that's up to you and Riven, right? Like, again, I can't go into more detail about religions because you just need to roll because it's in-universe stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's an interesting angle,
from
though.
him, he was very like, okay, it's just Tuesday. Like as you say, it's just a Tuesday. Like, there's no ramifications to their religion. There's no just like, you know.
Likewise, he's not eager to go out and try and get killed to test it, though, right? Do you know what I mean? He's like,
no.
Yeah.
But he's not panicking. He's not like, my god's going to suddenly like turn into goo and die.
But keep in mind, nobody phones the three gods. Remember I said that? Like, that's not a thing that just, like, they are like the most, you know, they're conceptual to most people. You know, you wake up, you praise Alata for the fact that things were made. Do you know what I mean? You praise Gian, the fact that things are maintained. And maybe you praise Eve because you like change. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah. Like, that's really it. And as I said, Church of Night would see Eve as change and growth. Everybody else would see her as the betrayer.
It is Shiva. It's the god of chaos.
And as I said,
but you need
Gian is relatively neutral in most of that, as I said. Zealots of Alata would think betrayer. They wouldn't, you know, people of Gian might not even give a fuck about anything. Do you know what I mean? So, any other theories out with our religious debate? Because I'm loving that. That's fantastic. Yes, anything else to muse on between sessions? But yeah, just for like what Dylan, I don't know if you were here for it or not, but essentially I'm saying all the pieces you have explored, all the pieces needed. You just haven't got the information needed from said pieces. Doesn't say what you're doing is right, doesn't say what you're doing is wrong. Yes. Which does mean, like, I am sad you don't need to go chat to the Archmage. He was a character. However,
we'll meet him eventually in another in the big campaign.
So, any last thoughts about theories before I conclude? Or are we all good?
We need to go talk to Torchlight and be like, take off the spicy barrier, it stings.
Or we could ask the mayor to do it.
Ask the mayor to ask for it. We said that he said that you should do this.
Pretty sure if we just brought
Sarithane, is that right? And it's like, apparently so.
Just bring Sarithane, let the mayor go back.
Possible.
I don't know why he just became Eeyore in my head, but I guess so.
That could be he was in the armour.
Takes off. I've got really lost. New headcanon. So, yeah, we've got some interesting lore expressed there in that session. That was quite fun to get to share that. Yeah, I think he's still, as I mentioned, he's explored everything he's needed to. It's just now getting the right info to make the right conclusion. It's exciting.
To fix the problem, because even once we get all the information, we still need to fix it. Don't be Ryan.
But learning what the problem is means you might be able to outsource the solution, right? You don't necessarily need to fix it personally. You can just get the people that have whatever the solution may or may not be.
And who's testing that it's fixed?
Maybe those people that are being maintained.
Actually, not me.
those people under the doctor's care, those people we don't want on screen ever for, sensitivity reasons. Like, that was put in there as a way of knowing. Just so you know.
We've all seen that bit in Torchwood, right? Where everyone's
Yes.
just like, oh no.
Yes, I cannot claim
What's
full
in
credit
there,
to this
Phil?
idea. My subconscious definitely appreciated that Torchwood special from the
was
many
really
distant moons ago. Yes.
It
Yes.
was so good.
Yes, some very good questions. But anyway, besides that, thank you all for playing. An absolute delight. I love this system. This is great. I can't wait to see more of it and higher level it as well. Like, I'm assuming Myr'ra is likely to spend the first 4 XP on getting maybe an extra level of effort, maybe an extra level of edge. Who knows?
Maybe Ward.
So you'll need to look up what you can spend your 4 XP on. So, yes. Because I don't know if you can buy Ward with it. I think you need to wait till you've leveled up to a tier to get that. And to switch tiers, you need 4 boxes ticked. Each box costs 4 XP.
Okay.
So it's all in the book under XP leveling and stuff.
Yeah, I'll look.
So
And the cheat sheet has. a bunch of
yes, the cheat sheet's really, really good, to be honest, as well.
Delicious
So
cheats.
obviously I'm available between now and whenever as well. So please, if you have questions, healthy to chuck it in the group chat or personal message me or whatever. That's all good. But until then, thank you to everybody that watched. Thank you to all you that played. I'm loving it. Can't wait to see if we
Everybody
continue.
have a good night and
yes.
be careful of the werewolves. It's a full moon.
Say goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Goodbye.